Chapter 98, Legit Caster. The sphere of blood was growing larger with each moment passing by. It already passed 30 meters in height as it engulfed some buildings around it. The divinity was also growing stronger as the environment was changing. The buildings, trees, cars, even the sky started to turn red like it reflected the color of blood and hell that was behind it. If someone looks hard enough, he can see numerous bloody eyes and mouths screaming in that red color. Merlin, who was on top of a building at the sides of Fuiuki City, looked at the blood, or this blood god growing larger as he frowned. The area was already changing. The reality is rewritten by the blood in a similar fashion of a reality marble, but this one is changing the real world rather than creating a bounded field. Just how many souls are in that blood? Merlin couldn't count the number of trapped souls in the blood. It was like the blood was feeding on their agony and pain while growing stronger. However, this made Merlin have another doubt. If they have this amount of souls, why do they need the souls and blood of the people in this city? They need sacrifices from this world. Merlin heard Leo's voice in his head. However, the usual bored and annoyed tone in his voice became slightly monotone. Merlin raised his eyebrow as he thought for a moment before he said, like a price from this world to invoke this thing. To guide and link this guest to this world, they need a medium. What better than a fresh sacrifice from this world? Merlin heard Leo's voice again as he couldn't help but frown. Usually, people won't notice, but Merlin has a bad feeling from that monotone tone. Did you analyze the ritual? And did something happen to you, Leo? Merlin said, only to receive a light chuckle from Leo. To think about it, you were able to appear in this era and even know my true name by one of those links, right? Leo's words made Merlin sweat a little because his great sneaking plan was discovered. Anyway, I need you to go to this location and release my mana with your noble phantasm or something else, Leo said as Merlin took a moment to look at the place. It wasn't far from his location before he said, I can do that, but why? Just do it, and as fast as you could. With those words, Leo left the link, which made Merlin's eyebrow twitch. Sigh, I really need to consider getting paid for my work, Merlin sighed before he walked towards the location, which was just around this corner, while making sure he doesn't touch the blood around. Meanwhile, at the church, the blood around almost disappeared completely and allowed the street to be shown again. Pakia, if someone tries something funny, hit them with a space earthquake, Leo, who was driving his horse, said in a calm voice while closing his eyes. It was like he was waiting for something. Hey, Master, Nero, wait for my signal. Leo's words made Ritsuka and Nero flinch, but before they said anything, they heard a clicking sound. Click. With a clicking sound, Leo's necklace was opened and became cross before a wave of mana rushed from him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the wave of mana cracked the ground under Leo before it pushed everything away. Ritsuka and Rin were almost sent flying, but Archer caught them, even if he was almost blown away too. Nero stabbed her sword on the ground while Cu just stood firm with his spear. He saw worse weather than this in his life. Suddenly, the mana began to become thicker and denser as its quality began to change before it turned into Alter Telisma, which is Leo's version from the mana into Aru's heaven. Particles of light started floating around before they circled Leo as a book with a chain appeared on his wrist. Like the Qliphoth in his spirit core, the Sephiroth on the Book of the Law glowed with a faint golden light. On top of his head, a golden light appeared before it gathered into a halo with 7 sharp tips. Realizing a breath, Leo lowered the holy lance in hand slightly before he opened his eyes that became a slit like a dragon's pupils. Inside of his spiritual core, Qliphoth flashed with a sinister red aura before Leo raised the lance in his hand. A red dark ominous aura appeared from Leo's hand before Rongominiad started changing. The white holy lance became a dark demonic one. The shape also changed as the lance body started rotating slowly in Leo's hand. With each turn, even if the lance is slow, a dark red storm was generated around it. This is Rongominiad alter form. Light and shadow are two sides of the same coins, blah blah, good and evil, blah blah. Everyone knows this stuff by now. Leo waved with the lance to the side before he pulled the reins. Made in Hell's eyes glowed before kicking the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the already cracked ground was shattered with that kick before the horse rushed towards the sphere, leaving a trail of sparks in the air. Everyone looked at each other as they didn't know what to say. Cu looked at Archer and Pakia before looking at Kyrie. Thinking for a moment while looking at his spear, Cu raised it and walked towards Kyrie. They need to have a talk. Back to the city, a comet of blue flames was running in the street while leaving a blue trail of flames on the ground. A red dark storm followed the comet as it blew everything away. Made in Hell was running with its true speed as the wind was howling around him. Wherever he passes, the raging wind will merge with the dark storm and crush everything around it. However, this was only the start because Made in Hell is just entering the real acceleration as the blue flames on his hoofs were glowing brighter. Leo held the reins with one hand while controlling the spinning lance in his other hand. The Qliphoth and Sephiroth gleams started to match before they reached a certain stability. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly, without a single warning, some rivers of blood that were going to the sphere changed direction and rushed to Leo. The ground under him also cracked open as the blood from the sewers was rushing. Creatures started to form from the blood. Apparently, whoever caused this, got a lot of different souls of his victims in that river of blood. Leo glanced at the creatures forming with the corner of his eyes as he was even able to see humanoid creatures like humans in there. King Crimson. Not giving them a chance, Leo said those words quietly as his stand, King Crimson, appeared behind him. The area cracked completely around Leo before it became a dark red void. The creatures continued their manifestation, but Leo had already left and passed this part of the city while they attacked his previous location. As his maker, Leo can proudly say, he's one of the few that know the true ability of King Crimson. Unlike what it's told to erase time, King Crimson doesn't actually erase time in that basic fashion. He only makes it absent from the rest of the world, or at least the area of effect around the user. For King Crimson, the world exists by three factors in its basic state, which are space, where everything exists, time, where things move and interact with each other, and destiny, that means where, when, and how things should happen. These three are linked, and if one of them disappeared, it'll affect the other two. Unlike deleting time, King Crimson makes it absent without affecting how the world works. When that happens, lower life forms lose their focus because of time disappearance. However, they continue their actions because of destiny, like mindless puppets in the space that is still intact without falling into the void. Glancing at the sphere from a distance, Leo noticed that the sphere didn't stop and kept changing its movement, which means it's immune to King Crimson's ability. This shows two things: it either has a counter ability or it's a higher life form. Made in Hell's speed kept increasing as the air around him was getting hotter because of the friction. Even the flames under his hoofs started to melt the ground while making a trail, but Leo didn't care that much as he increased the speed further. He already entered an area with a lot of blood, it even became a whole lake in the middle of the city. At this moment, King Crimson's ability was countered by the world's correction power, and the time came back to work. Everyone regained their senses before the blood exploded again. Roar! Giants monsters appeared from the lake and rushed towards Leo while breaking the sound barrier. Dragons, serpents, and a lot of fantasy creatures with a huge size made a tsunami while rushing towards Leo. Buildings were crushed just by sheer power when the monster passed as they joined the flood. Dragons and monsters started to throw ice, fire, lightning, and a lot of other attacks at Leo. This literally became a rain of arrows in the form of magical attacks as it covered Leo's vision completely. Everything was happening in an instant, so it was obvious how strong the power and the control of this blood user, but Leo gazed at it with a lack of interest. A/N, when you see it means Leo is talking with the angelic language. 40, 9, 6, 1. The total is 56. Mem, Tet, Vav, Aleph. Water, release yourself from filth, and bring judgment to thee, Leo's lips moved very quickly as he finished his words in an instant, but the sound came like a high-pitched gibberish with an echo. The book of the law opened up as its gleam increased. However, those words were very strange as the surrounding was distorted by the echo. When Leo said those words, his origin, the Fool, moved as 4 paths and positions in both Kabbalah glowed. Suddenly, the ground started shaking while all the creatures in the blood stopped. They began struggling before the sound of corrosion was heard. Even the movement of all the blood in the city became dull. Leo waved his free hand upward before the blood tsunami that was supposed to attack him, changed direction, and became a barrier that took all the attacks head-on while using some monsters as a meat shield. Boom! Explosions echoed in the blood, but it soon extinguished when it was drowned by the huge amount of blood. Leo didn't stop as he jumped with Made in Hell before waving his hand again. The blood around became completely dull before water appeared from it. Like oil and water, the water left the plasma in the blood and became unable to blend with it. Like having a mind of its own, the water automatically rushed with a huge speed towards the monsters. It began to tie them down or pierce while they screamed in pain because their bodies are melting. This didn't end because the water and blood started rising. Like a tide, the blood and water retreated from this place. The drowned buildings and streets finally started showing again as the wave was rushing towards the blood sphere. Leo didn't look at the result as he continued rushing forwards with the tide. Made in Hell speed increased again before the flames exploded from his hoofs and blasted forwards in the air. The blood sphere didn't care about the wave coming towards it, or couldn't care because it was working with instinct for now. It continued drawing blood from the surrounding, however, that blood was mixed with some water from Leo. When that happened, the blood sphere stopped for a moment, even its crimson-red color became dull. Instinct or not, the sphere figured out what was that thing just now. It was holy water. A very pure holy water. Chilling screams rushed into the sky, filled with pain and suffering. It sounded like a beast and a person were screaming at the same time as it gave everyone in the city a headache. Even the other cities in Japan felt the same thing. After the screams, the sphere waved with its bloody tentacles as it pushed the wave of holy water away. It even began to use its divinity to change the water into blood, but the water didn't change immediately. The change was very slow as the water continued it advancing. This angered the sphere completely as its tentacles stretched towards the sky before rushing towards Leo. They were faster than any monster Leo saw in this blood as they reached him almost instantly. King Crimson. Glancing at the blood tentacles, Leo smiled a little before he pulled Made in Hell's reins. Made in Hell finally gathered enough speed before getting the signal from Leo when King Crimson erased time. Boom! With a sonic boom, Leo and Made in Hell disappeared from their place. What left was a blue trail of flames that burned the tentacles from the blood sphere. However, it didn't last for long before Leo and Made in Hell appeared again in the same place and kicked what was left from the tentacles. They were smoking with heat, like they were burning. That was only the effect of fast speed because if someone looked from the sky, he'd see a triangle made from blue flames around Fuyuki City with the sphere in the middle. All the blood and monsters around those blue flames turned into ashes and nothing was able to come closer to it. This is the power of Made in Hell, which is based on 6. His power allows him to accelerate his time to reach imaginable speeds. When that happens, all the living things around the blue flames will decay and die. Although it isn't strong like 6, who is the stronger beast of Leo, it's extremely effective, especially against something like this blood. Merlin, who arrived at the location and wanted to use his noble phantasm, saw the blue flames trail appear in front of him suddenly. Although he can sense Leo's mana in it, all his instincts tell him to not touch the flames. Leo looked at the sphere in the middle of the triangle before he raised his arm and said with a gibberish voice 40, 30, 5, 1. The total is 76. Lamed, Het, Aleph. O water, form on my palm and show your glory. Leo's voice echoed again before the moisture in the air began to change and gather on his palm. More and more holy water floated above Leo as his beast, Alresca glacis, manifested from his body. The water started freezing slightly, but before it did, Venom threw 2 runes on it. Isa, the rune of ice and reinforcing runes around it. Thurasaz, the rune of thorns, conflict, purging, and directed force of destruction. These 2 runes can form a simple spell of an ice arrow with more than the regular elemental's attacks. The 2 runes floated before Alresca glacis waved her hand and gathered the water into a giant thorn of ice. Gathering its power, Alresca throws it like a meteor across the city. The thorn was freezing everything around it while rushing towards the blood sphere, however, it didn't hit it. It just passed next to it. The sphere and the blood around it became even more dull because of the coldness. The normal ice can't affect this sphere, but strangely, this one was able to slow its movements. The thorn of ice continued its flight before it struck the ground on the 3rd corner of the triangle. At this moment, Leo, Merlin, and Thorn on Ice were on the 3 corners of the triangles. Like it was calculated, each one of them started releasing mana at the same time. From above, it looked like 3 positions were glowing in the corners of the triangle before all of it started glowing and raising from the ground. Merlin, who released his noble phantasm with Leo's mana, saw this as he retreated immediately with a shocked expression on his face because he understood what's going on. This guy, who loves to blow things up, is using magecraft and actually a complicated one. The triangle raised 100 meters above Fuiaki city before it stopped. The Blood's area wasn't able to continue its infection because it started burning when colliding with it. Leo looked at this as he took a deep breath before using his link with the spell and teleporting far above the triangle. You know? I don't like this world, but I discovered now that I hate it to my very core. Leo had an annoyed expression on his face before he said, making me use something so complicated that it gives me headaches. I almost bit my tongue. How dare you? When Leo was complaining, the triangle under him started rotating before it became a blue magic circle with a large number of symbols and runes on it. What Leo was mumbling with his angelic language was actually chants for his magic from Tuaru or magecraft from this world. Angels from Tuaru are beings related to Sephiroth, so they can instinctively use a magic called Kabbalah magic or magecraft in this world. This magecraft is focusing on deciphering codes in the religion of Christianity and figuring the meaning behind those messages. The user tries to find mystical meanings in arrangements of letters and numbers. It grants those who decipher them power, and even some strong people can invoke and summon the power of angels and those mythical beings. Leo, as an angel, can use that magecraft easily, and stronger than any human because of his angelic language. However, there's a more important factor, which is his origin, the Fool. In the major arcana that used to represent the 22 paths in Kabbalah, the Fool is number 0, which gives Magi a headache when including it in the ritual because you can put it anywhere from 1 to 22. Using this concept, Leo, as the Fool, an angel, and the Devil, was able to substitute himself in the paths and spots in both trees of Kabbalah, drawing power from all other demons and angels. This really reflects the Fool, who is a master of none. This is the power of his skill, self-modification X. Like now he substituted himself with Gabriel, whose element is water, and summoned some of its power to this world. An angel is an angel, even if it was weaker than the sphere, but that water has some of Gabriel's power in it, which turned it into a deadly poison for whatever in that sphere. This maneuver in the magecraft system is only available for Leo, who has the origin of the Fool. Like Shiro's swords and Shinji's flow. This power doesn't belong to Lucifer or Beast 6, it's more related to Leo's personal angel power, which was covered with Lucifer's one because of a lot of reasons. However, there's something very important about these maneuvers. Although Leo can use it easily, he won't do that because it needs singing and chanting. Do you have any idea how many times he almost bit his tongue? And how embarrassing it'll be if he did it in the middle of the battle? Do you think angelic language with spells is easy? Leo was struggling to not mess it up while calculating a ton of complicated stuff about this magecraft. Anyway, let's end this. Leo shook his head before he glanced at the giant magic circle under him and raised the lance in his hand towards the sky. Click! The lance seemed to be released from something before its rotation speed increased suddenly. Its rotation speed increased quickly as a red dark storm appeared above Leo. The storm grew larger and larger as the clouds also started to rotate with it before it covered the sky above Fuiuki City. Even the sunlight wasn't able to reach the city now. The sphere, which woke up to the gravity of the situation, screamed again before its tentacles rushed towards the sky, but they were blocked by the magic circle and the storm. Apparently, the farther the blood goes, the weaker it'll become. 1, 3. Aleph, Gimel. From heaven, I announce the law. Leo's voice echoed in the surroundings as the magic circle under him started glowing before spinning quickly. The book of the law was also getting brighter. 6. Vav. Pray, 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 Son of Man. Here is my mercy. With those words, Leo started lowering the lance as the storm followed his movement. It was like he was dragging all the sky with him. In Fuiuki City, the humans, who were included in the ritual, started mumbling some weird words before the magic circle glowed brighter. 1. The total is 11. Aleph. In the name of evil, I announce the law. Leo said those words before he pointed with the lance and the storm towards the magic circle. Made in Hell started running towards the circle as they were engulfed in the dark storm. The circle began to absorb the storm as its glow started to burn and purify the blood in the city. Suddenly, some bright light appeared in the middle of the storm before a loud voice was heard all around Japan. *Boom. *My number is 11. The stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds. The gigantic dark storm exploded by light as Rongominiad returned to its holy form before Leo passed the magic circle and turned into a meteor of light. The light brightened all the city as it cleared the blood instantly. This is a higher concept falling from heaven as the sphere was crushed towards the ground. Suddenly, it lost most of its power and it was in great pain. Anything it was doing was bringing more pain. The blood was filled with the holy water. Even the human blood isn't available now. It couldn't take fresh blood from them because when it did, it was hit with an intense pain like it was ignited on fire. The sphere felt all the blood in the surrounding, the source of its power, became a poison and a curse instead. The principle behind Leo's spell now uses evil to achieve justice to the poor. Sometimes, evil is necessary to uphold justice. Himself and the blood sphere are evil in the point of view of humanity, so he chose to become the stepping stone of justice and increase his light and holy power with the support of humans in the city. This allowed him to channel Alea's power via those humans' desire to survive, even if he was a beast. This turned all the blood and the souls of the humans in the city into a curse for the sphere. What in the name of Avalon is this? Merlin stared blankly at the sky, looking at the golden meteor falling from heaven while purifying everything in its way. These maneuvers, these concepts, this knowledge, and the disgusting complicated meanings that most people won't understand. Turning all the strength and advantages of the enemy into a literal poison while pushing them into the edge with just a few movements using his knowledge in magecraft. These tactics are so disgusting and without honor, exactly like a true magi. Even so, Merlin likes them a lot. Merlin's chin almost fell from his mouth because of surprise before he screamed this guy was a legit caster. Leaving Merlin, who was doubting life, Leo fell down like a meteor and reached the sphere. Almost all the blood in the city was cleared and people's connection to the sacrifice ritual was severed, which left the sphere alone. Pointing towards it with the lance, Leo channeled his mana before he screamed Rongominiad. At that moment, the golden meteor collided with the blood sphere before a bright light blinded all the world. This is the true description of the skill, self-modification, X. Although it is called self-modification and it's the source of his high endurance, he doesn't change anything about himself, except it can only be used when he uses origin, to control, Sephirah, and paths, as he please, or to balance them with the Book of the Law. For those who love details, hear the meaning behind the spells. Warning: this is complicated, however, I love to do things in a legit way, so I included them. Those who don't want to read, don't worry. It won't affect anything, you can know the spell effect from the normal chant after the numbers. Believe me, this is complicated. You're stubborn, hey? You have been warned. Gabriel's power drawing spell, 40, 9, 6, 1 total is 56. Mem, Tet, Vav, Aleph. Water, release yourself from filth, and bring judgment to thee. Each letter is correspondent to a number in the same position. Mem equals 40 and others are in the same count. Mem is a path that represents the water in the Kabbalah and also corresponds to the position of judgment, Gevura, in it. Tet is a path that represents mercy, which includes the peaceful nature of water and the desire to bring peace to these souls trapped in the blood. It also represents judgment because it is linked to Gevurath. Vav is a path that links the others to the wisdom position in Kabbalah, which allows creativity in the spells. Aleph is more like Leo's personal path because it's usually what represents the fool in the rituals. It is also related to the highest crown, to make the water very pure and poison to curses. Leo uses it in every spell to increase the harmony with his origin and the effect of the spell. Gathering the holy water spell, 40, 30, 5, 1 total is 76. Mem, Lamed, Het, Aleph. O water, form on my palm and show your glory. Mem and Aleph are the same as the other spell. Lamed is related to Mem as it increases the power of water and increases its gathering speed. It is also related to judgment and purity. He number is 5, which relates to 5 fingers on the hand. It makes the spell target related to the user's hand. Evil and good turning spell, 1, 3, 6, 1 total 11. Aleph, Gimel, Vav, Aleph. From heaven, I announce the law. Pray, 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 Son of Man. Here is my mercy. In the name of evil, I announce the law. Aleph in first means Leo is the person who will perform the ritual with his very core. Gimel and number 3 means heaven and sky, the place and concept where the spell will be performed. Vav means mercy for the humans in the city while giving them a chance to struggle for their lives. Aleph is confirming that Leo will carry this spell as a promise to save the humans in the city, which allowed him to draw Alea's power. Total number 11 means the Qliphoth, the tree of evil, which means that Leo considers himself evil in this situation. It also means the stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds as the evil, he's here to support the good, against another evil, which boosted the spell power to the top. Chapter 99, Something that shouldn't be seen. The light blinded everything and removed all the colors from the world, except the golden bright glow. A golden pillar of light that reached far high in the sky, stood tall in the middle of Fuiuki city as its lights made everyone in the city and outside it in Japan close their eyes. It wasn't that irritating, in fact, it was peaceful and warm, but everyone couldn't help but to close their eyes and don't look at it. Like something they shouldn't see, their instinct worked on its own and made everyone close their eyes. From the space, Fuiuki city became a light bulb as the pillar of light can be seen clearly from there. After 5 seconds, the light started to die down slowly. The blinding light backed down from the sky and the pillar lost its height gradually. Like snow melting in heat, Fuiuki city that couldn't be seen because of the light, recovered its own colors as the light became particles floating in the air. In several parts of the city, the humans and animals, whose blood was taken, started recovering to the time before the ritual. Most of the light particles are made from purifying their blood, so it just came back to their original owners. Although it wasn't a small number of died, those who followed the spell survived. At the center of the city, the pillar of light finally died down to reveal a small red space of 100 meters between buildings at the city fountain. There was some blood here and there and the colors of the surroundings were red, but it was decreasing slowly, like something died here. At the corner of this space, near a building, a young man was riding on a horse while looking at this red space. In fact, he wasn't looking at it because his eyes seemed to be losing focus and becoming empty. Dismounting from his horse, Leo stood on the ground before he let go of the lance in his hand as it floated in the air. In the eyes of the horse and lance, who seemed to be able to see, Leo walked towards the nearest wall. Without looking at the wall, Leo raised his head slightly before, crack. Hitting his head gently, the wall cracked as the cracks speared like spider webs. The halo above his head passed through the wall, which made it melt and drop more rubble on Leo's head. Made in Hell and Reincarnated looked at their lord hitting his head on the wall as they didn't know what to think of this. Leo didn't care about the cracks or the rubbles on his head as he used his hand to support himself while his eyes were still empty when looking at the ground. He wants to throw up, his stomach is trembling and he's feeling very sick now, even his head refuses to think about anything for now. That spell, that goddamn spell at the end, must be the one of the highest ranking things he'll regret in his life. Using a triangle with its 3 corners to symbolize number 3, which means heaven. Leaving Gabriel's power in the blood to act as a link. Using the altar Reincarnated as the source of evil because if he used that storm without the spell, it'd kill all those humans before touching the sphere. Everything was going well. Then, the spell chant came along. Every time he thinks about the stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds, Leo wants to throw himself in a volcano and swim in the burning lava. Although he already knew it, saying and doing it was a whole different thing. He couldn't stop the spell in the middle or else, it'll explode in his face, and worst, he'll bite his tongue. So he rolled with it. Until his stomach hurt. However, he can't throw up even if he wanted. As an angel in a higher life form, Leo is free from the mortal's necessities. He doesn't need to eat or sleep. Also, he doesn't have to go to the toilet or even get dirty. These are the privileges of being an angel of a higher level of existence. So, how is he going to throw up? Is he going to release some sort of rainbow-colored monopuke? He doesn't even want to think about it. Why do these good and evil spells have to be like this? Leo said with a listless voice while looking at the ground with empty eyes. He knows tens of spells about good, evil, justice, judgment, darkness, light, mercy, cruelty, and those are his strongest spells because he's an angel and the devil, but just thinking about their chance makes him want to hide in hell. Luckily, Solomon's 10 rings can make him immune to magecraft, so Leo doesn't have to use them against him. Moreover, why does it have to be like this? Just to channel the stupid Alea's powers that it can't use on its own. And why does it require this amount of edge? Do you feed on edge as an energy source or you only accept edge and cringe as a tribute? Hold on. Leo supported himself on the wall with his hand before an expression of realization appeared on his face. The human order's disasters, counter-guardians, beasts, magi, all these things are edgy and all of them are related to humanity, which means Alea. The picture became clear in Leo's head. They have been tricked. It was Alea all along. The source of edge and their suffering, the edge order. Leo never felt the desire to advent as beast like he did at this moment. Breath in, breath out, Leo continued doing that until he calmed down a little. You know what? He doesn't care anymore. He just wants to go and relax. Maybe watching anime or something. Pinging the whole Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood while slumbering under the bedsheets to heal his mind and heart. Maybe that'll make me forget the stepping stone of Wek. Leo stopped in his place before he raised his head again. Boom. This time, the cracks filled all the building walls as Made in Hell and Reincarnated felt more confused. When they wanted to get closer, Leo just signaled them to stop and said just give me a second. A minute. Make it an hour. Leo's eyes were more empty because that phrase was stuck in his head and he can't forget about it. However, in his back, what left from the blood started moving slowly towards him. Shaking his head, Leo left the pothole that he made with his head before all the rubble fell from it. The dust was cleared automatically. It's kinda convenient to be an angel. Suddenly, the blood gathered together before it rushed towards Leo. Its speed was very fast and its movements were completely silent, but when it reached its target, Leo turned his head and looked at it. Whoever was in the blood widened his eyes because something was faster than him. Made in Hell appeared next to Leo before it kicked the blood. Boom. The mass of blood was thrown across this red space like a football before it was splashed on a building wall. Falling down slowly, the blood separated from the wall and fell into the ground before its shape changed and became one of the players, Lizard. Are you smart or stupid? Even if I'm casting a complicated spell, your chance of sneaking on me is less than 30%, Leo said with a listless and bored voice because he's already tired from this day. Ha 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 ha. I really dug my own grave, hey? This is funny. Lizard started laughing like he agreed with Leo's words. You're insane, hey? That explains your thinking, even if you made this plan, Leo said as he raised his hand. Rongominiad, who was floating, flew to his hand before he aimed at Lizard. Just glancing at what left from this red space, Leo can know most of what this guy is aiming for. It was weakening him or Solomon before trapping them here and stealing a noble phantasm from one of them. This space, or rather called a game space because most of the rules here follow these players' powers. In addition to summoning that blood god, it's like a battlefield provided by the multiverse space, which makes it almost a foreign world for anyone from this world. This is why Leo and Merlin were rejected instantly when they looked at it. In this place, players get a lot of advantages against aborigines from the other worlds, but it seems Lizard has done his homework because this thing in Type Moon is far more dangerous, especially for a beast like Leo. Beasts get their power from the human order's evil, which makes them related to the existence of humanity to get strength, but in this multiverse space battlefield, there's no human history at all, even the connection with the original world will become very weak. This will make Leo unable to unleash his noble phantasms at full force, and if he was just a regular servant, then his stats will also go down. Not to mention, in those 14 souls that left in Lizard, Leo can see Alcide's soul struggling. Alcides has a very interesting noble phantasm called Reincarnation Pandora, which grants him the ability to steal other servants' noble phantasms. In the last battle, Lizard saw the situation wasn't good, so he decided to secure his plan and devour his servant for his ability. Apparently, Lizard can absorb servants' souls and take their abilities, but there's a limit, which is the strength of the target, especially Solomon and Leo. Lizard was trying to increase his power and chance to steal their noble phantasms or power, so he took Alcide's noble phantasm, summoned the blood god, and manifested the game space. He even wanted more securing by taking the power of the world's evil from Ingram Manu. Summoning Alcides to get a strong servant and a tool he can depose from later without losing any money, everything was well planned. But then, the legit caster came like a meteor and blew up everything. Whoa! Whoa! Don't rush things, we still can have a talk, don't we? Lizard saw the light shining on the holy lance in Leo's hand before he waved his hands. Leo glanced at Lizard blankly as he was going to obliterate him with a light beam, but when he wanted to attack, he felt his hand stuck in the air. Are you serious? Leo looked at his right arm, which was tied with several red threads that had the previous blood god divinity. These threads stopped Leo for a moment, but the cost wasn't low because Lizard lost one soul in his disposals. You can't blame a man for trying, right? And you're more familiar with links than me. Lizard smiled as he wanted to leave this place while trying to slow Leo down with what left from his power. Looking at his side, there was a holographic screen next to him. Name, Beast 6, Lucifer/Satan, alias, the Lightbringer. The Father of Lies. Beast of Babylon. 666 states, STG, 932. End, 1985 AGI, 1234 int, 2732, unable to appraise luck and charm states. Description: one of the 7 beasts of calamity that represent the evil of humanity. Unable to appraise more, skills and abilities, Unable to appraise, hint, has something to do with the fourth true magic as a base. This monster, even my states combined didn't pass 800 points. Lizard looked at the states screen as his eyebrow was twitching. The players can appraise objects or enemies with certain items or skills, but the stronger the enemy, the less chance to get any information. At first, Lizard didn't get one state from Leo, but using the game space and blood god, he was able to see some of them. However, that hint was there from the start. This made Lizard suspicious. Is the nightmare space actually helping him? He didn't have enough evidence, so he denies it. But this was very important information. All that Leo guessed was correct. Lizard really wanted to use that plan to steal Solomon's rings or Leo's 10 crowns. However, it was more complicated because he wanted to use the fourth true magic, which represents most of Leo's power as an advantage. Subtype true magic is just a branch of true magic, but the beast that holds it can use that subtype stronger than the original true magic magicians. Fourth true magic has a relation with the law of conservation of energy, also known as the first law of thermodynamics, states that the energy of a closed system must remain constant. It can neither increase nor decrease without interference from outside. The universe itself is a closed system, so the total amount of energy in existence has always been the same. The forms that energy takes, however, are constantly changing. Everything is linked together one way or another. The fourth true magic takes this principle to the next level with its power, which is called karmic memory. The energy keeps changing from a form to another, but in fact, it also contains a hidden memory from the roots, which records everything that happened. The fourth true magic user can harness those memories and allow the manifestation and control of things like destiny, fate, and karma. Although it is bound with conditions like strength, amount of power, and mana, the user can even kill someone just by the fact he killed a fly before. In other words, karma is a bitch. The user can even summon past events as long as he satisfies some conditions, so he can use the achievements of others to fight. For example, a meteor fell here before, he can make it fall again around that area casually because it already happened before or it'll happen in the future. This is the fourth true magic, the hidden link that everyone knows that it exists, even if they didn't see it with their eyes. Lizard learned from the nightmare space about this magic before he went into the mission, as he planned to remove Leo's connection with these links whatever they were. He isn't wrong because Leo's second noble phantasm, which links his first and third noble phantasm, is based on the fourth true magic in the form of humanity's sins. Cause, progress, consequence, this is basically Leo's noble phantasm's meaning. Removing the progress, second NP, will disable the consequence, third NP, leaving the cause, first NP, which isn't even an attack noble phantasm. The blood god was specially summoned to limit those links, and the game space weakened them further. It can be seen that Lizard found the Beast 6's weakness. If Leo was just Beast 6, Lizard's plan will really put him in a very difficult position. But he didn't expect that his sacrifice and blood will actually become his downfall. The blood that was supposed to increase his power became a poison. Even Alea manifested some of its power in those humans' souls, so their blood became a deadly curse against him. Humph! Looking at Lizard, who wanted to run, Leo still had a bored expression before green threads appeared from him and tied the red ones. Leo looked at this before he said, although the true destiny is far stronger, your fake imitation can be easily dominated. Drag. Burn it, Leo said quietly before moving his hand. When he did that, flames ignited on the green threads and burned the red ones in no time, which allowed Leo to complete his swing. A beam of light rushed towards the surprised Lizard, which made him raise his arm to block the attack as some red threads appeared on his body. Boom! Lizard's body was crushed into sludge by the light before he was splashed on the building wall again. He recovered faster than the last time before he jumped away. His lives lowered into 3, so the next attack will be fatal. However, his thoughts of escaping were quickly extinguished because a larger beam of light was heading his way, which left him no way to escape. Damn it! This is where I die, hey? I really wanted a more spectacular one. Lizard looked at this as he wanted to sigh, but he didn't have time to do it because the multiverse space screen appeared again. The Temple of Blood offers you the following deal to overcome this difficulty. The temple will allow you to summon the power of First Seat Blood God to assist you in exchange for the following 90% of all of your states, 90% of all of your skills, all your items and points, your bloodline, true vampire. Your level and rank in the nightmare space will be set back to the beginning. A penalty mission with nightmare difficulty. Do you accept? For his plan, he prepared sacrifices to summon some power of the blood gods from the Temple of Blood in the nightmare space. Those temples can be used by the related occupations players to get benefits for doing certain things, like sacrificing people or hurting the world. Lizard's occupation is the Blood Devourer, which increases his power to absorb souls from other beings using his bloodline. Wow, are you really asking? Of course, yes. Do you think I'm crazy? Don't answer that. Lizard accepted immediately when the light beam almost reached him. Now, he understood that the nightmare space is really helping him because, even if that deal was a literal rip-off, the nightmare space would never offer something to players and it'll just let them die. Several lines made from blood rushed from Lizard's body as his expression was filled with pain. That was his bloodline, skills, items, points, and states turning into blood before they rushed towards the light beam. Using himself as a sacrifice to summon power, how ironic after all that he did. Asterisk crack. Asterisk because this was just a casual attack, the light was broken instantly as the threads rushed towards Leo. With each thread appearing, Lizard was getting paler and his body became skinnier. Okay, I had enough. Leo twisted the lance in his hand before it changed it from into the dark lance. He actually wanted to leave this guy's soul to check on something, but it doesn't seem to be a wise choice now. The lance started rotating as the dark storm was blowing, but suddenly, sparks appeared before blue flames ignited on the lance as it joined the storm. This is Leo using his third noble phantasm with the lance. Leo was like holding a storm of blue flames and dark air before he jumped towards the bloody threads. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the two collided as the blue flames started burning the bloody lines instantly, but their numbers kept increasing. Sparks kept flying in the air because of the collision between the spinning lance and the blood threads. Leo raised his eyebrow before he sighed and chose to step on his heart one last time. He wanted to cast a spell, but before he did, he widened his eyes from the shock. When using the spells, Leo always activates his origin, but without his knowledge, the divinity of the blood god was sneaking from the threads and almost having contact with his origin. This divinity was very weird as it could even reach something conceptual easily. Leo's wings appeared on his back as he wanted to back away. He isn't worried about the divinity. Something like that can be defeated even if it was troublesome, but he can't allow it to touch his origin. However, Lizard didn't allow this. He forced himself beyond the limits and pushed the threads forwards. At this moment, the red bloody divinity touched Leo's origin as everything became silent. It wasn't metaphorical, but literally, everything became silent. Crack, a faint sound of something breaking echoed in the surrounding, but strangely, even if it was small, it hit Lizard like a bell and made him feel something he didn't feel a long time ago. Fear. Ah! Hideous screams filled the red space as the bloody threads backed away from Leo. No, they weren't backing away, they were running, like they saw something very terrifying. However, something caught them as the bloody threads scream halted like they were too scared to release a sound. Platinum lines in the shape of ribbons caught the bloody threads easily before they dragged them. Lizard, who was floating, felt an intense pain before the bloody threads were plucked from his body, which made him fall down. The platinum ribbons tightened their grip on the bloody threads and crushed them into nothing easily. They didn't even have the chance to scream again before they were deleted. Struggling to raise his head, Lizard looked above to his Leo floating in the sky, but his eyes were taken by the platinum ribbons appearing from his right shoulder and moving around his right black wing, which became semi-transparent. The ribbons were also crawling on Leo's right hand, which glowed with a platinum color like it wasn't physical anymore. Leo had a slightly pained and a very annoyed expression while holding his right arm and shoulder, like he lost all sense and control over them. The book of the law that was on that hand, was flipping its pages like crazy. At the church, Ritsuka, who was waiting for the signal while looking at her command seals, saw something strange. For a split second, she could swear that she saw Leo's class change from caster to something called foreigner before returning to normal. Lizard's eyes started bleeding while looking at those platinum ribbons, who wanted to form a wing on Leo's right shoulder. However, he couldn't take his eyes off the state screen that was cracked like a mirror. The Blood Temple unable to find any information. Using references. The entity is sending similar waves like Iwas from Touru Meijutsu no Index. Results. Name, impossible to appraise. Alias, extraterrestrial life form. The one who holds the blueprint of the pure world. The guardian angel of $and equals E $and equals E and $E the demon dwelling in equals $E and E equals $and E ein sof O $$ equals E and equals E and $E equals and E equals and E equals E and equals $E. The screen exploded. Description: the angel/demon in the deepest phases, the pure world, who isn't bound by the Sephiroth/Qliphoth equals E and equals E and E equals and E equals AA, $P and equals and $E and equals $. The screen exploded. Iwas. Touru Meijutsu no Index. The actual words became corrupted before they lost all their meanings. The screen exploded in front of Lizard as he couldn't believe what he's looking at or understand anything. The nightmare space and the Temple of Blood wasn't doing this for him, but for itself, he just happened to see it. This wasn't Lucifer, Satan, or Beast 6. He's looking at something that shouldn't even exist in this world or anywhere. At this moment, he didn't only step on a landmine, but actually, he almost opened something that was supposed to stay closed. A Pandora's box that closed itself a long time ago. Chapter 100, Dream. Leo felt this was the worst day in his life, except for that one time his father kept laughing at "Don't you dare to era" for a week. Sometimes when he asks for something, Richard will say here, "Don't worry, I won't." PFFF. Era. Ha ha ha. Those were dark days that he would never forget. Stopping his thoughts about the dark past, Leo's expression surpassed the limits of annoyance as he looked at the platinum ribbons around his right arm and shoulder. His right wing and arm are becoming transparent. The former is losing its meaning and the latter is becoming a mass of energy because physical entities can't handle the said power. His eyes' colors started fading as they had a shade of platinum, even his horns started to lose their black color and become brighter. His halo wasn't spared as it also was slowly becoming platinum. Leo couldn't help it when he felt that his black hair was becoming longer and its ends started glowing with a platinum color. Even venom became some sort of a robe. It was like he's becoming an ideal form of something. Moreover, even his aim field that he stopped spreading a lot was going like crazy. I was really trying. From the bottom of my heart to not accidentally destroy the world, and guess what happened? Leo started moving slowly as the fingers of his right arm started flinching. Wasn't Beast 6 enough for you? But no. You need to force me into this. Leo raised his left arm and caught his necklace before he entered it into the void like a key. If it wasn't for the game-friendly space here, this will really produce from big to absolutely no good effect on the real world. Hold on. Isn't their goal the world's destruction? I guess they are smart, hey. Leo came to a sudden realization, which made a weird expression on his face. More and more blood fell from Lizard's eyes while looking at this thing in front of him. His mind was almost blank, unable to process any proper idea or thought. The platinum ribbons in the air literally made the world he's looking at lose meaning. All that is left is clear platinum space where nothing should exist, something that knows no beginning or end. Outside of this world and domain, something that the laws of the world can't explain. The more he looked, the more he felt that he's losing himself and everything he knows. Although the platinum ribbons dragged the blood god from his body, he couldn't move at all, even if he had some of his power, bloodline, and lives left. What is this? An angel? What is an angel? Lizard's thoughts were running wild in his head before he found something wrong. What was it called? What is this place? Who is that? Lizard's expression became terrified as his eyes became more and more blank. What I'm doing? Who am I? Lizard's thoughts became weaker and weaker before the drool started leaking from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't even stay awake as the last spark of wisdom was extinguished from his brain, which made him fall down. All his thoughts vanished as the last breath of life was spit from his mouth before his eyes lost focus completely. The magical circuits rushed to the sky before they turned into the drawing of Qliphoth, but this time, Leo removed his hand as the drawing became brighter and appeared behind his head. His 3 noble phantoms are officially out of service when he activates his 10 crowns completely, but at least, he stopped raising to the sky and ribbons halted. Feeling his right arm again, Leo grabbed the Book of the Law as he glanced at the first page. Except for the first 7 phrases that were glowing, the 8 phrases, WIRD, was glowing. The glow was spearing to the other phrases, which made Leo frown. Clenching his right arm, he raised it slowly as the platinum ribbons started moving back into his body. However, they were resisting, which made Leo grab the Book of the Law and hit them with it. *BOOM! The platinum ribbon that wanted to form a spiral wing on Leo's right shoulder lost their formation and spread around. Knowledge is the key to solve all problems. Indeed, looking at the thick Book of the Law, Leo nodded because he can just kill someone by hitting him with this book. He had a weird feeling that this book, physically, is the strongest beast/weapon he has. Look here, I don't want another long problem with spells and origin today. I really had enough. Leo sighed as he closed his origin and the Book of the Law. With that, all the ribbons lost their platinum glow before they vanished inside Leo's body. His arm also recovered to normal and his aim field was contained again, which made him sigh more. In fact, that was what you can call the scientific angel, which is the thing that dragged Lucifer from Tuaru's world. It's even the true face of Leo's origin and power of spells. It's what allowed him to even substitute the position of another angel like Gabriel because it already was able to substitute Lucifer before. Feeling his wings return to normal and his body recovered, Leo landed on the ground before he shook his head only to see the long black hair that passed his shoulders. His clothes also became a black and red robe that matched the red Qliphoth behind him, it even had the Qliphoth drawing in the back of it. Venom! Leo said with a quiet voice. Yes, my lord. Venom answered immediately. Why did you transform into my servant's edgy clothes? Leo's eyebrow was twitching while looking at his long hair and robe. Forgetting about the hair for a moment, Leo felt like he had seen this robe before, except it had few changes, which means Root actually plagiarized this. It wasn't me. I can't. We can't control our action. When those ribbons appeared, Venom said with a helpless voice. He and all the other beasts of Leo lost their connection when those platinum ribbons appeared, so nothing can be done about it. When Leo was about to change his clothes and cut his hair, he heard a loud scream. Looking at the side, Lizard woke up suddenly as he held his chest. He was sweating and his face was very pale. His eyes were bloodshot and his entire body was shaking like he experienced a horrific thing now. He just died, his remaining lives vanished just by looking at those platinum ribbons. It even made him go completely insane. Suddenly, he saw Leo, who was looking at him with confusion, before he scrambled in fear. Stay away from me, you monster! He started crawling with his hands because his legs lost their strength. This picture was showing like he'll do anything just to move 1 millimeter away from Leo. Although I am an angel, calling me a demon, or even a dragon isn't wrong either, but I've to agree that a monster might be more fitting. Leo tilted his head while looking at the crawling lizard. His answer was simple, like he didn't care about that fact at all and it was just a trivial matter. However, I must say that you're the first person to actually have a proper reaction to my existence. Leo felt this terrified guy, who was running for his life, was the proper reaction that someone should have for a beast. Maybe he isn't insane, but saner than all of them. He met Ritsuka, who didn't know what a beast was. Even when she knew, her actions didn't change much. Fu, who is a beast? Nero, who is linked to his beast's power in the first place. The counter-guardian archer, even if he was in deep trouble, he won't scream like that. Rin, well, she fainted, but she was okay after that. Merlin. We don't talk about him here. That guy won't do this even if he saw Gaia getting killed in front of his eyes. Anyway, Leo raised his hand before Lizard flew from his place. Like experiencing a huge attraction force, Lizard was forced to fly towards Leo, only to get his neck caught by an icy cold hand that didn't belong to a human. Lizard kept struggling as he couldn't even glance at Leo another time, especially when Clothoth was behind him and sending some sinister red gleam. I've to say that your multiverse space products are really solid, maybe Root should learn from it. Leo glanced at the red space that was cracking, but still holding on, even if his true angel form showed itself a little. Multiverse space. Lizard winded his eyes before he remembered something he saw before. I was ento Uramajitsu no index. There was only one thought in his head. This guy isn't from this world like them. Impossible. Lizard couldn't accept the fact, but Leo didn't bother with him a lot before he said in his servant Link Master, use one of those command seals. Ritsuka, who was still thinking about the foreigner thing, heard Leo's voice before she raised her arm and said, with my command seals, I. She didn't know what order to say actually before she just said recover caster's mana. However, nothing happened as the wind blew up Ritsuka's hair slightly while everyone in the church looked at her weirdly. Ritsuka, who didn't know what happened. Leo, who was choking someone while waiting. How to do this? Ritsuka tried a few times, but she couldn't activate the command seals. Leo's eyes became blank like he was already tired from this. It wasn't me. Don't they work with the sound? Ritsuka didn't know why, but she could imagine Leo's blank look now as she tried to defend herself. Maybe the connection is low. Go and put your hand on Nero's shoulder. Leo remembered that he's still in the game space, even if it was almost breaking. Nero, activate some of the 7 crowns power. Nero heard Leo's voice before she nodded when looking at Ritsuka next to her. Ritsuka did that immediately before she tried using the command seals again. This time they worked as one pair of the 6 wings glowed. In the game space, Leo felt the mana entering his body via the link between him and Nero before he said, be sure to catch this, Root. What are you doing? Lizard had difficulty in breathing as he saw Leo's body glowing with a rainbow color. Achieving all that you desire, this is my duty as beast, Leo said with a monotone tone before the rainbow light intensified. The cloth behind also glowed further as the breath of divinity and authority was flying in the air. Here to return the favor, I shall recover the past glory. Negamisaya. With those words, the faint rainbow color exploded as it rushed and engulfed Lizard's body completely. Lizard felt his vision become black as he couldn't see anything before he saw a white feather falling from the sky. In this dark world, it was the only source of light. Then, like something dropped into a calm lake, everything changed as Lizard was forced to close his eyes. Ah! At night, in a normal house, a young man screamed as he woke up. It was like he saw a very scary nightmare. However, this young man had an expression of disbelief when he was looking around before he released these words with difficulty, I am possible. This can't be happening. Looking at his hands and the room decor, Lizard that his shape changed and became younger said in disbelief, this is the original world. My home. The old memories that he almost forgot were rushing towards his head. Before he joined the nightmare, he was just a regular student. On an unfortunate night, some robbers entered his house and killed all his family in front of his eyes. He couldn't help them at all as he felt something inside of him broke. Be it rage or sadness, Lizard, who should be called John now, wasn't the same anymore. Even so, he was also killed, but before he lost his life, he got the invitation from the nightmare space. Is this dream? What I was doing before this? John tried hard to remember, but he couldn't recall anything except he was a player in the nightmare space. Wait, this day? No. Glancing at the calendar in the room, he saw it was the same day that his family got killed. He felt his mind blank as he couldn't think of anything except rushing downstairs. When he got downstairs he felt something going to hit him. His senses are still sharp, but his body was slow, so he got hit on the head before he heard an annoyed voice stop screaming, "Don't you know it's the middle of the night? Sister." John felt his face wet. Tears were streaming from his face. This is something that didn't happen to him in a long time. After that, his sister was surprised by his sudden crying. However, he only played it off while trying to act normal, but his shaking shoulders betrayed him. He stayed the whole night awake, but there were no robbers and all his family was safe. Is this a dream? It must be a dream, the nightmare space and his fighting senses. Suddenly, he forgot about his fighting senses because his family is more important now. However, there was something in front of him glowing red, but he couldn't see it at all, like it didn't exist. Warning! Warning! The player is exposing information about the nightmare space. A penalty will be given to the player if he doesn't stop. Unable to give the penalty. Unable to give the penalty, the player violated a lot of rules of the nightmare space. The execution process will start. Unable to start the process. Unable to start the process. At the window, there was a pair of golden and dark blue watching John's movements before they disappeared. After that night, John lived a normal life. He gradually forgot about the nightmare space and took it as a weird dream. This life, this simple life with his family was actually everything that he wished for before he got dragged into madness by that nightmare space. However, there were some strange things, like the fact he and the others didn't need to eat or even to breathe. Did the humans need those things? He strangely forgot about that before continuing his life. He married and had kids. He felt like everything that he wished for came true and he was satisfied. Sometimes, scenes of the dream about the nightmare space will flash in his head, which made him grateful for his current life and doesn't desire more than this. He doesn't need to breathe, eat, sleep, even to think because something will do them for him. He doesn't even need to live. At this moment, after 20 years, John didn't even have the desire to live anymore as he felt something cracking before his mind and soul, which lost all reasons to exist, started crumbling. Back to the real world, the game space, which was separated from the real world's history and reality, was cracked in an instant by the rainbow color. Unlike what John felt, it was just a moment here as everything was crushing before it turned into light particles. The rainbow color vanished as Leo stopped his Naga skill. Lizard or John in his hand was shattered like glass and turned into light particles flying around, leaving only a small flame in Leo's hand. This garden that gives everything while taking everything. Is this what it means to be an angel and a demon, I wonder? Leo looked at the small flame, which was the core and last part of Lizard's soul as he was in deep thoughts. His necklace closed as the Great Red's dream power stopped and Leo's halo also vanished. The game space was completely shattered as it showed the normal Fuyuki city. All its parts joined the light particles as they were falling around Leo while his hair and robe were moving with the wind. Naga Messiah is a skill that can only be fully activated when using the 10 crowns, which means sealing Leo's 3 noble phantasms' power to supply this skill with strength. It allows the manifestation of a conceptual bounded field that creates a dream where all desires will be achieved. No matter how big they are, the dream will be sure to satisfy the endless desires of humanity or anyone who enters the dream. This bounded field rejects the regular history, so it doesn't allow Leo to use his normal noble phantasms. However, it isn't something to be taken lightly. Anyone inside will start to lose themselves because the dream feeds on the victim's desires while achieving them. The victim will slowly lose every desire and with it, the will to live and do something. Humans always evolved and advanced because of their desires. What is the point of breathing if you don't have to? What is the point of eating if you don't have to? What is the point of living if the dream can even achieve it for you? Finding there is no meaning to exist anymore, the soul and mind will crumble to pieces. This is the Forsaken Eden, the true authority of Beast 6, a dream so beautiful to be true. Yet it hides a hell that devours everything. Manika Sehayu tried to use this power to achieve Arthur's desire for an eternal Britannia. To make it a dream that lasts for an eternity, but in the end, you can't rely on a beast to do these things, so her goal was a lost cause from the start. And I should stop before I die from the edge now. Leo shook his head before he looked at the sky. Did you get that, Root? When Leo said those words, the chat room appeared in front of him. It directly entered a private chat with one message. Root, developer/type Moon will got it, I can finally locate it. Thank you. But I want to say that my world is very solid, except this part you're really linked to Ritsuka. Leo shook his head as he chose to not think about it for now before looking at the screen. He can feel that she is the one that stopped the nightmare space, so it doesn't delete Lizard before his dream finishes. I guess this is related to the third objective, right? Leo raised his eyebrow when he remembered that he had 3 objectives in this mission and the third one is optional. Objective 3, try to stop the anomaly in the world. Root, developer/type Moon will sigh. You can guess that? Why can't you be one of those slightly slow guys? For the first time in his life, Leo saw something bothered by the fact that he's smart and can guess things. He means, it'll be a shame to all angels if he can't do these simple things. Root, developer/type Moon will fine. Like she can see his expression, Root decided to stop and sent a simple message. Root, developer/type Moon will, do you know something called the hook? At this time, one of the secrets of this multiverse and world will, is going to be revealed here. Nagamessiah A+, a skill that permits one to maintain a conceptual bounded field, that rejects the progress and results expressed within the proper continuity of the history of man. It allows all desires and regrets to be achieved within the possibilities of power, awareness, and will. It is also known as the Forsaken Eden, a sealed garden away from the history of the world. If it is released completely, a new history will be created according to the desires of the humans trapped within. If they weren't human, their desires will be achieved. But unlike humans, Beast 6 will have more control over their movement there. The Forsaken Eden will devour all the desires of the victim to strengthen itself and the dream, as the victim will stop even questioning the anomaly happening around him and accept it casually. When the victims lose their desires, they will even lose the capability to exist anymore, as they will crumble into dust. When activated, Leo will seal all his 3 noble phantasms to supply this dream with power. Using Great Red's dream concept also strengthened Eden's power and lowered the cost for using it. This is a place where everything could be achieved, the biggest favor to anyone who enters, yet the biggest nightmare hidden in sweet dreams. Giving everything, which made them lose everything, as a beast, this is his twisted love for humanity. Chapter 101, The Hook. At the center of Fuyuki City, the out-of-order fountain that stopped because of the blood started working again. The area looked like it was washed by a flood as everything was thrown around. It'll probably take a lot of time to be fixed. Leo was standing there while looking at the holographic screen in front of him with a blank face. He felt that this way of asking was playing on his nerves before he said, "No, I don't know." "Why would I know? How did you assume that I'll know something about your world's will's stuff? Or do you think it's cool to start your phrases in this way?" Root, developer/type Moon World will. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Leo didn't want to ask what that yes was about before receiving another message. Root, developer/type Moon World will, you need to understand that this is the usual way for us, the higher beings, to express ourselves. I feel this is just some sort of flexing of your knowledge, Leo said with a tired tone because he can imagine the answer. It'll be another yes. Root, developer/type Moon World will yes. Exactly on the point. Leo didn't know if he should sigh or celebrate his prediction skills. He has a feeling that Shiki has been corrupted by her fusion with the world's will. Root, developer/type Moon World will anyway, let's go back to the subject. Do you know something called the hook? She did it again. Leo closed his eyes for a moment before he sighed and said no. Root, developer/type Moon World will * Root nodding. GIF * Root sent a gif of her nodding like a teacher, which made Leo take another deep breath while stabbing the screen with wrong ominiad. Again. Root, developer/type Moon World will ahem. In this multiverse, we, the worlds, are like planets in space. Our existence is probably, if not surely, the most secure and safe environment to exist in the multiverse. Root, developer/type Moon World will what out of our domain, is called the multiversal void. A place with conditions harsher than you'll ever imagine. Except for us, probably only the outer gods or the multiverse spaces can exist, even if sometimes they fall to one of the multiple disasters in the multiversal void disasters. Leo felt like he's listening to a history and geographic lesson about the multiverse. Root, developer/type Moon World will some very unfortunate events, they aren't important now. Root, developer/type Moon World will in this multiversal void, we float across the endless unknown, probably everyone here does the same thing. Outer gods or the multiverse space, however, there's a difference. Leo raised his eyebrow because he saw something repeating, which was the probably word. This can mean that even Root doesn't know all or even a lot about the multiversal void. However, he also noticed that Root is leaving these hints on purpose because even if he was an angel, he'll fall short against a world will, who is clearly in a higher realm than him. It seems like even the world's wills lack knowledge in this aspect, but I guess anything can happen in the multiverse. Leo nodded before he looked at another message. Root, developer/type Moon World will if we count ourselves, as planets, and the outer gods as aliens creatures, then the multiverse spaces are like big spaceships. Root, developer/type Moon World will these spaceships gather a lot of passengers across the multiverse. And of course, you can't just ride the ship for free, they have to work to stay on board. Honestly, there's a lot about this subject, so let's move towards the way they allow their passengers to land on the world's route. Developer/type Moon World will in simple terms, there's probably two ways that have been currently seen. Pinpointing a location with a lot of marks or using the hook to attach the spaceship to a world route. Developer/type Moon World will what important now is the second way. This happens when there's enough marks or the multiverse space is ready to spend a big amount of energy to launch the hook and attach itself to a world, so like a pirate ship using grappling hooks. Leo felt the concept is very similar to pirate ships. Route, developer/type Moon World will. No. They are like spaceships using higher technologies to make a passage between itself and the world to drain it, powers like pirates running across the grappling hooks when the other ship is close enough. Leo squinted his eyes while looking at Route's description of the hook. Route, developer/type Moon World will know, it's a spaceship. You, the worlds, are some sort of islands, the multiverse spaces are pirates and their ships, and the outer gods are some sort of a kraken. Leo didn't care as he said those words that made Route, who was in the Akashic, twitch her eyebrow. Route, developer/type Moon World will, why are you persistent about this pirates theme? Why are you persistent about the sci-fi theme? Leo replayed with the same type of question, which made Route's eyebrow twitch even further. Route, developer/type Moon World will, the sci-fi theme is clearly better to describe this. Deal with it, even if I like mecha too, this is clearly Pirate of Caribbean Multiverse Edition. Leo clapped his hands like he achieved something. Route, developer/type Moon World will know, it's not. And I didn't know you like mecha. Strangely, Route refused to back down like it's a very important thing for her. But she seemed more interested in the second question. It isn't bad, but you really like this theme, huh? Is this why the Greek gods became mecha gods? Leo feels like he's discovering a lot about this world with each day passing by. Root, developer/type Moon World will cough. As I was saying, by looking through this player's memories, I was able to locate the hook. You better keep that shard of his soul because it can guide one time to the hook. When the Forsaken Eden started, Lizard was having flashbacks about the nightmare space. Those were Leo's hidden moves to let Root get what she wants from him. You avoided the question. Leo looked at the chat with blank eyes. Root, developer/type Moon World will the hook will lose its energy after some time if the players can't bring a lot of it, but after what they did, it'll keep working for a while. Root, developer/type Moon World will the other way to stop it, is to make it take action against the world and expose itself completely, which allows me to cut it to pieces. Leo didn't know why, but he really got a shiver while reading that cut word, like this world's will is really angry. So, I guess you can handle it just fine. I already had enough from this mission. Leo shrugged his shoulders as it seems like Root can take care of this because it's an optional objective. Root, developer/type Moon World will of course, I can. But you'll have to kill the next waves of players coming to this world until it's done. Leo, who was stretching his arms, stopped in his place before he said I've to. What? Root, developer/type Moon World will the passage is still open until the hook is gone, so you'll have to continue this until the hook run out of energy, which will probably take few years if it kept sending players. Leo didn't dare to ask about how many years because these worlds' will's sense of time are different from him. That few could mean 10,000 years or even more. Root, developer/type Moon World will or you can make it react, so I can destroy it. I believe you'll choose this one. Of course, I will choose that one, but how do you want me to attack it? Leo shook his head to clear his thoughts as he asked. Even if I chose to throw everything away and become the platinum, I won't be able to hurt something like that. At best, I'll just scratch it. Even if he proposed that, Leo's tone clearly suggests that he doesn't want to go full into that form. Root, developer/type Moon World will I know, even with that power, you were able to destroy that artificial god because it came to this world, but that hook is attached to the multiverse space artificial god. Interesting. Leo was interested in this topic, but he chose to wait because Root sent another message. Root, developer/type Moon World will for this to work, I need you as Beast 6 and the Morning Star of Humanity. When Root said those words, Leo took a step away from the screen before he said, Root, think about this. Root, developer/type Moon World will think about what? It's time for the morning star to shine on the fall of humanity and blind this world with its glow. The world's will is becoming chunny and edgy, we are doomed. Leo was giving up all hope he had for this world, if he had one in the first place. Root, developer/type Moon World will Alea had made a deal with someone and a very nice guy, who is willing to help, has come to this city. So, I need you to grab that first noble phantasm and call upon the star that represents the fall from the gray snow. Leo took more steps away from the screen. He doesn't like this, doesn't like it at all. Root, developer/type Moon World will because our guest needs to experience type Moon's special. With your noble phantasm, we'll diagnose and inject him with, no. Leo covered his face with his right hand because he can already guess the next word. Root, developer/type Moon World will humanity. Nu. The helpless cries of an angel echoed in Fuyuki City as it awakened some unconscious people. Meanwhile, in the forest of Mount Endu, Alex was walking towards the Ryuadu temple within Kiju. He already lost a lot of chances and understood that this mission is a completely lost cause, especially when he saw the blood chaos a few minutes ago. Lizard, as a solo player, especially a strong one, was beyond him in power. However, that guy lost in a few minutes after he tried to do something, which slammed Alex's hopes to the ground. He is more like a team player and now, he lost that advantage completely. Holding a scroll in his hand, that was an item to leave the mission. Although it gives a small penalty, it's better than losing his life. Now, he's just trying to get more points to lower the penalty by going to the Ryuadu temple, which is a very important plot point. Master! Suddenly, Inkiju's voice awoke Alex, who was lost in thoughts. Inkiju didn't explain as he jumped in front of him while golden mana was glowing on his hands. No need to get aggressive, young man, a voice echoed in the surrounding as Alex was able to feel it whispering in his ears. This made him enter combat mode immediately before looking around, however, he didn't see anything. Inkiju kept looking to the front before someone appeared suddenly. Alex was taken back by that before he saw the person. And when he did, his eyes almost popped out from his skull. The arriver was an old man with a small beard. He was wearing an old black magician robe, which seemed more unique than the other magi. He was holding a stick in his hand as he supported himself with it like any other old man, but this one had red glowing eyes that made everyone forget about his age. "Would you mind if I invite you to have a talk?" the wizard marshal, Zelrich, smiled while looking at Alex behind Inkiju. The second true magic user and one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors appeared in front of Alex, which made him want to curse everything at this moment. Chapter 102, Thunder. At the time when Leo was falling like a meteor, the reality marble in Ryuadu temple was experiencing a shocking battle. Literally. Lightning dyed the whole space with its golden color as everything was burning and crushing. This wasn't like any normal lightning, its effect and damage was far higher than the natural one, which turned the fake Fuyuki city in Shinji's reality marble into dust. 86% of the signs that showed this place as a city vanished in the first 3 seconds when the lightning fell from the sky. The ferocity and the loud sound of thunder made all other sounds disappear, leaving the thunder roaring across the reality marble. However, even with all this power from Baal, one of the 9 pillars that administer the spy satellite, which was boosted with Solomon's magecraft, Shinji's reality marble is still stable without any disturbance in its stability. Although they are called the 72 demon gods' pillars, they aren't the real demons. They are familiars that make up a huge ritual with Solomon's temple. But they aren't weak because each one of them is based on those 72 demons. Solomon looked at the lightning with a cold face while observing with his clairvoyance. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes slightly because the lightning started to change. The whole storm started to rotate at one point before the clouds in the sky joined the rotation with the lightning. In this scene that broke a lot of physics laws, Solomon didn't flinch as he saw a figure in the center of the storm. Shinji was kneeling on the ground while sweating and his breathing slightly rushed. His hands were shaking as his magic circuits were fully lit on his body. He didn't care about the burns on his body as he was pushing his magecraft to its limits. The mana was rushing from his body like a fountain, yet the huge mana amount didn't seem to belong to any human. The Rubik cube next to him was going like crazy as it switched from a spell to another to protect Shinji's body. However, his efforts weren't in vain as the whole storm of lightning was revolving around him. Dark clouds and golden lightning became a giant tornado around Shinji, which made a terrifying picture. "No, stop!" Solomon said those words before his mana rushed and several magecraft activated inside his temple. In Solomon's eyes, Shinji's mana doesn't belong to his body, but it came from an alternative source, which probably the Holy Grail, but what he cared about more is the flow of the storm. The storm power was strong, but Shinji was able to rotate it around him, even if the correct choice was to stop it because it was clearly exhausting for him to handle this amount of power. So, this means that Shinji can't stop the flow. Keep flowing without stopping, this one of Shinji's origin features that Solomon found. Using this discovery, you can just keep throwing this guy with everything you got and exhaust him until he can't use his reality marble, but in this state, Solomon didn't wait because it wasn't necessary. Taking a deep breath, Shinji stood up slowly as he looked at Solomon's in the sky. With his movements, the storm was rising up before he clenched his fist and waved forward. The Rubik cube calculated the trajectory and reality marble protected Shinji before he tossed the whole lightning storm of Baal towards Solomon. The whole storm moved like a behemoth that darkened the sky while moving forwards towards Solomon's temple. With its movements, the fake Fuyuki city was destroyed further, even the forests at the side were affected. At the temple, the demon god's pillars looked at the dark golden tornado rushing towards them before they started their formation. More than 10 demon gods went next to Baal before they linked their ritual with him. When that happened, Baal, who was on a cool down because of overusing his ritual, returned to work as his eyes glowed. Several laser beams rushed from the demon gods and turned into a huge formation in front of the temple. It seemed like a shield made from a lot of laser beams, but with all those holes, Shinji didn't think they'd be able to stop it casually. However, the demon god's pillars proved how wrong he is. Like water extinguishing fire, the lightning vanished against the shield, which was a counter-magecraft ritual based on Baal, who caused the storm in the first place. Shinji was breathing heavily while looking at the performance of the demon god's pillars, but what worried him is that all of them were glowing, which means all of the 72 pillars are performing magecraft with Solomon. Damn it! Medea, open the gate! Shinji saw this as he knew that he couldn't help it. His words seemed to trigger something in Solomon, and now he isn't wasting anything at his disposal. Except using the third noble phantasm, all the demons gods and the temple rituals were at their top performance. When Shinji finished those words, he jumped from his place because several demon gods were bombarding him with laser beams, which didn't give him the luxury of resting or even thinking. However, at the core of the reality marble, a woman was sitting inside a ritual with a golden sword sheath at its center. Medea looked at Avalon in the center of the ritual before several magical circles appeared next to her before the whole ritual started shining. But Shinji-sama, that thing is... Medea tried to say something, but Shinji stopped her before he said in their link, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself." Medea was hesitating inside, but her hands didn't stop as she activated the ritual before the whole reality marble became connected to something. Inside the reality marble, Solomon finished his magecraft as the whole temple was glowing. Asterisk boom. Asterisk like a shockwave, a wave of mana rushed to the surroundings as it raised the dust and ashes to the sky, but it didn't hurt anything else, which made Shinji confused. However, that didn't last long because he saw the ground moving. All the trees, rubbles, rocks, buildings, and anything on the ground were gathering together in numerous spots around the reality marble. In the eyes of Shinji, all that was destroyed by his battle with Solomon started to gather into golems. Hundreds? No, it was 10,000 golems rising from the ground. Their average height was 30 meters while some of them reached 100 meters in height. This was a terrifying scene for anyone, but this didn't shock Shinji more than the effect of these golems. Usually, the golem magecraft is used to create guards or familiars to stop the intruders because it's easy to use. However, to use it in a real battle, especially between servants, is a stupid act, but Solomon was different. His golemancy, which is a part of Kabbalistic magecraft like Leo, who uses numerology, is far stronger than any magi. Each golem here can face a servant based on their physical capabilities alone. Even the stronger golems can put servants into a disadvantage despite using their noble phantasm, which shows how terrifying his magecraft after he got a huge source of mana. Waving his hand, Shinji shot a wind blade at the golems, which cut them in half, but they recovered immediately by using dirt and stone on the ground. Shinji felt a little helpless against this immortal army because he can't control the flow of mana from Solomon's temple, and he always kept his eyes for a sneak attack from Solomon or his demon gods. I really didn't want to use this now. Shinji sighed before he waved his arm as the flow of time and space was changing. Solomon wanted to teleport and attack, but the flow of time and space was very chaotic, which made him unable to calculate the correct teleportation position. Shinji made the space and time chaotic on purpose, even if they were leaving wounds on his body, but he didn't care as he grabbed something from inside the space. A red glow filled the ground as a giant gem that had the size of a boulder appeared next to Shinji. Its glow and waves of mana made all the area next to it filled with mana. Philosopher's Stone. Solomon sensed the similarities of that gem with the Philosopher's Stone, but its size and aura was very strange. Raising his fist, Solomon shot a large beam of light towards Shinji while the demon gods started casting spells. Fire, ice, lightning, darkness, Curses, a lot of spells were shot at Shinji, even the golems rushed towards him. However, putting his hand on the gem, a red wave of mana crushed all the attacks in the air, even the golems fell like broken dolls, which made Solomon frown. That was more like using alchemy to change the properties and effect of the attacks and golems in an instant, but is that possible in alchemy? Shinji didn't waste time as he left the protection for his reality marble and grabbed his Rubik cube. With a twist of his hand, the Rubik cube surfaces changed into a red magical circle, which glowed like a gem. The cube rose above the gem on its own before a red magical circle appeared on top of Shinji. Solomon and demon gods didn't stop the attack, but they gathered more power and tried to slow Shinji. No matter what, the glow of the gem got weaker when they attacked, so it shouldn't take long to break it. Tell me, King of Magecraft. Didn't you know that Gilgamesh and Enkidu met a while ago? Shinji said those words with a smile from the flow of space and time moved and teleported him far away from the gem. Solomon listened to those words before his eyes widened slightly. He didn't waste any moment, even with the danger of alarming Beast 6, and opened the temple slightly. A large beam of light was shot towards the gem and magical circle as it burned everything in its way. Boom. A large explosion hit Shinji's location and turned it into a sea of flames, but Solomon didn't stop. More and more attacks landed on the gem position as Solomon's expression became slightly grim because he could feel it. The divinity in the air is rising. Thump thump, the echoes of a giant footsteps were heard from the sea of flames, but that wasn't all. Clouds, a lot of clouds, even more than what Baal caused, appeared in the reality marble before they shone with blue lightning. Suddenly, it appeared. A golden body filled with the raging divinity manifested in the sky. With a size taller than a mountain, each step was shaking the earth and all the golems lose their balance. The spells and attacks from Solomon and the demon gods were crushed by the blue lighting that was filled with divinity. Once upon a time, in an era that man and gods walked together, there was a goddess. After some events, the goddess was insulted by Gilgamesh and attacked by Enkidu, so she has a huge grudge against them. In a manner of a curse more than a blessing, she swore if one day, those two were to meet again on this planet, I would exert all my divinity, all my soul to protect humans. That goddess was called Ishtar, and Solomon was looking at one of the results of her curse or blessing to the world. A divine beast that even the gods weren't able to control, a monster that caused 7 years of famine and destruction upon the earth, has appeared in this reality marble. Solomon looked at the strongest divine beast of Sumer as he prepared his temple. He has to admit that he has no idea how Shinji was able to use something that belongs to Ishtar, even if it doesn't seem in his command. Thunder and lightning were roaring across the sky before Gugalana, the bull of heaven, roared as the whole area was shaking. Chapter 103, Shocking. It ended? Just like this. Rin saw the blood disaster ending with a flash of light as she didn't know what to say. Like all of us can see, Archer's sarcastic tone made Rin angry because he is stating the obvious. Nero seemed to be dissatisfied for some sort of reason, which made Ritsuka take one step away while holding Fu. I thought I'll have more of a role in this than just a linking device. Nero's dissatisfaction grew stronger as Ritsuka was sweating because her role seemed larger than the Emperor. Pfff. Suddenly, the sound of the flesh being pierced was heard in the church, which made everyone look at their left. Cu was holding his spear while stabbing Kaire's heart with mercy. The spear was shining red, which meant the curse was activated on Kaire's heart and it couldn't be recovered normally. Lancer. You. Black mud was gushing from the Kaire's chest, but Cu didn't care as he twisted the spear and crushed the artificial heart made by the black mud. The connection with Ingramania Mana was removed when the artificial heart was crushed as Kaire lost his vitality and became a corpse. Cu looked at this before he removed his spear and rotated it in his hand. Lancer, are you? Archer widened his eyes slightly while looking at Cu, who lost his source of mana when Kaire died. Oh? What with that look? He doesn't seem like an important problem after this. Cu grinned while looking at the shocked expression of everyone here. Or do you mean this? Cu started losing mana. If he didn't have the battle continues skill, he would start to become transparent by now. Without a master or a supply of mana, Cu will eventually lose and leave this war, so this is why Archer was surprised by him killing his master directly. You gave up on the war. Rin was more surprised than Archer as she looked at Kairei's corpse on the ground. Well, I didn't like this war from the moment my true master died. Cu shrugged his shoulders as he didn't care about this. Honestly, after seeing all that this war caused, he became more uninterested in it. It was pointless to stay. If his true master was here, then he wouldn't mind going with her until the end, but now, he really doesn't have any motivation even for the Holy Grail. But at least, he got her revenge. I see. Archer nodded and didn't go into this subject further. Oi! Don't give me that face, you're on my list if we ever meet again. Cu pointed at Archer with his spear because he remembered that this guy was going easy in their fight and also spread lies about him. What if his teacher knew about them? Yet. Archer turned his face away and sighed because he has a feeling this would haunt him one day. A warrior at heart, I see. Nero nodded while looking at Cu's actions while Ritsuka nodded, even if she doesn't really understand the suicidal moves, but they really felt like they had a meaning. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of a horse running before Leo appeared in front of everyone on Made in Hell. He landed quickly before he saw the dead Kairi and Cu, who was losing his mana. Goodbye rejoicing fake priest, you weren't rejoicing enough. Leo had a moment of silence for the dead mime before he said, so, what happened? Oh, you're here. I regret not fighting with you, even if I know that I would lose. After all, you're one of few that know teacher. Cu looked at Leo arriving as he sighed, even if he felt luckier. From all the users of runes, the primordial runes users and servants should definitely know his teacher, however, he didn't sense any tone of fear or respect from Leo. This means he knows his teacher and probably has the power to fight her equally, or this pride of his would already be stabbed by her red spear. He even had a weird feeling that Leo might call his teacher an old woman. Shaking his head to remove the suicidal thoughts, Cu didn't dare to think about them again. Although his teacher doesn't care about her age, an insult is a signal for battle, which means a welcoming to the half-dead state for Cu. Ha! Leo didn't have one single idea about what the fuck is this guy talking about. He doesn't know the old woman named Scat Hatch, and even if he did, he won't care. No need to say more, even if I regret having this boring war. Cu sighed again because of his luck that led him to this clusterfuck of a war. Leo didn't know what this guy was smoking and didn't want to know. Unexpectedly, Leo felt something strange before he looked at the other people here because they weren't looking at Cu and the dead Kairi, but him. Each one of them had a different reaction. Archer had the biggest weird stares Leo saw in this world. Nero stopped all her movements like a pause button, Ritsuka was blushing slightly, and Rin turned her head away with a blush while saying I can't believe it, multiple times. Only Cu didn't show a different look. Seeing the weird stares from Archer, Leo looked at his clothes, which he changed into his casual attire and put his glasses back on, so he wasn't edgy at all. Except for the burning horse and dark lance in his hand. He even cut his long hair to be totally normal and away from any angel mode. Clearing that from the way, Leo took another look at everyone, especially Nero, who started walking towards him. That gave him a chill for some reason before he heard Archer say your face. Is this why I can't remember your visage no matter how I try? Archer always wondered why he can't remember Leo's look clearly. However, after understanding Leo's personality, he knows why that happened. It was like a veil of darkness was distorting his vision and the memories in his head. If someone didn't observe long and kept his awareness at the highest, he won't even sense this phenomenon. My face. Leo touched his face before his expression darkened. His darkness power, the darkness that belongs to the father of lies, which hides his face, disappeared. When the platinum ribbons appeared, Lucifer's power became very weak and even stopped working, so the darkness power was forcibly shut down and Leo forgot about it after his talk with Root because he used to have it on. So, what everyone was looking at now was an otherworldly beauty. Although he had a tired face, for some reason it didn't affect him at all. No matter how they tried, you can't describe that face with the word handsome or cool. It's a beauty that doesn't belong to this world. The slightly long eyelashes and perfect facial features, especially his eyes that seemed to become a spiral that looks directly into the soul. The two eyes seemed to be gazing at a far place at the end and the beginning. No matter how hard you try, you can't make them focus on you. At first, Ritsuka felt that Leo was detached from the world, which people can't really reach, but now, she confirmed her thoughts. Even his look is detached and doesn't belong to the mortal grounds, the better way to say it was a star that you can never reach. Rin turned her face immediately because she couldn't believe that she thought this guy was exactly her type for a second. She refuses to believe. However, the most dissatisfied person by this thing was Leo because of this stupid divinity and angel's physique he has. Into Aru, angels don't have gender as the god-perfect tools, so this affected Leo's body and made it move towards the ideal form, especially when he almost entered the platinum. And the divinity can be described with the next phrase: I, Venus, shall not let anyone who hold my concept and divinity be less than 12/10 in the human's beauty scale. Of course, that was Leo's imagination, but it wasn't far from the truth. Anyone who holds some of Venus' divinity will get a huge boost in charm, not to mention Leo, who can almost summon Venus like a goddamn type in this world. When Leo was thinking if he should delete everyone's memories, he heard something before he looked at his side and saw Nero. Her hair was covering her eyes like the calm before the storm, which made Leo say, "What? My praetor?" Nero said before she looked at Leo with dissatisfied eyes, but they were more sparkling than ever. Although I don't mind surprise, no, I absolutely like surprises, but some things shouldn't stay a secret, Nero said while taking a step forward. What in the... Leo didn't know what to think about this before Nero caught his hand. The first one was for medical purposes, now you're just a degenerate. Leo wanted to teach this world about unprotected hand-holding, however, Nero didn't care for the moment. Let me take a closer look. Nero raised her body to Leo as she tried to look at his face. No, this is a curse. Leo applied the darkness power again, which made Nero jump at him while screaming no. What are you doing? Leo was pushing Nero's face away, but Nero kept attacking while saying, I refuse to let your beauty be hidden. At least try to be polite and call me handsome. Leo pushed Nero further as a small battle started there. Everyone looked at the two pushing each other as they didn't know what to say. However, at least Leo's look was hidden again, so Ritsuka and Rin finally were able to look at him normally. Like Leo said, they really felt that this is a curse. However, at this moment, someone appeared on top of the church roof before he said, it seems you're having fun, mongrels. Archer grabbed his weapons immediately before he looked at the figure on the rooftop. It was a man with golden armor that made everyone squint their eyes because he was glowing a lot. Ho! You're also here. Humph! I must say it was a splendid effort you did there while fighting those rats. Although I don't see any reason to waste effort on them. Gilgamesh looked at Leo pushing Nero away as he said with a grin. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A minute passed and Gilgamesh was waiting as Leo didn't even look at him or care about his presence. Gilgamesh's eyebrow was twitching while looking at the small battle there before he said, are you testing my patience, Morning Star? Leo pushed Nero away from him again before he looked at Gilgamesh and said, who are you? At that moment, the place was caught in a short silence except for Archer, who was trying to hold his laughter in. Chapter 104, I don't care. The silence filled the whole area as everything seemed to be stopped in time. However, not everything, because two things were moving. Archer, who is holding his laughter while his shoulders were shaking, and the fight between Leo and Nero as the former was trying to push her away and the latter was trying to remove the mask from his face. However, like it is supposed to happen, the true heroes never fear death, especially this time. Ha 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 ha. Cu, who started to turn into light particles, laughed directly while looking at Gilgamesh. Although he doesn't know this shiny guy, his proud attitude made this moment very funny. A dark cloud appeared on Gilgamesh's face as his red eyes were shining. Ritsuka and Rin looked at the historical figures doing shenanigans as all what they learned about history turned into a lie after this Holy Grail war. In their minds, Nero has become a woman, so what next? King Arthur? Little did they know. Suddenly, the silence was disturbed by several golden portals in space that appeared around Gilgamesh. They were like water ripples in space and all of them were aiming at Cu. With a flash of light, several weapons were shot at Cu, who was disappearing and losing all his mana. Oi! In this state, Cu was only able to wave with his spear, but the power behind the weapons broke his current defense easily and accelerated his exit. Asterisk boom! Asterisk dust raised in the air before Cu turned into light particles and disappeared, but before that, he laughed one last time. This showed the power of E-Luck, even if he was more lucky at these moments. Lancer died. Archer said in shock while looking at the light particles rising in the sky. You aren't human. Leo said while looking at Gilgamesh, who crossed his arms. I'm a king. Gilgamesh said with a proud tone before he looked at Leo with his glowing eyes. Here the oldest king of humanity shows clearly that a king isn't limited by race or something. It's a sight to behold, someone who doesn't recognize the face of the king. You dare with every word. The atmosphere started to become colder, except Leo, who doesn't fear death, and Nero, who was clinging to him. Everyone moved away. At this moment, Gilgamesh is using his clairvoyance, so as a clairvoyance user, he can know a lot of things, and for someone with the same ability to not know his identity. This isn't just an insult, but a big one on top of that. Look here, Gilgamesh, that I know will come saying mongrel and mongrel, so for you to actually try to talk nice and compliment me, it feels like mongrel is the universal way to address most of the people. Leo shook his head like he's saying that I don't know you anymore. Humph. You've good eyes, I must say. Strangely, Gilgamesh's anger weakened. Apparently, he agreed that what Leo said is correct and even pleased to find someone who understands. Before he said, however, it's bold from you to even think about telling when a king to do. Did this guy change for some reason? Oh, I can't see the world's evil in him anymore. Leo raised his eyebrow while looking at Gilgamesh, who was a lot different than the time he saw him at the beginning of this mission. Moreover, how did this guy enter this place? Leo looked around to see Pakia in the sky and the barrier, which was removed. It seems like he saw no reason to keep the barrier, so he removed it to not waste energy, even if a reason appeared now. If you're looking for the filth of a dumpster that these mongrels left, then you're really attempting to insult this king. Gilgamesh's eyes became sharp while looking at Leo, even his mana was rising. To be honest, after being affected by the world's evil, Gilgamesh's other sides started to surface and his thoughts became extreme. Although he doesn't mind it nor will he back away from anything he has done or said, he was furious about the filth of humanity affecting him. Something like that shouldn't ever change the way of king thinking. For this, he's kinda grateful in some weird way for Leo, who purified that filth by his attack. Insult? Wasn't destroying your treasures that time enough? Okay, this started to become very weird for Leo. Fahahaha. Of course, no one shall destroy my treasure and walk away. Gilgamesh laughed as his ego was rushing towards the sky in Leo's eyes. That's more like it, Goldie. Even if you're a walking treasure, Leo said as Archer was walking further away from him and this place. Is that so? Humph. For a torch with weak flames, you're running your mouth. Gilgamesh grinned as his mana was rising. At least, I didn't fall from my ship, Leo said as his mana was also increasing and his lance was spinning slowly. Big words from someone going after rats. A golden key appeared in Gilgamesh's hand before he inserted it into the air. Fahahahahahahaha. Gilgamesh started laughing without a warning while the magical circuits started to become a portal in space. Ha 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 ha. Leo also started laughing while raising the lance in his hand. However, they didn't stop laughing for more than 3 minutes while everyone was watching. Archer was questioning what he's looking at while Ritsuka and Rin didn't like this atmosphere at all. How is this possible? Archer didn't understand how and why these two seemed to get along even if they are about to clash at any moment. Feeling something wrong, Gilgamesh squinted his eyes while looking at Leo, but he didn't stop his laughter as it became louder. Leo also squinted his eyes at Gilgamesh while his laughter became louder. With that, the grand laughing competition started in front of everything as they didn't know what to think about it. Suddenly, and without a warning, both of them stopped and moved quickly. Several portals appeared in the air before they shot different weapons at Leo. Gilgamesh didn't stop as he stretched his hand and picked EA from his treasury, which made a red storm appear around him. Leo glanced at the weapons rushing with a speed beyond the speed of sound towards him before he calculated all their trajectory. Like a supercomputer, the wind, moisture, friction, mana, even atoms were partially calculated in a second before Leo waved with the lance and hit the first two weapons. The lance knocked a spear away while making a sword bounce towards the other weapons. Ricocheting from a weapon to another, most of Gilgamesh's shots were deflected before the dark storm from the lance knocked them away. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk the weapons hit the ground as they created several potholes and raised the dust to the air, which blocked everyone's vision. Nero, let go of me. Leo stared at Nero, who was clinging to him as he sighed helplessly. No, I refuse. Nero was like in a death and life situation as she refused to let go. Listen, no matter how you say it, I hate this face. No, I'm absolutely disgusted by it, Leo said as he looked at the dust cloud in front of him and felt something coming. For you as an artist, beauty is a very important thing. I don't really see anything wrong with that, it's your choice and ideas, but for me, I don't like it. The lance in Leo's hand started spinning as a dark storm cleared the dust before looking at Gilgamesh waving EA toward him. The spatial red storm was crushing everything while rushing towards him, but Leo didn't flinch as he raised his lance and shot an equally dark storm. Especially when it's on my face. With those words, the two storms collided before they nullified each other and turned into sparks of mana in the air. EA destroys the world while Rongominiad makes sure the world stays stable, so they cancel each other when they have contact. Look, I'm not really a good or likable guy and I'm fully aware of that. Leo caught Nero, who was almost blown away because of the dark storm, and put her on the ground before he said, the first impression for most people meeting me is hate and dislike. However, that isn't bad. If you're going to hate me, then go ahead. I don't even care because this is me and I won't change to be some sort of likable in anyone's eyes. Leo moved with a horse a little forward before he said, you'll just be the next source of entertainment, trolling target, so be my guest. So, giving someone a fake reason to like me similar to my look is a no for me. I prefer people to think of me as an asshole than come smiling just for my look or something. Leo moved with the horse forward, leaving Nero before he said, this is my idea and thoughts. I don't need anyone to agree and I don't care about anyone's opinion on the matter. I'll just do what I want to do. Then what about not caring about your look in the first place? Nero couldn't help but ask as Leo glanced at his back before moving forward without answering. That's the reason why I didn't drop-kick you when you tried to cling to me without my consent. With those thoughts, Leo looked at Gilgamesh, who was waiting. You really took your time. It seems this king needs to open your eyes at what you're about to face at this moment. Gilgamesh feels that wasting time is enough and he'll start the true battle now. Ah, thank you for that, and for my gratitude. Leo raised his lance as a dark storm was blowing before he waved his lance forward. The dark storm turned into a monster that was devouring everything while rushing towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh raised EA as the red storm appeared around him and clashed with the dark one, but he missed the calculation of strength because Leo's storm was far stronger than the last one. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a large sound of metal collision was heard before Gilgamesh was sent far high into the air before he crushed the storm with EA looking at the ground. Gilgamesh raised Ea as several other weapons appeared. Slamming the horse reins, Leo rushed towards the sky as he became the center of his dark storm while flying towards Gilgamesh. In the eyes of everyone in the ground, two storms, red and black, collided as the clouds that barely gathered themselves above Fuiki, were blown again. Meanwhile, Zelrich was standing in front of Alex and Enkidu with a smile, but that smile wasn't warm at all. Without hesitation, Alex used the item in his hand while trying to run away from this place back to the nightmare place. However, a friendly message appeared on his face. You're in a spatial and temporal blockage zone. All the items and abilities that involve space and time will be put into judgment according to the strength and type of the zone. The zone type is a parallel world. Your item 5-second initial time of activation has become 15 minutes. Those words that were written in red were like the deepest nightmare that Alex has ever seen. Looking at Zelrich stroking his small beard, he wanted to give up on everything now. However, at the corner of Zelrich's eyes were some flower petals flying around the forest, which made his smile more interesting, but he didn't know that his smile brought more despair to Alex. Chapter 105, Kaleidoscope. I'm not interrupting something, right? Those words were said with a calm and casual tone, however, they didn't carry those feelings at all. The dead apostle and second true magic user, whose domain is the operation of parallel worlds, looked at the weapon and the guest with a smile, but his red eyes weren't smiling. Alex was cursing his luck as he couldn't believe that he got into this situation. This man in front of him shouldn't appear in this mission, or at least in this scenario. Is the nightmare space serious? How can players in his level be able to fight this enemy? Even their last card items are being affected by Zelrich easily, so this is beyond all that he faced until now. Get yourself together, Master. Suddenly, like grabbing the last straw of hope, Alex heard Enkidu's voice in his head. This isn't the time to be lost in thoughts. Enkidu, who saw his master's state, couldn't help but remind him of the situation. Enkidu was glowing with golden mana while standing in front of his master. The mana was absorbed from the ground and being channeled towards his chains directly. He couldn't afford a moment of relaxation or even an instant to blink, because this dead apostle in front of him won't give him the chance, especially if he was a space and time user. At any moment, Zelrich can teleport or use magic on him or his master, so he needs to be ready to cancel it. By using the connection between his noble phantasm and the counterforce, Enkidu can feel what kind of person is standing in front of him. A dead apostle and a true magic user, which are clearly hated by Gaia and Alea. When someone reaches the roots, like the true magic users, they will be put directly on the blacklist of Gaia and Alea. While the dead apostles are hated by Alea because they can turn the humans into their kind. Fighting this enemy, Enkidu thought that he should get a huge boost from the counterforce, but the reality was very different. When he stood in front of his master, the support from Gaia and Alea became minimal. Like they were screaming they hate Alex for some reason. This made Enkidu's face twitch for a second while thinking about what his master did to anger the counterforce more than a dead apostle and a goddamn true magic user. Enkidu didn't know that his master was one of the reasons for Satan to appear in this world, which wasn't a happy event for the counterforce. Gaia is having nightmares about the land of steel, and Alea was given a nickname of the Edge Order, which made them hate him and the reason he appeared. Lancer. Alex, who almost lost all his hope, felt like a ray of light shined on his dark world before he said in his mind, "Can you block him for at least 15 minutes? Enkidu's face twitched more. In his whole life as a weapon, this has to be the largest internal conflict he faced. Honestly, if he wasn't a weapon, he'll probably turn around and call his master crazy now. I'll do my best. That was all that Enkidu could promise about the situation, which slammed Alex's hope into the ground again. Are you done? Talking in my back isn't very polite. Hearing the cold voice, Alex and Enkidu were surprised, which made Zelrich chuckle at their reaction. To be on this land really brings back memories. Zelrich felt the Holy Grail ritual that spread all across the city before he said Mockery should have made his command seal system more secure than this. However, I don't think he has the chance now, at least not in this world. Zelrich shook his head like he was sort of sad about something. Makari Zalgan, the patriarch of the Zalgan family, which was one of the 3 families that made the Holy Grail. He was a man with a lot of ambitions and dreams. His biggest dream was to create a utopia, a paradise where he can eliminate all the hatred and suffering from the world. This cause brought him to Japan, where he participated in the creation of the Holy Grail, even if he lost his way now and became known as Zukanmatu. Enough with the dusted past. Now, what should I do with you? Zelrich said as Enkidu's expression froze before the ground under him opened like ripples in water, which showed some signs of weapons. However, I think you know more than me about the situation. Zelrich didn't care about Enkidu's action as he looked at the side. Do I? Although I have to say, it's a pleasure to meet you, magician from this age. A voice echoed in the surrounding as it made Alex surprised and Enkidu's expression became grim. Flowers' petals appeared in the air before they gathered into the shape of a person as Merlin appeared in front of everyone. Are you coming for him? I wouldn't mind a helping hand, Zelrich said with a smile as Alex saw the man walking while growing flowers under his feet with a blank face. I'm afraid that I have to deny, even if I wouldn't mind offering a helping hand, Merlin also said with a smile. I was too focused on the magician. Enkidu glanced with the corner of his eyes at Merlin. I thought you're coming for him. It should be the second thing then. Sigh. The situation of this parallel world is complicated. Zelrich sighed at the situation of this parallel world. If it wasn't for the association, he wouldn't care about what is happening to it. Yes, apparently, Avalon's textures appeared on this world and they are somehow spreading, Merlin said with a slightly serious face while looking at the direction of the temple. When Merlin finished with his shock about Leo's discussed marvelous tactics, he felt something appeared in this present world. Something that was very faint, yet it was very familiar for Merlin to miss it. It was Avalon's textures that appeared somewhere near this location, which made him rush directly to see what happened. The textures are layers of reality that wrap around the planet's surface, including the present world bound by the laws of physics which humans currently live and the reverse side of the world beneath it. Merlin felt the reality in this area is being written by the textures of Avalon and approaching a similar state to the Age of Gods. When that happens, a lot of violations and irregular accidents that shouldn't appear in this era will manifest more easily. He doesn't understand how this could happen without anyone noticing. Even the parallel world's magician didn't seem to notice this until he came here by chance. If it wasn't for his deep connection with Avalon, even Merlin will be in dark for this accident. However, may I ask what brought you here? Merlin said while looking at Zelrich with the corner of his eyes. He can't say for sure what made this magician appear here and even offer his help. Hehe, you're really expecting a lot from this old man. I'm just here to locate something and offer a stage for a beast, nothing more. Zelrich stroked his short beard while laughing slightly. A stage? Merlin didn't understand immediately, but then, he remembered who was the man in front of him. Kisker Zelrich Chwinorg, the user of the second true magic, which allows the operation of the parallel worlds. This magic doesn't only give its users a huge ability around space and time, but it allows them to perform miracles that the humans' minds can't believe. Traveling to other realities, having an infinite number of avatars across the multiverse, type moon, summon accidents across time and space, even parallel worlds. If the user is strong enough, he can create new parallel worlds to use them in combat or even have a near infinite amount of mana by using the source from other parallel worlds. Merlin understood that Zelrich offered to create or send the battlefield to another parallel world, which is far, far better than the current world. This made Merlin stare at him blankly before he said, "Where have you been all this time?" I'm not really interested in humanity's internal conflicts like you," Zelrich said with a listless tone. Fair Merlin didn't find a comeback from that because he was interested in the problems of humanity. Enkidu looked at these two having a conversation as he wanted to use this as a chance to make a breakthrough from this problem. However, when he tried to call his master, he noticed that his eyes started to become blank. "Master," Enkidu widened his eyes before he heard a loud sound in the sky. At the city sky, a red and black storm collided as the clouds were cleared. This clash drew everyone's attention because of the amount of mana and power it contained. However, Inkiju recognized the red storm and the chance he was given. Boom! The ground exploded with a golden light as chains rushed from Inkiju and waved around. Like popping a bubble, the illusion of Merlin was broken instantly, which allowed Alex to wake up. Inkiju waved with his hand as some chains rushed towards Merlin and weapons were shot at Zelrich before he picked Alex from his collar and jumped. Merlin was pierced by the chains easily before his body turned into flower petals and appeared elsewhere while Zelrich didn't move at all. All the weapons filled with mana that Inkiju shot disappeared when they reached a certain distance to Zelrich. Inkiju saw this as he didn't understand before his eyes winded and looked at the area around him. Without any sign, the weapons he shot appeared around him while all of them were aiming at his master, Alex. Inkiju didn't think a lot as he turned his hand into a blade of mana before he waved horizontally. Most of the weapons around was cut by his blade before he twisted his body in the air and used one of them to jump away. Boom! Leaving a sonic boom in the air, Inkiju disappeared from the vision of Merlin and Zelrich and kept running away. Master, get yourself together. If you keep doing this then your chances of survival are really below zero. Inkiju didn't give up as he continued to remind his master. Alex felt really bitter about this situation, but as Inkiju says, he couldn't go out without a fight. He took his gun and a weird crystal from his inventory before he sighed and tightened his grip on them. If he's going down, then he'll go down fighting at least. Merlin looked at the two disappearing before he said, "Are you letting them go?" "Give it a second." Zelrich picked a weird sword made from gems before he looked in the opposite direction of where Inkiju and Alex ran. Merlin also looked in that direction before he saw a green flash rushing towards their location. It was Inkiju and Alex, who just ran in the opposite direction. Inkiju saw what was in front of him as he closed his eyes for a moment before increasing his speed. Apparently, the area space is looped and all the ways will lead to the same place, so he had no choice, but to rush directly. Zelrich waved with his jeweled sword, which was his mystic code that allowed multi-dimensional refraction phenomenon and strengthened his magic and magecraft. The space and time around Inkiju was distorting as Zelrich wanted to seal him between the cracks of space, but then, Inkiju glowed with a golden light and ignored everything as he rushed like a meteor. Zelrich raised his eyebrow before waving the jeweled sword as Inkiju arrived in front of him. Boom! A shock wave of mana and wind blasted the surroundings as Inkiju was clashing with Zelrich. The sparks of mana and even ether from the jeweled sword were flying in the air as Inkiju was doing his best to push forward while Zelrich was just raising his arm. Compared to Inkiju, who was taking this seriously, Zelrich looked at the chains around Inkiju as he sensed a little bit of the counterforce's power. Do they hate him this much? He's just trying to help, but they still hate him. Zelrich couldn't understand what was going on in Gaia and Alea's mind before his jeweled sword glowed like a kaleidoscope of all colors. The space started to compress around the sword as the ether, which is a higher form of mana, rushed like a torrent to the present world. Inkiju's eyes became pinpoints before he threw Alex away and channeled his mana to the chains. Boom! A large shock wave raised the ground and ripped off most of the tree in front of Zelrich before Inkiju was sent flying. Alex rolled on the ground before he saw Inkiju flying across the area and dragging his feet on the ground for more than 20 meters before stopping while Zelrich was casually holding his sword. However, his life-saving skill, which worked like a sixth sense, was activated as he rolled on the ground again and shot to his back. A golden sword appeared from the dust and cut Alex's last position into pieces. Merlin looked at Alex avoiding his attack before he raised Excalibur and cut the laser beam in half. Alex didn't wait to see the result of his attack because he can feel that Merlin is rushing towards him as he took the crystal and broke it. This crystal is actually a mystery for him. He couldn't identify it completely in the nightmare space, so he only knew it had the blood of some sort of a demon, which can be used to change his bloodline after some treatment. It also had another effect, which increased his power by x20 times according to the nightmare space, but the consequences are unknown. Honestly, Alex didn't want to use this crystal at all, but the situation didn't allow him any luxury as he waited for the power and consequences to arrive. However, he only opened his eyes to see flowers growing under his feet. What the foo? Ugh! Suddenly, Alex felt a sharp pain in his arm, only for his vision to shift. He was on the ground, lying with a bleeding arm while looking at Merlin, freezing him with a spell. His hand that had the crystal was cut off before he even used it in the first place. He was in an illusion from the moment he saw Merlin. If his skill wasn't on cooldown, he could sense danger, but it was too late. However, before Merlin finished his spell, a chain appeared which made him stop the spell and avoid the attack. Inkiju, who saw his master's condition, rushed to rescue him, but Zelrich stopped him, so he could only shoot one chain to delay Merlin. Aren't you taking it easy? Zelrich said before the jeweled sword was glowing as a kaleidoscope bloomed in front of Enkiju's face. Several ether cannons fired at Enkiju, which didn't leave him any chance to breathe as all colors magic beams carried a huge amount of energy that made him use his full power to stop them. 1, 2, 3. Enkiju was blocking the cannons like crazy as sparks were flying everywhere. Some of them hit his body as they blew away a part of it before he was fixed by mana. He knew that he couldn't last like this, especially if his master was in danger now. His master proposed a 15 minutes delay, but it has only been 4 minutes now and the situation doesn't look great. Enuma Eli. Seeing the slim chance, Enkiju wanted to use his noble phantasm, but then, the whole area started shaking. From the temple at the mountain, everyone felt a weird reaction of mana coming from it as the real world was getting affected. However, before anyone understood what was happening, a large rainbow-colored beam rushed from the city as it carried a large amount of mana with a quality and form that Zelrich never saw before. Even if that mana seemed angry for some reason that he didn't understand. Can mana get angry? The beam ignored everyone before it reached the temple and hit the invisible reality marble on top of it. Chapter 106, Mongrel. In the sky far above Fuyuki, 2 hurricanes rampaged as they cast a shadow on the world underneath. The wind was howling like a monster roaring in the air with all it might. The clear blue color of the sky was covered by black and red as 2 hurricanes were clashing at a very high speed. The clouds didn't last a moment before they scattered around and disappeared from this battlefield before the 2 storms met head to head. Boom. Another ear-splitting noise shook the world as the hurricanes clashed before they started to break and turn into sparks in the air. The sparks floated in the air like light particles before they melted with the wind as Leo appeared from the dark storm on his horse. Despite the mana sparks, Leo could clearly see with his clairvoyance as he spotted Gilgamesh above him. Hundreds of portals appeared behind Gilgamesh as all of them were ready to launch a barrage of noble phantasms. However, this wasn't a reason to stop. Leo slammed the horse's reins as Made in Hell accelerated his speed. Each step was leaving blue sparks in the air as the horse turned into a bullet, dashing towards Gilgamesh. Waving with his hand, Gilgamesh fired a lot of noble phantasm at Leo as they left a trail of light in the air. Each one of them was A-rank and B-rank noble phantasms filled with mana and ready to be used as a huge quality mystery bomb. Even the mana in the air was stirred by the speed of the weapons. The sky in front of Leo seemed to be filled with stars suddenly as the noble phantasms cut through the air quickly. Despite this attack, Leo only raised his left free hand and waved his palm to the side. Several runes shot from his hand and made a circle at his side. The runes circled slowly as a chilling wind was blowing at the surrounding before Leo summoned Alreska. The familiar rushed directly into the circle before the cold winds started to freeze everything. Even the closed noble phantasm were slowing down. Using a combination of I, which means ice, and Hagalaz, which means hail, the ice of the familiar turned into a snowstorm that froze everything in front of it. Even the noble phantasm slowed down and turned into ice sculptures. Gilgamesh, who was charging EA, saw this as he activated the mana stored in weapons. The mana rushed from the weapons as they broke the ice and stopped the cold winds from spreading forward. Regardless of the cold storm, Gilgamesh didn't stop. He raised his arm before a slightly larger portal appeared. A giant, jagged blade cladded in hot flames appeared above Gilgamesh as the cold wind turned hot in a moment. Raising Soul Sagana, which is a divine construct, the ice was melting instantly before Gilgamesh waved the blade forward. The heat of flames was scorching all that in its way as the divinity it contained was able to melt Leo's ice and continue forward. Feeling the flames flying towards him, Leo didn't bother to look at it at all. Even if he doesn't claim to be the stronger, the flames, heat, and light were always his thing. Made in Hell took advantage of his speed and dodged what left from the noble phantasms before they met the flame stone head to head. With a quick wave, the spinning lance in Leo's hands dragged the flames. The dark storm made all the hot air and flames rotate with it before Leo waved it towards Gilgamesh. Looking at the flames getting deflected in a casual way, Gilgamesh frowned before he waved the jagged sword and crushed them with hotter flames. Suddenly, the flames in front of Gilgamesh exploded as Leo came rushing through them. The lance in his hand was spinning furiously before he swung forward. The dark storm evolved further as red electricity and lightning were flashing and destroying everything while making their way towards Gilgamesh. Humph! Even if his clairvoyance can't help him to see the future about this battle, it's more than enough to keep an eye on the surroundings as Gilgamesh waved Ea to meet the attack. At this moment, Ea was glowing with a red light as electricity was flying around and turning into winds that ripped this world apart before it clashed with Rongominiad. Boom! A piercing impact echoed in the sky. The lightning from two noble phantasms scattered towards the surrounding, scorching everything while releasing the extra energy from the impact. Rongominiad and Ea were spinning at a very high speed against each other while Leo and Gilgamesh were clashing. It was like the center of their clash became an eye of the storm while the red and black winds pushed everything away. The buzzing sound of the two noble phantasms was enough to make a normal person lose his ability to hear for a while as the sparks were flying everywhere with the impact. Suddenly, when Gilgamesh was pushing his mana to fight Leo, he was surprised that the lightning on the lance increased instantly. Regulus! With those words, a large lion made from electricity appeared from Leo's body before it melted into the lance. The lance exploded with a huge amount of lightning and electricity as its roar managed to surpass even the buzzing sound from the clash. Gilgamesh saw this as several portals appeared behind him and shot at the lance in an attempt to stop it. Roar! With the roar of a lion, Leo increased his strength with mana and managed to surpass Ea's protection as he waved forward. Boom! The lightning exploded from the lance and rushed like a wave. The golden electricity drowned Gilgamesh and all his treasures in a blink of an eye. It looked like a huge beam turning into a golden line in the air while engulfing everything in its way. After some moments, the lightning died down as everything recovered, but the sparks of electricity were still in the air as Leo lowered his lance and looked at the front. Gilgamesh was protected by Ea and golden chains appeared on his body as it lowered down the damage from Rongominiad. However, his armor changed. Unlike the full golden armor, he removed the upper part as his upper body was glowing with red tattoos. Inkiju? Well, this is quite the situation. Leo tilted his head while looking at the golden chains of Gilgamesh's body. Inkiju is clearly present in this world, so by doing this, Gilgamesh is literally grabbing his best friend and hitting people with him. Ea Spore, cough Ea and Inkiju, you're ready, hey. Leo coughed because he remembered a very terrifying thing from the past. Idiot, the king treasury can't be limited by time or era, Gilgamesh said as the chains started moving around him before he lowered EAIC, but using 70% of your wealth to upgrade your saint graph is something I didn't expect from you. Leo's eyes seemed to be able to see what was behind those golden portals, which allowed him to see what happened. Saint graphs refers to the core of a spiritual being's existence, described as their center, their heart, and their CPU that dictates their every function. Servants' performance is bounded by the quality of their saint graph, so they use more power. Leo does have one, which is a very convenient thing to contain his powers that include the beast, angel, and even his Longinus. Although he doesn't think that the description of Longinus from DXD can do justice to his necklace now. So, after glancing at Gilgamesh when he used his mana, Leo noticed that his saint graph had been upgraded, which allowed his servant form to become stronger and approach the time when he was alive. However, why? Leo is fully aware that Gilgamesh won't do this despite having no chance to win against him without using EA at full power. This something he would do probably for Enkidu only. Gilgamesh, even if he was defeated, he won't recognize someone as equal, except his only friend. His actions, his tyranny over his people, extended from his ability to see even what the gods were unable to comprehend. Though he knew the weak, he never glanced back at them, and though he knew the strong, he never acknowledged them. He's a person who chooses isolation because he had a path that only he can advance in. Leo didn't see a reason for using most of his wealth on this matter. Feel honored. Although this king doesn't need to justify himself, I find this interesting. Gilgamesh grinned as a portal appeared under his feet. Leo blinked his eyes a few times. For some reason, those words had different meanings in Leo's head before he moved back a little and said, "Look, even if I'm not interested in having a relationship now, I'm pretty sure that I'm straight and didn't join any clay club." What are you mumbling about? You should be honored and overjoyed that the king showed interest in you. Gilgamesh said those words naturally and without any hesitation. Like this how things should be. Leo took more distance away from Gilgamesh before he said, Then what about Saber? You want her as a wife or something, Saber?" "Ah, you reminded me that I didn't see the Night King here. It's a shame that she didn't participate." Gilgamesh had a slight tone of regret before he said, "I would love to see her try to resist me and go after her ideals." Sure, Leo had a blank face while listening to Gilgamesh's hobby of King Arthur. "However, you're also very interesting. Even if you're acting like this, I don't see any really up and downs in your mood, except for what you want," Gilgamesh said with a tone filled with interest while gazing at Leo. Leo took more distance away while raising the lance slightly. He's about 5 seconds away from stabbing this clay guy with his holy lance to purify him again. Hold on, that also sounds wrong. Leo was in a dilemma about this situation. "Like I thought, you saw it all, didn't you? Yet, you're still like this." Fahahahaha. Gilgamesh laughed as his shoulders were shaking like he saw something very funny. Trying to forget these misleading words, Leo took a second to throw the stupid ideas from his head. Despite the vague explanation, he was able to understand what this guy was talking about as a bewildered expression appeared on his face. At that moment, Leo lowered his head slightly before his shoulders started shaking slightly. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Leo burst with laughter as he couldn't help it. From all the people in this world, it had to be Goldie to bring this up and even understand it. No, it's because he understands, he'll bring it up. This was so funny to Leo for some reason. He wiped the tears from his eyes before he looked at Gilgamesh and said the guy who wanted to release the world's evil upon humanity, that filth can rot in its place. To think this king was actually trying to clear the mess of these mongrels, Gilgamesh said with a disgusted look when he remembered what he was going to do. Even if he was bored, he'll never try and clean the mess for the mongrels. He saw the situation of the modern era and was dissatisfied with it, but when he was affected by the world's evil, they became his target. Suddenly, something appeared from Gilgamesh's feet. It was a glowing ship. A very bright ship that can blind anyone who looks at it. This is one of Gilgamesh's treasures that he doesn't use a lot. It is called the Ship of Light, a ship that can reach a speed beyond the speed of light. Although that's impossible because of the world's correction power, it's still a very fast vehicle. A new ship? Just how many do you have? Leo sighed while looking at the light bulb of a ship, however, unlike his usual bored voice. It was a funny tone, like he was interested now. Probably, this is one of the few times this happened in this world. Humph. My treasury exceeded my knowledge. Trying to tell it limits is laughable. Gilgamesh lifted his eyebrow as several portals appeared behind him. Good grief! I already said this war is filled with idiots including me, and now I'm just confirming my words. Leo shrugged his shoulders before his necklace started glowing. Although it's unnecessary, who cares anyway? Leo grinned before several green lines and threads flew from him towards the surrounding. This world condition is like chains on my body, but I don't care anymore, so let me at least enjoy this for a while. Raising the lance in his hand, Leo turned it tip towards the ground before he lowered it gently. Ripples were sent towards the surrounding as the authority of the lance was activated. The green lines and threads became like a huge network of webs behind Leo as Gilgamesh saw the whole area behind his opponent turn into a gigantic spider web in seconds. Hey, Goldie, I heard you said that the king can carry all this world evil, right? Leo said as dark particles of shadows were rising from the green lines before they started gathering together. What he's about to do is completely unnecessary and stupid. But who cares? If you can't use your power as you like, then what's the point of having it? Even if it's just for having fun here. Gilgamesh didn't speak, but only his expression was the best answer as he looked at the green lines forming different shapes across the web. I don't really have a treasury like you, but I've archives. Behind Leo, the green lines started to take a shape before the particles gathered together and formed it. From an energy state, several objects and items started manifesting in a physical form in front of Gilgamesh's eyes. He was shocked as his eyes widened at this scene because unlike others, he was able to see much more. The lines and threads were forming a spiral in the shape of a gigantic serpent that was moving around a river of destiny. The whole river of destiny that belongs to humanity seemed to be opened by the serpent in Gilgamesh's eyes before everything started to appear from the river to the current world. A lot of archives, Leo said with a smile before the particles of light dimmed down and a lot of things appeared from the green lines. Their metallic color was reflected by the sun before they appeared completely. Battleships, a couple of big battleships that have a lot of guns and cannons appeared in front of Gilgamesh. And more were appearing from the green threads. However, there were a lot of runes and rituals drawn all over the ships, especially the cannons and guns. If any magi were here, they would see that the ships were high-quality mystic codes made for combat, even a huge war. However, the time, efforts, and resources to make one single battleship in this quality is a dream for regular magi. Even the Lord of the Clock Tower won't waste their time making them. Atlas products are not bad. Leo landed on the leading ship with his horse before he looked at Gilgamesh on the ship of light. PFF. Fahahahaha. Gilgamesh started laughing suddenly when he looked at the show that Leo just pulled. He was able to see that this is a part of a noble phantasm and it was used at its best without releasing the true name. However, what was funny is that he was the one that activated it. With admitting that he can carry the evil, Gilgamesh felt something locking on him before he saw the serpent in the river of destiny. Manifesting the recorded sins, this had to be the noble phantasm power, and those were the sins of some mongrels, magi. Gilgamesh glanced at the fleet in front of him as his gaze flickered with a red light. This had to be a noble phantasm with conditions to activate, and he just achieved those conditions, so this was interesting and funny for him. Gilgamesh didn't speak as he grinned before raising EA again, and the ship under him was glowing. Even if they seemed to joke about the situation, both of them understand that this battle isn't a joke. The king's rules can't be defied, unrecognizing him is more of a crime, and destroying the treasures is the biggest of crimes, so Gilgamesh was going to really fight Leo to death from the start. Leo understood that even if he met this guy for a few minutes, which was very interesting for him, especially when this guy lost the world's evil. Like the idiots they are just going to throw everything and blast the area with everything for no actual reason. Before we begin, I had something that I wanted to ask you for a long time, Leo asked Gilgamesh, who was charging EA very well. This king grants you the privilege to ask. With his usual arrogance, Gilgamesh said. I'm an angel and devil, so that makes me a mongrel. Then what about you? Leo said those words as silence filled the whole area for a second. Gilgamesh is a 2/3 god and the rest is human, so this technically makes him a mongrel. Buzz-EA was raging with stronger power as a vein appeared on Gilgamesh's head before he looked at Leo's grinning smile. He just adds another objective to this fight, and it's to erase that smile from Leo's face. Die mongrel! Gilgamesh screamed as hundreds of portals appeared and shot noble phantasms. Not only weapons, but even magecraft staffs and mystic codes were shooting magecraft. Ha ha ha! That's more like it! Leo raised his lance and pointed forward before all the ships behind him activated. Hundreds of cannons and guns aiming forwards as the mystic codes were activated completely. Unlike the normal ships, these are boosted with magecraft and alchemy. Fire! Leo waved before all the ships started firing their weapons behind him. Laser beams, bullets, magecraft shots, a lot of different shells turned into a heavy fire while flying towards Gilgamesh. At this moment, the sky turned into two sides as it looked like two meteors showers were flying towards each other. Chapter 107, Twice. The blue clear sky was greeted by a spectacular show of golden and red that dyed the whole air with their colors. Everyone who looked at the sky was surprised and some couldn't believe it. Two meteorites showers cut through the sky and left numerous rays of light across the horizon. The two sides drew a magnificent scene in the blue that could rival the true meteors' showers. The mana was stirred over the whole country, which made it hard to look at the show clearly as the two sides met. The thunderous roars filled the whole horizon as it turned into a sea of flames and stirred the mana further. Thousands of noble phantasms, magecraft, laser beams, and bullets were clashing like meteorites showers. An explosion after another kept echoing in the calm sky, showing the huge battle aftermath. Although it should be called a war by now. The heavy fire from Leo was still going against Gilgamesh treasury as both sides looked at the sea of flames in the middle without moving. Several stray shots passed through the attacks and hit their sides, which broke some of Gilgamesh's portals and hit Leo's ships in their shield to slow them down. Although they seemed to block the attacks, they were aiming directly at each other, but because of that, they ended up clashing in the air as the mana filled the air because of explosions. Glancing at his portals getting destroyed, Gilgamesh lifted his arm before activating the Gate of Babylon remotely. A giant gate appeared above Leo, and as lightning and electricity were flashing from it. Sensing the breath of divinity, Leo calmly looked up to see the gate that was about to drop the heaven thunder on his head. Honestly, he was still impressed by the Gate of Babylon of Gilgamesh. Before he came to this world, he thought it was just a treasury, but in fact, it's an inseparable part of history. As long as it was created, there's a treasure about it. This line describes this treasury perfectly. Not only it contains noble phantasms and items, but even ready-to-use spells and attacks are actually stored there. Gilgamesh wasn't exaggerating when he said that his knowledge, which is his clairvoyance, Shanakba Imuru, can't see the true limit for it. However, if you're planning to surpass the Serpent of Wisdom with this, then you're very wrong. Leo's eyes flickered with a bright gleam before the sides of ships opened and showed a couple of hidden cannons. Gilgamesh opened more portals around the ships without caring about his mana consumption. The gate shone with different thunder-based magecraft from the Age of Gods before they shot from all directions. The ships were focusing on the frontal attack, so these attacks came very suddenly. However, the side cannons were charging with blue and red mana before they shot several beams in the air. Like having a mind of their own, the beams became arcs in the air and crushed the magecrafts. They almost became homing laser beams before tearing down all the gate in the surrounding and moving towards the giant gate. The gate shot the heaven thunder as the golden lightning fell down like a monster roaring in the sky. The beams did an arc and circled around the thunder before they attacked it from all directions. Boom! Another ear-splitting explosion filled the air before the flames and sparks from it filled all the surrounding, especially around Leo and his fleet. Gilgamesh frowned while looking at the flames. Despite having his clairvoyance, he couldn't see Leo under the flames. Suddenly, he widened his eyes slightly before the ship under his feet glowed. In a glimpse of a second, the ship turned into a flash and appeared far away from the previous location. Several shots and beams passed the previous place before they lost their power and exploded mid-air. Looking at his previous location, Gilgamesh saw Leo with his green lion's web and fleet floating behind it. Each one of the ships had a weird-looking blue magic circle with a pink glow under them. Spatial jump mechanism is 0.33145 second late. Applying Pakia's concept to the Magecraft formula lowered the stress on the energy source, but the trajectory needed to be recalculated. Leo looked at his hand as it showed a blue-pink magic circle. This is the spatial jump system of the ships, which isn't their strong point, to be honest. Leo had to augment it with Pakia's concept to fight a quick battle, but he still needed to recalculate the values and trajectories each time he used it, even if that is simple for him. Anyway. Leo pointed at Gilgamesh as all the magic circles started glowing before he said, "Bang!" With a blue-pink glow, Leo and his fleet turned into light particles and disappeared from their place. Gilgamesh, who saw this, waved with his hand before several gates appeared all around the ship of light. At this moment, different ships appeared in all directions around Gilgamesh while aiming at him with all their guns. However, Gilgamesh already saw this as his gates were glowing with an intense light. Like a machine gun, the gates shot numerous attacks and weapons at the battleships, however, they were blocked by the heavy fire from the cannons. But when the battleships wanted to aim at Gilgamesh, the light of the ship turned into a flash and appeared on top of a battleship. Before it had a chance of a reaction, the noble phantasms fell down like rain and drowned the battleship. Boom! Sparks and electricity flashed on top of the ship before it got overwhelmed by the noble phantasms and exploded. The ship turned into a curtain of flames as its energy core left several energy waves in the air. At that moment, several ships teleported around Gilgamesh and surrounded him in their attack range. The bullets and shells filled the area around Gilgamesh in an instant. He glanced at these attacks before he turned into a flash of light and disappeared. However, it wasn't easy. Like locking him down, the battleships kept teleporting next to Gilgamesh and keeping up with the ship of light's speed, which made him frown. All of Gilgamesh's gates started shooting without mercy as the battleship did the same. The flash of light crossed a huge distance towards the sky in moments and the particles of light followed it as they appeared from place to place. Wherever they appeared, a lot of explosions filled the space as the battlefield changed place to a very huge height. On the ground, Archer looked at the light trail and the explosions that kept following it until they disappeared from the limits of his vision. Like they had to show off their big guns. Can someone be this bored? Archer shook his head while looking at the flames and explosions disappearing in the sky. I don't know and I don't wanna know either. Rin also shook her head. Even if she couldn't see what Archer saw because of his eyesight, she can hear the loud impacts from here. Are you fine? Ritsuka couldn't help but ask Nero, who was looking at the sky without a word. Tomu, I'm fine. Nero shook her head before smiling at Ritsuka. I see. Ritsuka didn't ask more even if she noticed that something had changed. They were looking at Gilgamesh and Leo taking the battle towards the sky as they lost all the vision on them, except the constant explosions. It was weird because they had a feeling that these two were just throwing stuff at each other to see who was the best. Fu. Suddenly, Fu, who was in Ritsuka's arm, raised his head as his ears were twitching. Looking at the direction of the mountain, Fu's nose shook for a moment before he jumped from Ritsuka's arms. Fu, what happened? Ritsuka looked at Fu jumping on the ground, which attracted the attention of everyone here. With quick steps, Fu sprinted forward before he looked at Ritsuka and signaled her to follow. He wants us to follow. Rin lifted her eyebrow before she said, good, let's go, Archer. Yes. Archer nodded before he stopped and looked at Rin with a weird look. He said, you're going to follow him? Of course, he looks like a very high-level familiar, and from what I saw, he doesn't seem to be simple. Rin felt her reasoning was correct, which made Archer speechless. She isn't wrong, but this didn't stop Archer from sighing and covering his face. This isn't just a familiar, he's a killing machine made to hunt humans. I agreed. Nero nodded while looking at the weird fluffy creature that sent the same waves as Leo. It decided then, let's go before we lose him, Ritsuka said before they went after Fu, who deliberately lowered his speed for them. Archer looked at everyone following the killing machine as he sighed at his current life before following. Meanwhile, in the sky, the chase already reached more than 30 kilometers above the Earth before it slowed down. It would have taken a shorter time if they didn't fly in a completely chaotic way. All that was behind them, except the huge number of explosions, was broken noble phantasms, battleships, and shells, which turned into light particles and disappeared. Gilgamesh looked at the earth below before he glanced to his side to see Leo, who was just teleporting quickly. He opened his gates and aimed at him immediately. Leo's main ship cannons were activated before they fired down all Gilgamesh's noble phantasms or the gates that didn't shoot yet. Suddenly, a ship teleported in front of Gilgamesh as all its cannons were charging with a huge amount of mana. However, before it shot, Gilgamesh just used EA to blast through it with his ship. Boom! The battleship turned into a curtain of flames and smoke in Gilgamesh's face, but they didn't pass his ship protection as he just went through it. Despite going at this speed, Gilgamesh was able to see clearly, which made him widen his eyes when he saw what was behind the smoke. Fire! Leo, on his main ship, was aiming all his cannons at Gilgamesh as the heavy fire filled all the surrounding in the instant. Gilgamesh looked at the rain of bullets rushing towards him before his activated Gate of Babylon and flying forward. Boom! 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 Speeding through the explosions, Gilgamesh reached Leo before he raised the roaring EA. The green lines around Leo tried to stop him, but a golden light from Gilgamesh knocked them away briefly, which allowed him to advance. Enuma Elish. Announcing the real name of the noble phantasm, Gilgamesh waved forwards as EA shot a huge red lighting storm that was ripping the world apart. The rules, laws, concepts, reality, everything was getting severed by EA's power before it rushed towards Leo. Oi! Are you trying to make me lose my job? Leo snapped at this red storm before he raised his lance. Wrong, Ominiad. Waving the spinning lance, Leo stabbed forward as a huge dark lightning storm rushed forward. The two hurricanes clashed again in the sky. However, this clash was more intense as the shockwaves rushed everywhere and made the area completely distorted before they crumbled into sparks of mana. Gilgamesh blasted through the mana sparks as he turned into a flash of light. It took him an instant to reach Leo and attacked with EA. Unlike the last time, the sword was still charging, but Gilgamesh didn't stop as he sent the mana and waved. Leo lifted his eyebrow before he blocked with his wrong Ominiad. However, unlike the last time, EA wasn't charged enough, so Leo attacked with his physical strength and knocked Gilgamesh away. Strangely, Gilgamesh didn't resist as he moved backward with his ship before his mana increased. Golden gates appeared around Leo as they shot all they could from Magecraft before Leo's main ship reacted and shot them down. Explosions filled the area again before Gilgamesh rushed again. However, this time, Leo saw something that made him teleport away. In his last position, some hidden portals shot golden chains before they lost power and disappeared. How many times do you need to understand that I'm not a part of the Clay Club, so keep that chain away from me? Leo's eyebrow twitched while looking at chains in Gilgamesh's hands. Unlike the true Enkidu, who probably can stop him for a short time, this chain can't stop him for a moment. However, this wasn't the real problem. The moment when Leo saw this chain, he had a very uncomfortable and disgusted feeling when imagining it on his body, especially after Gilgamesh's earlier words. He will just say no and will probably activate his noble phantasm if that chain was 3 meters away from him. Gilgamesh didn't answer as his eyes were glowing red and burning with anger. Hey, I know you're angry, but calling everyone mongrel while you're one is ridiculous. Leo couldn't help but say that out loud. Nonsense. The king's words are law and only me is allowed to call mongrels. You mongrel. Gilgamesh was boiling from anger as his Gate of Babylon, EA, and Enkidu were flashing with mana. How Leo chuckled at this amount of mongrel's words, which made Gilgamesh's anger reach a new high before gates appeared around him. However, they were instantly destroyed by Leo's main ship, quick mage craft guns. However, the light flashed again as Gilgamesh and his ship turned into a meteor towards Leo. "But I guess this is approaching an end," Leo said while looking at Gilgamesh's remaining mana. Using the spatial jump, Leo made a distance with the flash of light before shooting his homing laser beams. Gilgamesh kept using EA and charging it this whole battle to stop Leo's attacks, so although he still has a considerable amount of mana and can use Gate of Babylon's items, he can't keep going forever because his chance to win will become less and less. Humph! Gilgamesh knew that very well, but he just stared at Leo coldly while piloting the ship. The flash of light crossed the sky as the beams weren't able to reach it at all before losing their power. Halting in mid-air, Gilgamesh did a surprising turn in the air before he shot several noble phantasms at Leo. "I guess this is it." Leo shrugged his shoulders at Gilgamesh's actions before he raised Reincarnated that was releasing its authority all this time. The main battleship cannons shot all the noble phantasms before they tried to lock Gilgamesh, however, he disappeared again at it left while aiming with EA. "Yet, this is a serious question from me to you, who saw the same. What did it look like for you?" Leo's words made Gilgamesh lift his eyebrow before he said, "Are you an idiot to ask this question? Or it's more ridiculous for a being without original sin, to carry all those sins on his shoulders? We're all idiots, one way or another." Leo nodded like he got his answer before ripples of energy were released from Reincarnated. With those ripples, the area stability and sturdiness started changing to reach a higher state that made Gilgamesh slightly surprised. "This is a sight to behold, a beast making sure the world stays safe." Gilgamesh grinned at this sight before looking at Leo raising his lance up high. "Well, I won't deny that I'm very weird, even among the beasts. But what is so good about being normal?" Leo shook his head before smiling while looking at the earth beneath him and saying, "I saw a lot of different scenes and people, but I've to say that what left its mark in this history is those who broke the normal situation to achieve something, slaying dragons, discovering the unknown, and even defying gods." Leo looked at Gilgamesh before he said, "Those were all out of the ordinary, bizarre and weird for the people around them, even impossible for me. Normal is tasteless and boring. No one can guess what's going on in my mind, even if there was a book about it." Leo laughed at this because it made a funny scene in his head. "Humph! Aren't you full of yourself, Morning Star?" Gilgamesh just shrugged off those words, even if they made sense in this vision. "Maybe, I am. After all, I'm a prideful angel." Leo shrugged his shoulders and stabbed the surface of the ship with the lance. A bright light appeared in the surrounding before the lance recovered to its holy form and started rotating. Tusk appeared behind Leo as the spin speed increased further, but there was something off about him because he was shining slightly. Again with this, Gilgamesh lifted his eyebrow while looking at Reincarnated releasing it authority of the anchor of reality that stabilizes the world. However, EA in his hand was shining as its power was charging. "Well, it isn't all that important." Leo shrugged before closing his eyes as the ships, except the main one, turned into light particles and flew with the spin. The area suddenly became filled with green light particles. Made in Hell also sank into Leo's shadow as Leo stood on top of the main ship with his lance stabbing its surface. "You know, humanity isn't all that bad, even if I want to deny it. There's a lot of good and wonderful people, but in the end, this doesn't matter for a beast." Leo snapped his eyes open as his necklace opened up and all the main ship shone with a bright light. The whole ship started to lose in normal form and transform into something else, especially at the front as it got bigger. "We are only here to show the worst in humanity and become the enemy they need to defeat." The intense light became stronger before Leo twisted the lance on top of the ship. He didn't know when a halo appeared above Leo's head and black wings were wide open on his back. However, he didn't waste time as EA shone with a bright light before he raised it up high. "Even if most of us didn't want to admit it, we're here to be a trial that they need to pass." Leo said those words calmly before the main ship showed its true form. Its colors became red and golden as its front had a dragon head. It literally became a mechanical dragon-type battleship. Gilgamesh glanced at the new ship before he grinned like seeing something funny and said, ignorance as a sin and regrets as a goal. Even this king has to admit that it's a magnificent sight. Gilgamesh's eyes, after this confrontation, were able to see the sin and goal that Leo carries in his existence. The meaning behind his garden and those 10 crowns, which are just a gift and a curse. Honestly, those 10 crowns don't have a single battle ability in Gilgamesh's eyes, they are only something that achieved the impossible by using the humanity illusions, which was giving the original sin to an angel. Fahahahaha. Gilgamesh laughed before he raised EA as the storm grew larger and started to distort the world around it. For Gilgamesh, an angel like Leo, is free from all sins, even if he fell. However, he still carries those sins on himself while manifesting as the beast that represents the ignorance of humanity. Yet, it doesn't matter anymore. Leo said before he looked at Gilgamesh charging EA. Besides being someone similar, Leo hadn't had a reason to go all out in this bullet hell battle. Maybe one full power Rongominiad without giving him a chance will do the trick, but he still played this game, which he had to admit that was interesting. I feel like I failed as a beast, not like I care, of course. But I guess it's not all that bad. Leo smiled slightly before he twisted the handle of Rongominiad again. Honestly, Leo still having his emotions and thoughts, even with all that he saw in his origin, is an impossible feat. To still feel like a human, even if there's a lot of species that have the same feelings, but people like to call these feelings humanity, so just be it. There's no use to wait, Tusk, just do it. Leo sighed before his expression became serious. The ship under him opened its front as the dragon's head was wide open. Energy and mana started gathering inside the mouth as it looked like the dragon was sucking the air around. At this moment, Tusk looked at Leo, who nodded at him before a bright light filled him. In a few seconds, Tusk changed his shape from a small flying stand to a stand that has a more distinctly human shape. It had arms and small feet that had nails on them while his shoulders had a star mark. This is Tusk Act 3. He immediately became transparent before melting into the ship. At the dragon's mouth, the absorption speed of mana increased to a ridiculous degree before it started to form a black point. A singularity was made just by the pure speed of the spin, which is a use of Tusk Act 3 ability, spatial wormholes. By using the spin, Tusk can make a point of infinite rotation on surfaces, even if it isn't true infinite because they disappear after a while. However, Leo can make it anywhere, even on his palm. Everything was getting sucked into the singularity. The dragon's mouth seemed to contain a galaxy of 7 colors distorting the space around it. This is just a greeting to someone who saw the same, nothing more. Leo raised his hand as the dragon was almost ready to launch its attack. This attack isn't just a beam of mana, but it is something that even has some of Leo's authority of Forsaken Eden, Rongominiad's authority and power of flaws. Using the power of Rongominiad as the anchor between the reality and illusions with Leo's authority, a bullet was made to be able to pierce through both. However, he probably won't say that he only used this because he doesn't want to attack Gilgamesh with his lance. After all, he feels weird and disgusted about it. Very well. At this moment, Gilgamesh stopped his usual arrogant look while channeling most of his mana towards EA. Even if he feels that he won't be able to stop the next attack, he'll never surrender or admit it. There aren't a lot of words to say about this because they understand perfectly, even without talking. They are both who saw the farthest end of the world and moved forward despite that. Gilgamesh, who gave up immortality after his journey and could not understand the appeal of an undying body, didn't care about death nor feared it because he saw the future. The future he is able to see for humanity is that of human knowledge continues to expand until they will be able to see even light from millions of years away. Though it would take such a long time that his body will have long rotted, it was an exhilarating sight for him. So, as long as his legend remains, he'll always be there. His duty would be fulfilled as long as a hero, humanity's most ancient tale, was passed down through the ages. Leo also saw the same, even if the ending kept repeating itself. Humanity, one day, will pass everything and come face to face with its destiny to break the impossible again and reach beyond the planet. However, before that, he'll be the test, the barrier, and the last dam for them to affirm their way. So, for the two of them, who experienced almost everything, they will keep experiencing death as many times as necessary, reviving again and again, and observing until the end of the world and the day when humanity reaches beyond the garden. The planet for Gilgamesh and forsaken Eden for Leo, just to reach the end of the sky and strike its final note. For this, the king of heroes and beast of Babylon doesn't find any meaning to do anything. This is funny because they both believed that the world is their reality and doesn't need another one, so this most likely the reason they don't have a reality marble. Well, Leo was also locked once in a place similar to a reality marble, so he doesn't like them at all. The Seven Colors Galaxy and the Red Storm are charging to their maximum power while both sides raised their weapons. It's like a clash that will shake the world is about to happen. However, suddenly, a weird wave of energy passed this place. Most of the people won't recognize it, but they can feel it easily, especially Leo. Age of Gods textures? Who is the madman that wants to rewrite reality now? Leo had a weird expression on his face before he smelled something. It was like well cooked, even slightly burned. No, it was a completely burned thing. Oh, it's humanity burned into crypts and charcoal. Leo nodded because he felt it was the correct guess before he stopped in his place. The small galaxy became more intense, like it was angry. An awkward silence filled the place, which made Gilgamesh, who felt the Age of Gods textures, lift his eyebrow. Without looking at Goldie, Leo's dragon ship did a 110-degree turn to the right and a 60-degree turn down before he screamed fire. Boom. The small galaxy exploded as a seven-colored beam rushed like a supernova across the sky. Everyone in the city, be it Archer or Merlin, saw the beam cross the sky and all the city before it landed on top of the reality marble in Fuyuki City. However, there wasn't an explosion. Like something that doesn't exist, the beam passed through the reality marble and entered it easily before silence filled the place. Despite that, the faint earthquake and the speed of the Age of Gods textures slowed down, which didn't give them a good feeling at all. Leo, who shot his attack at a different target, looked at the bewildered Gilgamesh that even his EA slowed down. You. Leo pointed at Gilgamesh with his lance before he said, "I'll deal with you later." Leaving those words, Leo's wings flickered before he disappeared from that place, leaving Gilgamesh starting at the dragon ship with EA slowing down. "I'm the Dragonzord. I came from a far place between galaxies to say that mongrels mean th." The ship's voice system didn't continue his recorded speech because Gilgamesh crushed directly with the gate of Babylon. "You mongrel!" Angry screams filled the sky as the King of Heroes was ignored. Twice. Chapter 108, Again. Lightning was flashing and thunder was roaring across the reality marble with every step from the bowl of heaven. The already scorched ground was breaking apart as the monster with a size bigger than a tall mountain was advancing. The breath of divinity reached a level that never was seen before in the current modern era. Even if a high-ranked divine spirit was summoned now, she would have trouble trying to compete with Gugalana's divinity. Suddenly, the clouds became thicker as rain and lightning were flying from the sky and striking everything. The rain, in a few seconds, turned into a flood that made it impossible for someone to stand on the ground normally. This is a living disaster that cursed the world for 7 years in the past, manifesting again in this era as Avalon's textures are spreading and allowing it to perform normally. Rewriting the reality with Avalon. Solomon looked at Gugalana advancing towards him as he didn't care much about it, unlike the textures that are spreading. Like everyone felt, the textures are spreading from Avalon to this modern era, which allows the things and events from the Age of Gods to manifest more easily. Gugalana is an example of this, even if it can manifest because Gilgamesh and Enkidu are here. However, this monster can't perform it best in the modern era, even if Ishtar was here, so these textures of Avalon were like putting a fish in water as Gugalana is close to its original power. However, a monster is a monster. Solomon shook his head before moving his temple away from Gugalana's path. Suddenly, several golems jumped from the flood and started attacking Gugalana. The monster didn't care about these small fries as his lightning was enough to clear them all, but it wasn't all that simple. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the huge golems appeared again as they jumped from the sky and landed near Gugalana. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the golems landed on the ground as they made the earth shake a little before they rushed towards the monster, who was cladded in lightning. Gugalana saw this as its eyes flashed with a blue color. It started to get irritated by these golems as it stomped the ground with its hoofs. Like experiencing an earthquake, the ground started shaking violently before lightning and thunder rushed like a roaring monster. The closest golems were broken into pieces first before the lightning increased and flew to all the other golems. From afar, it looked like a dome of lightning or a discharge attack that connected the sky and earth while drowning everything in a blue-white color. Asterisk rumblee. Asterisk the thunder sound followed the attack as it took over all the other voices in the area with its loud roar. However, against this attack, the golems weren't all that helpless. Unlike the regular golems, these can fight or even surpass servants with their physical abilities alone. One after another, the golems started to use fodder tactics to cover the main force, which was the bigger golems. The small golems were breaking down while taking the lightning with them towards the ground, even if this was a divine lightning that doesn't follow physics laws all that much. Asterisk crack. Asterisk asterisk crack. Asterisk asterisk crack. Asterisk the golems didn't last a few moments before they were broken, but their pieces regrouped immediately and continued charging forward. The big golems started to break down into pieces before they fused together. What left from hundreds was 4 golems with a size that could rival Gugalana as they stopped backing down and ran immediately. Thud, thud thud with every step shaking the ground, the fist giant golem threw himself directly at Gugalana, who was hiding in the lighting before the golem fell on it. Like a wrestler, the golem directly used its body to make Gugalana lose its balance. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the lightning dome was broken by this act, but the lightning kept falling down as Gugalana was really mad at this moment. Shaking its huge body, it tried to throw away the golem. However, the golem turned its hands into robes and stuck on Gugalana's body. Noticing the chance, the other golems speeded towards Gugalana and attacked it with all their might. The small golems turned into a sticky mud and attached themselves to Gugalana's hoofs, which lowered its speed and movements. The other 3 giant golems followed the first one as they threw themselves towards Gugalana and attacked it directly. The first golem jumped in the air before it used its weight and body to slow down Gugalana. Catching its horns, the golem made the monster lower its head, even if the golem's arms were cracking just by doing that. The second golem attacked from the sides and turned into a sticky mud, which contained Gugalana's lightning and body movements. Gugalana's eyes were almost turning red, even if they were flashing blue as he looked at these ants trying to bring its body down. However, before it did anything, the third golem came with his giant arm. Leaving a loud sound of raging whines, the golem raised its arm in the air before it dropped it like a hammer on Gugalana's head. Asterisk Asterisk a huge impact hit Gugalana's head as it made the monster slightly dizzy, which allowed the first golem to jump on its body. Gugalana felt something weird before something made from dirt jumped on its body and rode it. Asterisk rumblee. Asterisk at this moment, Gugalana's eyes turned into real red before it raised its head and body like a mad bull. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk thud. Asterisk asterisk thud. Asterisk the hoofs were smashing the ground and just the action of the huge body was enough to crush everything around it. Each movement was leaving a lightning strike everywhere and destroying everything. The golems were thrown like rag dolls all around the place, even the big ones weren't spared as they were flying high across the sky before they fell down. Gugalana didn't stop as it dug the ground with its hooves before it rushed to ram the golems like it lost its mind completely when the golem rode its body. Solomon calmly looked at Gugalana chasing after the golems and moving away from his temple. He didn't show much reaction because this was simple for him. Shinji summoned Gugalana, but he didn't have any control over it, so why does Solomon have to fight it? Although it'll probably attack the temple if it stood in its way, he can just use the golems to guide it away easily. Looking around, Solomon tried to locate Shinji, but because of the reality marble and the fact that Avalon's textures are spreading, he didn't succeed. Although he wanted to throw Shinji into the ring of light and burn him completely, Solomon didn't have time to waste, especially if Shinji gave him this opportunity with Avalon's textures. At the Age of Gods, what was considered impossible in the modern era, can be achieved easily, as Solomon was going to take advantage of that and start his temple's true ritual and power. Solomon's Temple of Time started to move down and became closer to the ground before the demon god's pillars reacted. Each one of them moved up and down in a certain position before implanting themselves on the temple surface. The ring of light behind the temple opened up as all the demon gods activated their rituals. Thousands and thousands of rituals were being performed quickly on top of the temple before they started gathering together to form one system. Meanwhile, in the reality marble core, Shinji appeared next to Medea and started looking at Solomon's action through his connection with reality marble. This absurd madness! How many rituals combination are there? Medea said while looking at demon gods' pillars activating and their rituals. All of them started to perform their personal ritual and gathering together as one system, like they are solving a puzzle to make one big ritual. The whole temple was glowing when that happened, as the ring of light that equals the whole value of mana from humanity was shining. Whatever Solomon was going to do, Medea didn't think it'll be something less than affecting the whole world and the planet. This made her curse in her heart. What are the counterforces doing now? Letting this madman affect the whole world, and they are cool about it. Don't get your hopes high about Alea and Gaia. They don't care about this because it'll not affect them, Shinji said with a low voice as he observed Solomon's work. To be honest, Alea and Gaia don't care if Solomon activated his ritual or not. It's about humanity, so Gaia couldn't care less, and Alea didn't see a problem in his way, so it gave him a green light. Brother, are you okay? Suddenly, a voice was heard behind the two of them as Shinji's expression eased and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Sakura. When did you saw me get affected by these things?" A girl with a black long hair appeared with a woman that had long pink hair. This is Mata Sakura and her servant rider, Medusa. A lot of times. Sakura snapped, which made Shinji sigh and scratch the back of his neck. So, what did the imaginary numbers ritual fail? Shinji asked, but his tone was affirmative, which made Sakura nod before talking about the situation. When the Age of Gods textures started spreading, the other hidden rituals stopped working, especially after Solomon's temple was added to the situation. That's okay, we need to focus on this ritual and let these idiots consume themselves, Shinji said with a grin while putting his hand on his chest. In his soul, there was a door. It was a huge door made from stone and had the drawing of Kabbalah on it. However, this door had cracks all over it, which looked like it took some sort of an attack. I'll succeed this time, Shinji said as his eyes flickered with a faint gleam. Shinji wasn't a person from this world. Although you might call him a traverser, this isn't his first world. At first, he was traversed into FMA, Full Metal Alchemist, as his first world. To be honest, he thought that he would be successful in that world, but even so, the reality was slightly cruel. Although he got his cheat and all, he struggled a lot, only to know the cruel fact that he was a sheep ready to be slaughtered by a higher being. After some crazy events, he managed to destroy a part of his cheat, which was an empty gate of truth, and reach this world miraculously. Remembering the past and how he miraculously survived and reached this world, Shinji shook his head before he felt several eyes on him. Sorry, I was lost in thoughts. We need to accelerate our steps. Shinji wanted to say something, but suddenly, the ground was shaking. At the reality marble, the button demon gods started moving before they stretched their bodies into the ground from the temple. Drilling through the ground and Shinji's reality marble, which was in a temple above the mountain, the pillars reached a cavern before they pierced its walls and stopped. At that moment, the demon god's eyes glowed before the sound of corrosion was heard. Black mud started to gush from the place they pierced the walls. This is actually the Holy Grail's true ritual that spread all across Fuyuki City. Curses and evils were leaking from the Holy Grail before they started to corrupt the place and even the air by the world's evil. However, it was absorbed quickly by the pillars as their body acted like a tube and sent the black mud towards the temple at the reality marble. All the black mud started burning at the ring of light. Like throwing fuel at the fire, the ring of light energy increased as the black mud started to turn into pure energy. What? Shinji was surprised by this operation, then he remembered that Solomon has the second true magic, which allows him to ignore his reality marble space. Damn it! Sakura, can you join the ritual and add the imaginary numbers element to it? Shinji slammed the wall with his hand before he asked Sakura. Yes, you can count on me, Sakura replied without hesitation before she joined Medea in the ritual. For the person who saved her when even her father and mother throw her away, she is willing to do anything. Shinji couldn't help but take a deep breath while feeling weak. He didn't think the situation would become like this. Raising his hand, Shinji looked at his command seals before he said, with the power of my command seals, Saber. However, he didn't continue his words because something pierced through his reality marble. A 7 colors beam moved through all the barriers of the reality marble and rushed directly at Solomon while ignoring everything else. Solomon lifted his eyebrow before his demon gods raised their body and stood in front of the temple. Boom. A huge explosion hit the temple as the ring of light was shaking slightly while burning the 7-colored beam. After a moment, the beam died down as the temple returned to normal. However, 24 demon gods' pillars died under the attack, which slowed the ritual greatly and made Solomon frown. Although they'll be revived after some time, this will delay him a lot. Shinji also stared at the attack that destroyed a part of his reality marble in its way before he saw someone appear. Leo appeared as his wings were destroying the reality marble with every wave. The 7 colors flash of the wings were distorting the reality and breaking anything around it. This is not the real world, so he doesn't need to go easy on a reality marble. His reality warping wings are doing their job correctly and leaving chaos everywhere like a butterfly's wing flap in the butterfly effect. Looking at the front, Leo saw Solomon on top of his temple as all the rituals were flashing before he stopped as he lifted his eyebrow. Beast 6. Solomon said with a frown while looking at Leo and his flashing wings. I assume you're here to stop me, even if this is the best outcome for this world. Solomon's eyes flashed with a cold gaze like he'll attack at any moment, however, at the next second. He almost fell from his temple. Who are you? Leo, who had a weird expression on his face, asked while tilting his head. What? Solomon stood there with a bewildered expression on his face. Is Beast 6 making fun of him or what? But he didn't see any life from Beast 6, which means that he really doesn't know him. Seriously, where's Solomon? Are you a phony or a scammer? Leo looked left and right, but he only saw this man, who looked like Solomon, but not like Solomon at all. Solomon is someone that will hurt Leo's eyes just by looking at him, but this one isn't all that bad. I. Solomon didn't know what to say. For the first time in his life, he saw such a situation. And why he's feeling like this in the first place. Hold on, you're Solomon. How in the hell did you become a third-rate villain that questioned his own ways? Leo looked at the ring of light that represented all humanity's energy before he looked at Solomon and asked. He felt like he had been tricked and scammed. This was not Solomon. Solomon wouldn't question his ways, nor have a single emotion or a sin on his body. If he knew this would happen, he should have continued his battle with Gilgamesh. Leo shook his head while thinking he should just finish the battle and this farce. Solomon stood there speechless, even his temple slowed down slightly. Shinji and his group at the core looked at this situation from a beast as they didn't know what to say. They had a feeling that Beast 6 preferred to be elsewhere and doesn't care about them at all now. Especially when he saw Solomon. Shinji also had a weird expression, but he didn't care much because Leo and his wings are like a virus in his reality marble saber, kill them all. Shinji said as a white shadow teleported from his side and appeared around Leo and Solomon. At this moment, Solomon and Leo looked to the side to see a white shadow rushing through the battlefield at an incredible speed towards them while holding a three-colored lightsaber in her hand. Chapter 109, Finally. It did something useful. A white shadow left a flash of light as it turned into a meteor. Its pure speed surpassed a lot of servants as it crossed the destroyed battlefield like nothing while aiming at the two guys in the sky. The tricolor's lightsaber was glowing in an intense light while leaving a trail of divinity that belongs to the god of war in the air. Solomon and Leo looked at this newcomer, who was hidden all this time, as they showed a slightly confused expression. Scourge of God. Attila the Hun. Solomon said while looking at the speeding shadow, who was staring at them with cold red eyes. Titan? Oh, it's Felber-02, this brings some memories. Leo put his hand on his chin while looking at the newcomer. Attila the Hun, or in her other name, Altera. She was the overlord who established the great empire in the 5th century. She was a warrior and the king of Huns. However, this type moon, so throw away all your history books and burn them because they were all lies. Frankly, even if Leo thinks that Fate/X timeline is a fanservice with the main purpose to see it Sundara Gilgamesh, it had a lot of interesting things, and he's not talking about the stupid moon cell that uses his 10 crowns code as one of its main codes. In fact, Altera is an alien, a Titan alien that came from Felber, an extraterrestrial threat that routinely purges intelligent life. The Felber is a form of observation device. It works on a set orbit, passing through the Milky Way galaxy once every 14,000 years, selectively targeting and destroying all intelligent life in its path. It has what is called the anti-cells, which in a simple term, it main troops and soldiers to destroy civilization. Altera is one of them. It has the name of Felber-02, Sifar, the White Titan that killed a lot of life on Earth at 12,000 BC. But what's the point of having her here? Did her master and this reality marble user run out of ideas? Leo lifted his eyebrow as his wings flickered. To be honest, even if Altera became Sifar, which her Titan form, she won't have a good chance in this fight. At most, it'll annoy him for some time before he'll blast her into oblivion. Solomon can see that as well. If he was in his regular servant state without the Ring of Light, then he might have trouble dealing with the White Titan, but now, it's just someone standing in his way. Destruction. Domination. Invasion. Altera said those words with an emotionless cold voice before her speed increased. Sure, have fun with him. Leo looked at this before moving away a little and leaving the way clear to Solomon. He floated there like he was saying, you want to attack him? Be my guest, I'll just watch or destroy his plans, which played on Solomon's nerves further. Focusing the target to Entity 19, Altria said some words that made Shinji, who was watching, lift his eyebrow before she changed the direction towards Leo. Using the mana and her sword, she turned into a tricolor meteor and flew towards the angel in the sky. From the start, even if the order was to kill them all, her target was just Leo. Seriously? Leo had a bewildered expression on his face before his right wing waved at the meteor. The tricolor saber moved with a precise technique, like a sword only made for killing while aiming at Leo's vital spots. However, a very fast wing blocked the attack as it made Altera change its attack toward the wing's weak spot. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The colorful saber met a more colorful wing as a loud metal sound echoed. Sparks and mana were flying everywhere, but not for long. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The conclusion of this clash was Altera being shot like a football across the reality marble. She did a few flips in the air before she fell like a shell towards the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The impact made the ground shake a little as the cracks spread like spider webs. The dust and ashes from the previous fire and lightning raised to the sky as it made the vision difficult. The stupid code name? Does that metal scrap of a ship still have information about me? Anyway, Where were we? Leo shook his head and looked in Solomon's direction only to see a giant light beam rushing toward him. *Bay. The wing and light beam met as intense sparks filled the air and impact pushed Leo away slightly. Glancing at the light beam of intense heat, Leo increased his strength as his wing turned into a blade and cut the beam in two. The two parts of the beam flew around Leo and rushed towards the horizon before they dropped on the ground. *Boom! *Boom! Two mushroom clouds appeared at the distance like two nukes dropped on this reality marble, which made it shake violently. After slicing the beam in half, Leo raised the lance in his hand as a singularity appeared on its tip. Power and energy started to compress and rotate around the singularity before Leo waved. A huge spinning beam of light rushed towards the temple as it was crushing everything in its way. Unlike the usual effect, Leo has set Reincarnated to full destruction mode. However, he didn't stop because his left wing opened widely before the space around it started distorting. The demon gods stared at the light beam rushing toward them before their eyes glowed and shot hundreds of lasers at it. The red lasers flew like arcs in the air before they hit the beam from all directions, which slowed it down before it collided with the ring of light on the temple. Like snow melting in the heat, the beam struggled a little before it vanished under the power of the ring of light. However, it wasn't useless because it slowed down the ritual of Solomon. At this moment, the dead 24 demon gods were revived as they joined the ritual and tried to accelerate it. Despite that, another attack came suddenly. Leo waved with his left wing before the space in front of him started flowing like sea waves before breaking apart. Crack. Like glass getting shattered, the space became shards, leaving a black gap in the air before it rotated like a tornado and flew into the temple. Its main target was Solomon's demon gods that were taking the world's evil from the ground. Solomon looked at the space and time storm flying towards him before he clenched his fist and tapped the pillar of his temple. A rainbow color flashed on the temple as the space storm was passing through it like nothing. This is second true magic's application that allowed Solomon to be immune to space and time attacks, but unlike the complete magic, this one is just an incomplete form. *PFFF. *PFFF. Some demon gods were cut into pieces by the space and time storm before they turned into light particles. The world's evil that was inside the pillar fell to the ground as it started burning and eroding the reality marble with its curses. Without looking at the result, Leo's wings expanded in size as they became at least 100 meters long before two dragons' heads appeared from them and opened their mouths that were filled with blue flames. Solomon stared at this as his temple moved and the ring of light opened up before the gate was sparkling with an intense light. Using their dragon breath, a storm from blue flames rushed while burning everything, even the reality marble. A bright light flashed at the temple before the ring of light shot an enormous beam of light that scorched everything around it, especially the reality marble that was in its way. *Boom! The whole reality marble was shaking violently as the heat and flames reached more than 3 kilometers into the sky just by the first impact. The space was trembling and everything was melting when they got in contact with the flames. Altera, who was staring at Leo, put her sword on the ground to balance, but she was still been pushed far away because of the impact. However, the situation wasn't all that simple. The sky started losing its color before cracks started filling it. The reality marble that was approaching a world in its sturdiness began to fall apart from the clash. Leo and Solomon aren't slowing down at all. Unlike the first clash a day ago, they were using their noble phantasms with its physical and conceptual form, which made the reality marble overload. Waving his wing, Leo cleared the storm before the space was folded like a paper as it was trying to tear apart Solomon's temple. Solomon's counter-attacked with the second true magic as the space was reflected to Leo before it was broken apart in its place because of the attack. When Leo and Solomon wanted to attack again, lightning and thunder appeared like a sea wave and hit the Temple of Time. Rumble. The hit made the demon gods, who just recovered, paralyzed slightly before they destroyed the thunder with their laser. At the other side of the reality marble, GOOOOOSE was digging the ground with its hoofs before it rushed towards the temple. ignoring all the golems that tried to stop it. Solomon saw this as he moved the temple away while leaving the way to Leo clear. Looking at the huge monster coming towards him, Leo didn't move as Gugalana glanced at him with respect before changing direction towards the Temple of Time. This looked exactly like the time with Altera just now. Boom. Ramming the temple with full force, the whole area was shaking as the temple defenses started crumbling and demon gods had to strengthen them again. Solomon glanced at this as he wanted to aim the ring of light at the Bull of Heaven. He can see that the Bull of Heaven sensed the divinity of Venus and came all the way here. Compared to a bunch of golems, Solomon, who was attacking someone with a Venus's divinity that was higher even than his owner, Ishtar, was a main target to Gugalana. Did my high charm state finally did something useful? In this situation, Leo was the most surprised. He actually got the rare monster taming achievement just by using his high charm, which was basically useless and annoying for him all this time. Meanwhile, at the core of the reality marble, this place was also shaking as the reality marble is really getting serious damage now. No monologues or talks before the fight. Shinji saw Leo smack Altera before he and Solomon clashed as he felt that this world would never follow the rules. Even Gugalana joined the madness to help the enemy's side. Well, even if she has the best possible spirit core, Saber still can't compete with the two of them, but this is also okay. After all, she isn't done yet. Shinji glanced at the battle that was crushing his reality marble before he walked towards the ritual, where Avalon was floating. Shinji-sama. Medea knew what Shinji was doing, so she couldn't help but worry. There's no way, I can't let them destroy my reality marble, even if I had to use this early. Shinji sighed before assuring Sakura with a nod as he walked in the middle of the ritual. Staring at the floating Avalon, Shinji took a deep breath as his Rubik cube floated around him before it separated into several parts. The parts moved around the ritual as it became connected to Shinji's magic circuits, which made Shinji feel that his body was burning slightly. Sakura, be ready to add the imaginary numbers element. Medea, be ready with rule breaker if something wrong happens. Rider, I need you to activate your mystic eyes, Shinji said without looking back because he needed to concentrate. Medusa glanced at Sakura, who nodded at her before nodding back. After a few deep breaths, Shinji put his left hand on top of Avalon and raised his other hand with a lot of command seals for his servants. A buzzing sound appeared from Avalon as Shinji's hand, which was filled with magic circuits, was burned immediately. He couldn't help but smile wryly because the calm Avalon will attack others if they dare to erode it. However, without caring, he caught Avalon tightly before he closed his eyes and focused on his origin and soul. In his soul, the gate of truth started moving slowly as a rusting sound was heard. The giant stone door was opening slowly as the cracks were increasing slowly. With every crack, Shinji's expression became paler as his body was trembling. Suddenly, the door opened a little as bright while light was moving through it towards Shinji's magic circuits, which continued into Avalon and the ritual. This wasn't just light, but an unknown type of energy that surpassed everything in this world, which is the thing that allowed him to have a lot of mana, even if this small amount was beyond his limits. The whole ritual was brought to life as it started working beyond the normal limits and Avalon was glowing on Shinji's hand. Now! Screaming, Shinji pushed Avalon and stabbed it into the center of the ritual as a golden light moved through everything like a wave and rushed towards the reality marble. The already collapsing reality marble became very stable and started recovering quickly as it surprised Leo and Solomon. Feeling the intense pain from his body, Shinji didn't care as he guided the power of Avalon, reality marble, energy of the gate of truth towards his command seals. His command seals started to connect into the reality marble as they transformed and evolved into something completely different because of the energy. Leo and Solomon noticed the change in the reality around them. The reality marble rank jumped a lot of levels and almost became a true world, which shocked them. Solomon, who sensed this, found out that he can't wait any longer or waste any effort as he contacted his master via their link. At this moment, Shinji got 3 new command seals, which were very different from the regular ones. They were shining on his pale face as each one of them was sending an otherworldly aura to the surrounding as they became something similar to an authority. Chapter 110, 3 Rituals. Brother. Sakura was startled to see Shinji's condition, but Medea stopped her while shaking her head. Sakura bit her lips before focusing on the ritual again. She knew that the ritual is important and her brother is fine from Medea's look, but she couldn't help but be worried about him. Medusa looked at this as she didn't have a comment about the situation. She was summoned to this HGW, Holy Grail War, for 3 days, so she didn't know them a lot. The witch, Medea. Despite coming from the same place in mythology, which is Greek. She didn't know her much, but to see her somehow happy here, was a surprise for Medusa. Sakura is her master, so she'll listen to her, especially because she liked this master in the past days. Shinji. Except for looking like Perseus and having the same vibes, she didn't have much of an opinion. When Medusa was in deep thoughts, Shinji was having trouble standing. His face was pale and his body was swaying left and right, but the smile on his face didn't vanish. Sigh, my soul's wounds that I kept treating all those years were opened again. Shinji sighed helplessly, but when looking at these command seals, he smiled again. These command seals are special ones that can act like an authority over the world itself, but it's only on the world they were made from. Unlike the world outside where Gaia and Alea stand up like an angry police officer, here, in his reality marble that took a smaller, but similar form of something that this world doesn't like. A lost belt. Lost belts are alternate timelines that aren't supposed to exist, which is why they're lost. To be honest, all these timelines can be considered as a small lost belt because of the players and people that shouldn't exist manifesting everywhere. Shinji just pushed that concept a little bit with his origin and power from Gate of Truth, which turned his reality marble into a small lost belt away from human history, especially after using Avalon. Avalon isn't connected to the human's history at all, it's an independent world, which gave Shinji a sharp boost in his plans. 10 years from waiting and planning just to be able to use this world condition to achieve this feat. Shinji is at the last steps of his plan, which include treating his soul and turning this reality marble into a ship to leave all this madness. I know that I was lucky in my stay here. The world's condition gave me a lot of freedom to do things that were completely impossible in the regular type Moon's world. However, Beast 6 and Solomon appeared. Shinji took a deep breath as he raised his arm with the command seals. Brother. Shinji-sama, in the surprised eyes of Sakura and Medea, Shinji jumped into the ritual and sank directly. At the highest point of the reality marble, ripples appeared in the air before Shinji started a free fall towards the battlefield. Even if the reality marble became this strong, it still doesn't have something like outer space. After all, the deep dark space is a place where Thola and aliens gods wander. Leo, who was still looking at this reality marble, sensed something before looking towards the sky. A wild Wakame appeared. Hey? Your plan is very bold, I give you that. Leo looked at Shinji falling from the sky before he raised his lance. Feeling the change in the structure of the reality here and surprise for becoming something like a lost belt, Leo didn't know what to think, except for being a little lighter here. Unlike the real world and its condition, this place provides more mobility for him. To be honest, except for annoying him all the time, having his strength limited allowed him to save mana for long fights. After all, his mana is very pure and strong, but it's limited in the end. Therefore, he chose to attack Wakame. Frankly, Leo doesn't like this plan, and the fact it became something like a lost belt makes him hate it more. If this wasn't a trap or a plan of some kind, then he'll just throw his halo away and call it a day. With those thoughts, the holy lance glowed with a bright light before a stronger singularity appeared on its tip. The energy was compressed immediately before Leo shot a huge beam of light at Shinji in the sky. Solomon, who was having trouble with Gugalana striking his temple with lightning, looked at the sky to see Shinji. The light ring on his temple did a 180-degree change in its angle before aiming at Shinji. Googolana or Shinji. Solomon has personal and business problems with Shinji. Like Leo, Solomon doesn't want to stay in this reality marble or even allow it to exist after seeing this transformation. However, with this reality marble current strength, it might take 2 or 3 shots from full power noble phantasm to break down, so it's better to just shoot Shinji down. Shinji, who was in his free fall, looked at the 2 sworn enemies ganging upon him as his lips twitched. The 2 beams of lights were coming from 2 directions while crushing everything in their ways. Shinji sighed at this scene before he raised his command seals as their glow almost covered his whole hand. My first order. The world and reality will move according to my ritual flow. Without more hesitation, Shinji said his first order to this world. With those words, a ritual in front of Medea and Sakura with Shinji in the middle, glowed brightly before a strange wave passed the whole reality marble. Leo and Solomon felt the wave of energy passing them as they got chills. They couldn't see or understand what passed them. It felt like everything changed and nothing at the same time, which didn't give them a good feeling. Shinji in the sky stopped falling down without even caring about the 2 beams. The 2 scorching beams of light reached Shinji only to revolve him. They did a few laps around him before launching towards Solomon and Leo. Their speed doubled and energy increased as they were burning and scorching the air stronger while arriving at their target almost instantly. Leo's pupil shrank a little before he raised his wing and applied a flaw on the vectors of energy. To be honest, it's been a while since he used his Esper ability like this. Although his ability can work passively with his existence as a beast, after all, the evil of humanity can be counted as a flaw in humanity. Maybe it was the world's condition and the fact that Type Moon world's flaws can be harder to look and find, so he was just bombing the place with his noble phantasms and skills. Besides, everyone here likes to play with concepts, so it takes a little time to apply flaws on them while nuking them is much easier. The 7-colored dark wing stretched up before smacking the energy beam. No energy could be transmitted into the wing or pass through it as the wing acted like a mirror and shot the beam back to Shinji. Solomon saw this as he teleported his temple away and let the beam fall on Googolana. Boom. The Bull of Heaven took a direct hit from an attack that could be the hottest thing on this planet, which pushed him away and made him dizzy because of the impact. The ground was melting, so it made it hard for him to get a proper foothold as his lightning was going everywhere. His origin is flow, hey. Leo looked at the beams getting closer to Shinji before it revolved around him. Medea, tell Medusa to join the ritual, I might need that flow now. Shinji took a deep breath as his control over the world increased a lot. Although he can't control Leo and Solomon's energy directly, he's almost invincible as long as the attacks can't surpass his world. The energy beams were getting stronger and faster with each lap around him before he said his second order. My second order. Saber will get the best vassal and her true form will join the flow. Another wave of energy passed as Leo and Solomon couldn't help but to frown before something exploded on the ground. A tricolor's light flashed like a pillar of light before it rushed into Leo immediately. Altera with her cold eyes didn't stop at all or wait for her body to adapt to change. She was cladded in a mysterious energy while swinging her sword towards Leo's eyes directly. Why my eyes? Leo said as his wings stretched and attacked Altera swiftly. For an angel, the wings are most likely the strongest part of the body in addition to the core. Leo's wings are a concentrated aim field and alter telsma catalyzation. Although they aren't invincible, they aren't something that can be easily torn or broken. As an angel, Leo is professional in wings fu. An ancient art that focus on smacking, slashing, and channeling his power throughout the wings before repeating the same steps. Clang. Buzz. The sound of metal clashing and buzzing echoed in this place as Altera stabbed Leo's right wing, but unlike the last time, the energy on her body moved towards her sword. The sword couldn't pierce through the wings, but it didn't stop as sparks were flying everywhere. The wing tried to push Altera away, however, the energy on the sword made her equal to the wing's strength. Leo lifted his eyebrow at this scene before stabbing with his lance towards Altera core. Altera powers and core were getting stronger with each moment. Twisting her body in an imaginable speed, Altera avoided the lance before she stepped on midair and attacked Leo from behind. Leo didn't want to question when this titan was able to step on the air as his two wings slashed from behind him. However, Altera tattoos shined on her body before she disappeared and appeared above him. *Boom. A shock wave cleared the surrounding as Leo blocked Altera's sword with his lance and glanced at the titan that put him in the biggest threat. Did you find that a bigger body is just a disadvantage, so you kept this one? Leo said as he saw that Altera was pushing her body and core to keep this body and explosive power against him. Using her skills, Crest of the Stars, she pushed her strength to the limits as she could fight Leo with strength and even push him a little with her tactics. Altera didn't stop as her other hands, legs turned into deadly weapons while striking Leo. However, Leo easily blocked them with his other hand and wing. It isn't the wisest choice to touch my body without your sword. With those thoughts, the spin was launched from Leo's body and infected Altera's body. Her left hand, which was blocked by Leo, started twisting in a bizarre way. Altera wanted to retreat, but her hand didn't listen to her. The left hand turned into a fist and punched toward her face directly. Even if she was slightly surprised that her body became her enemy, Altera didn't wait as he moved her head and avoided the fist. Suddenly, Leo's leg waved like a wipe as it carried a couple of sonic booms in its way. Altera changed her position, which allowed her twisted hand that recovered a little to block the kick. *A shock wave hit Altera's arm like a speeding car. She almost lost all the feeling on her arm and it's absolutely broken now, but the energy helped her to recover immediately and returning to attack. Shinji saw Leo and Altera getting tangled as he wanted to shoot the beam towards Leo. However, the latter, when he felt his own power, glanced at him before the beam went out of control. *Boom. The beam, with Rongominiad exploded in Shinji's face as it made him unable to control himself in midair directly. Suddenly, Leo gathered his power on the spear as Altera's sword was getting pushed back. Altera sensed the danger as she jumped away, but the bright light from the lance knocked her away like a meteor. Altera stabilized herself in midair before looking up to see Leo aiming his lance with intense power at her directly, but then, he stopped. Leo tried to move his wings, but it was slightly difficult. He couldn't swing fast, even his mana slowed down. He felt like the whole reality was trying to slow him down, which was beyond what he expected. Shinji, who was shot by Leo's beam explosion, raised his hand as he applied a new flow to this reality, which was Medusa's mystic eyes. At the core, Medusa's eyes were glowing while looking at the ritual in front of her. Sakura used two of her command seals to push Rider's power to her limits. *Boom. Altera didn't miss the chance as she turned into a meteor and rushed towards Leo again. Shinji wanted to support her with his flow, but then, he got shot down again by a huge bolt of lightning. Gugalana looked up as it recognized Shinji. It's the bastard that stole it from its owner. Unforgivable. The bowl of heaven roared towards the sky as the whole weather started changing. Thunder clouds gathered in no time before rushing towards Shinji and locking him in a big storm of lightning. In the middle of the raging storm, Shinji felt the divinity as he couldn't control it completely, so he just waved his arms open and crushed it directly. The clouds were cleared all around the sky as Shinji was able to see again, but then, he sensed something under him. Solomon with his temple, was aiming the whole light ring at Shinji's direction. The power and heat in that shot wouldn't be less than using the true noble phantasm, which left Shinji in cold sweat. No, not now. I just need a little bit of energy, then I'll be able to include my gate of truth in this world. Shinji was unwilling as he desperately pushed himself away. However, the ring of light sparked before an enormous beam of light shot towards the sky. Unlike all the other beams, this one was faster as it reached Shinji almost instantly. Feeling light next to him, Shinji's sweat evaporated as his right side was burned slightly, but he was able to dodge. Solomon looked at this as he didn't care. It's a shame he didn't hit him, but his goal was never Shinji from this attack. The light beam reached the highest point of the reality marble before it hit it directly. Boom. Shock waves of energy filled the sky as it drew the attention of everyone. Leo kicked away Altera, who was trying to kick him. The energy on her body was so troublesome. He can't see a flaw with his current knowledge, nor he can break it away. That energy allowed her to recover and strengthen her power to almost her true form without the Titan's power. However, he has something more important than her as he looks at Solomon digging through the ceiling of the reality marble. Shinji's eyes widened as he saw that the beam of light was digging the sky and trying to leave the reality marble, but why? However, a mad bull dropped another bolt of lightning on his head, which made him almost fall from the sky. Master, use all the command seals. It's time. Solomon looked at the sky and his temple before contacting his master. Outside the reality marble, on top of a building in Fuyuki City, a man with white hair was in the middle of a ritual before raising his hand towards the sky. Marisberry Animusphere's command seals, magic circuits, and magic crust glowed before he said, with the power of my command seals, I strengthen Castor's noble phantasm. Although he only said it one time, all his command seals disappeared before the ritual under his feet started. His command seals weren't actually strengthening the noble phantasm, they were only a trigger to link this ritual into another. Solomon prepared for a lot of situations in these 2 days. He couldn't afford the slightest mistakes in his plan, so he actually prepared 3 separate rituals. Yes, 3 separated rituals, all with the same goal. A ritual on the ring of light in space that belongs to Beast Eye, one in the ring of light in his temple that connected to the space ring, and one at the hands of his master to use when the other 2 aren't available. His master, Marisberry, is one of the lords of the clock tower and the head of the celestial body department. He left the clock tower to participate in the HGW and summoned Solomon. To be honest, Marisberry didn't care about winning a lot. He's a man that strives to be ordinary. Even as a lord, he knew about the true form of the Holy Grail and heaven feels, third true magic, but he didn't care about it. After the ritual under Marisberry feet was activated, the ring of light in the sky started moving. All the light belts lost their position and regrouped in completely different forms. Like stars appearing in the middle of the day, the light belts in space changed their form into different shapes of constellations according to the astronomy. Marisberry looked at the formation in the sky. His calm face didn't show any thoughts or emotions, which made it hard to see what he was thinking. At this moment, the shape of the sky in the outside world appeared in Shinji's reality marble, which made Shinji's body feel weaker. His reality marble is cracking again because of the change from the outside. From the outside, where Solomon is launching his beam of light, the reality marble started cracking. Everyone on the planet saw the huge formation in the sky. Ordinary people didn't understand what was happening, and the supernatural side was in a dilemma because this surpassed everything they saw before, even the clash between dragons that day. Feeling his loss of connection with the stars, Leo looked at Solomon as he sighed. When the beam leaves the reality marble and reaches the formation in the sky, Solomon's ritual will start and nothing can stop it after that. Chapter 111, Second Round. When Leo and Solomon were clashing with their unmeasurable ex-noble phantasm, the area outside the reality marble was trembling, especially around Endu Mountain. Like something heavy slamming on the ground, a couple of light earthquakes could be felt around this place. The mana in the air was vibrating as its quality and quantity were increasing gradually. It's the signs of the age of gods manifesting again, which made everyone near the mountain feel the air heavy. Merlin, Inkiju, Alex, and Zelrich, who saw the 7-colored beam hit the reality temple, noticed that something big might have happened, so they resumed the battle immediately. Despite feeling the change in the air and the textures spreading, they sensed that the process is slow and most likely can only be concentrated on the reality marble. Merlin dodged Inkiju chains before Zelrich sealed the space further and blocked them from interfering. He even sealed the area around the ground, so Inkiju can't take more mana. Although he doesn't want to admit it, the chains lose all the counterforce's power when they move next to Alex. Zelrich sighed as he reinforced the space around him and launched a giant ether cannon at Enkidu. Enkidu wanted to shoot another chain at Merlin, but Zelrich's barrier and attacks didn't give him any chance. Waving his blade hands, he looked at the side helplessly. Merlin didn't waste time as he trapped Alex in illusion and cracked his servant's contract, which made Enkidu widen his eyes. Activating his powers, he tried to leave the space seal, but it was useless, especially when he lost the mana supplier from nature and Alex. Even if he doesn't need a lot of mana from his master to fight, Enkidu doesn't have any skill to manifest independently without a master. Despite looking like humans or had been humans during their lives, servants are just the purest souls of humanity turning into heroic spirits. So, they need two conditions to exist. A mana supply to exist and an anchor to this world, so their souls don't get rejected by Alea and Gaia or get sucked by the Holy Grail back to the place of all souls, the roots. Mana supplies can be either the master's mana or, if their master had a problem in their mana capacity, the servant can consume the souls of other beings or things that have mana, like living beings' hearts and such. An anchor can be a master's contract, linking the mana in a certain important place, even if that will limit the servant movements, or simply having a skill that allows existing without a master. Like archers' independent action. Although beasts are a completely different situation because they can manifest as long as the condition of their existence is allowed. They don't have to care about the counterforce's effects on their manifestation at that point. If a servant doesn't have both of these two conditions, it's just a matter of time to lose their foothold in this world and vanish in the form of light particles. Enkidu is in the same situation. He's sealed in Zelrich's space, which made him unable to take mana from the ground in addition to losing his contract with his master. Even Gilgamesh with his huge treasury needs his skill of independent action to exist and move without a master completely, but now he has an actual body, so in addition to his skill, he can move normally. Looking at his master in an illusion and without an arm, Enkidu sighed a little. His situation is very bad. He can't get mana from the ground nor from Alex, and his existence is losing its foothold because of the absence of the contract. O humans! Let's us bound the gods above. Even after looking at the impossible situation, Enkidu, as a weapon, isn't allowed to stop until his body crumbles. So, he'll be pushing all that he has from mana and most of his body that was made from clay of the age of gods to launch his noble phantasm. Chanting the lines of the noble phantasm, Enkidu's body glowed with a golden light as he started to lose his humanoid form and become a chain. However, there was someone unhappy about this. Zelrich looked at Enkidu's noble phantasm and his chant as he had some thoughts in his head. I'm not a human nor a god. Can't I be spared from these internal conflicts even if I became a dead apostle? Sighing at his luck and this disaster of a timeline, Zelrich waved his hand as Alex, who was outside the barrier, appeared in his hand. The sound of chains clanking in the air and wind howling filled the surrounding, but Zelrich glanced at the golden meteors casually before he waved his jeweled sword. Enkidu, who was rushing in the form of chains, widened his imaginary eyes while looking at his master next to the magician. The tiny amount of counterforce's power became even less when he tried to stop Zelrich from catching Alex. This amount of power and mana can't even affect the magician's space and time magic now. However, Enkidu didn't stop as he turned into a golden meteors that reached in front of Zelrich in less than an instant. However, when he almost hit him, a portal appeared and swallowed all of Enkidu before vanishing. Meanwhile, at top of the air, a flash of light was rushing from the sky towards Endu mountain. Gilgamesh's eyes were burning with rage as he was rushing towards the reality marble he sensed. Even if it was the last thing in his time in this world, he'll make sure to smash Leo's head with a full power EA until all his mana vanish. Suddenly, Gilgamesh sensed something familiar before a portal appeared instantly in front of his ship. From the portals, golden chains that carried a lot of mana and power were rushing like a meteor towards Gilgamesh's ship. Enkidu and Gilgamesh glanced at each other with a blank face as the time slowed down before the impact arrived. *Boom! *A giant firework exploded in the sky as Zelrich nodded with satisfaction. Finally, he doesn't have to deal with Alea and Gaia's shenanigans anymore. He always has to feel their buffer of power around the world 24h a day, and now, he has to face a catalyzation of that power, in Kiju? No, he won't accept this. Merlin looked at the cloud of smoke as he shook his head. He really doesn't want to imagine King Gilgamesh's anger now, but looking at the bright side, he has a story to tell to the other King Gilgamesh, Castor, if he wasn't watching now. Now, we can get to business. Zelrich waved with his hand as several gems floated around Alex. They flew in an irregular pattern before they formed a magic circle under Alex's feet, which glowed with all colors. My magic isn't something related to the soul, so this might be troublesome. Zelrich raised his empty left hand as a book appeared before it started flipping its pages. Is this your location or the stage? Merlin said while looking at Zelrich, who was taking his sweet time while checking in his book. Both. Although I said that I'll help, Alea is the mother of all rip-offs and bad deals, so I can't push myself to work seriously as long as the human order is involved, Zelrich said without caring about Merlin's gaze. Did he go inside? Merlin felt the familiar mana from the barrier. It was Leo's mana going wild inside the reality marble. Of course, he'll go there. As long as he exists, it's bound for something that affects the world to happen. The damn walking disasters magnet, Zelrich said with an unhappy expression, even if it looked slightly helpless. I mean, he's a beast. It's a matter of time before something that affects the world happens around him. Right. Merlin said, but his last word was uncertain while looking at Zelrich. It doesn't make much difference. Zelrich waved with his hand as his jeweled sword glowed with the magic circle under Alex. Merlin hummed meaningfully, which made Zelrich glance at him with his glowing red eyes, and he says, apparently, you need something from me? No, I'm just surprised you know my master. Merlin shook his head with a smile. How could Zelrich doesn't see what this Magus wanted? But he didn't care that much. Know him? I personally don't know him, but on the other hand, I know him very well. Zelrich looked at the magic circle, then he said in a small voice, after all, he killed me a couple of times. Merlin turned his head quickly to look at Zelrich as the colors of shock were on his face, however, he didn't have time to calm down or process his thoughts. Crack. The ground around him started showing some small cracks as the earthquakes from the temple grew stronger, and then, they stopped completely. The mana in the air, the cracks on the ground, the small earthquakes, and the textures. All of them stopped before returning to normal like nothing happened. Looking at the temple, which has the reality marble, Merlin and Zelrich had a slightly puzzled expression on their faces. Their mind had one single question: are they looking at a reality marble or what? It was so weird for them. Like it was a reality marble, however, it wasn't. It almost became a world in its strength, but it didn't. This looked like something stuck between two places at the same time, which confused Zelrich and Merlin. Why do you need a reality marble this strong if you're not going to make it a world? They didn't understand the process behind wasting all these resources, then leaving the job half done. Zelrich glanced at the reality marble structure. Like Merlin, he doesn't get the reason for making it this strong without turning it into a world, even if it looked like those lost belts. The only change he saw except the strength was the weird origin of flow that'll probably sit to give mobility to the reality marble. A reality marble strong as a world and with mobility. Zelrich's face was filled with shock as he couldn't believe in his ideas, but he couldn't think of another meaning for this strong reality marble, except for being a ship to something beyond this reality. However, he didn't have a chance to confirm his thoughts because he sensed a large amount of mana moving. Glancing at the sky, several rays of light appeared on the calm blue sky as they glowed like stars in the night. In space, around the Earth, Beast Eye's light ring that can start the full extinction of the human race was moving around the ozone layer, separating it light belts and regrouping again in a very quick amount of time as it became a whole light show for people on Earth. Zelrich and Merlin stared at this as the light belts formed a lot of star constellations and formations on top of Earth before they became one big ritual. However, it looked like it lacked one last piece to start. Animosphere? That bland-looking idiot man. Zelrich covered his face when he looked at the astromancy magecraft in the sky before he waved with his jeweled sword. Astromancy is a type of magecraft that involves the aspect of planets, space, stars to perform different spells. Zelrich is familiar with this type of magecraft, but he never thought he'd see it here and even on Beast Eye's noble phantasm. However, this type of linking and usage of astromancy is like using a whole magic crest of a family and person that he knew very well, Marisperi Animosphere. So, you're Solomon's master, sigh. This is troublesome. Zelrich sighed again as he felt the problems had just increased. The current formation is enough to start a whole ritual against the world if the missing piece was filled. It is most likely to be with Solomon because he should have modified the spell based on Marisperi's magic crest. Merlin and Zelrich naturally saw Marisperi on top of the building, but before they moved they heard a cracking sound. Suddenly, the area that calmed down started shaking more violently than the last time. The mana and wind raged like a storm before several light bands appeared. From the top of the reality marble, few belts of light are trying to escape and rush towards the sky. Zelrich glanced at his left before he waved his jeweled sword. All the color flashed before one beast, two servants, and masters appeared. Fu looked at the new environment before he glanced at the light belts in the sky. Without another single thought, his body glowed with mana before turning into a meteor towards them. Fu! Ritsuko was surprised by this, but then, she saw Fu's shape change in mid-air. The small fluffy beast grew bigger and bigger. His head has two horns and his tail was glowing with purple-blue colors. The cute shape became a monstrosity that put fear into everyone's soul. Roar! Roars that don't belong to any creature known to humans sounded before Fu, in his beast form, jumped at the light belt and bit them. Using his body and teeth to block the light, Fu was getting burned before recovering. However, he didn't let go as he sealed the cracks and destroyed every beam of light coming from the reality marble. Despite that, more and more light was escaping and pushing him away. It's just a matter of time before the light escapes him and rushes towards the sky. We don't have time. Zelrich clenched his fist. His ritual isn't ready at all and he can't locate the proper coordinate, but he doesn't have a choice. Jeweled sword, open the parallel world's source. Stabbing the ritual around Alex with his sword, the whole place glowed before an unimaginable amount of ether rushed towards the surrounding. This made breathing difficult for everyone before Zelrich waved his book. A wave of space, time, and ether rushed to the surrounding before the whole world started changing. What was looking like a 3D image became slightly 2D in the eyes of everyone around the mountain. It was like a picture that was based on the real world being drawn in front of their eyes. It felt like entering a painting as they couldn't interfere with the real world anymore. This is a fast-made parallel world by Zelrich and the best he could do for the moment. However, this parallel world can't stop the connection between Solomon's rituals. The formation was still glowing in the sky and light was trying to escape the reality marble. Wizard Marshal! Rin exclaimed when she saw Zelrich, who had a gloomy look on his face. Leave the greetings later. The Emperor of Rome, can you block the ritual with Beast 4? Zelrich didn't waste any time now as he directly went for Nero. Although she was slightly surprised by the change in places and events, Nero calmly nodded before she said, "But I've to prepare something." Archer couldn't help but look at her in surprise. Blocking something that a beast is struggling with? Aren't you just a saber? Tomu. It's natural for you to be surprised. After all, if my praetor didn't manifest, I'd still be a candidate to be a human evil, Nero said calmly before walking forward as Archer covered his face. Don't stay like that. When she blocks the ritual, all of you enter this reality marble and do something useful. Zelrich, who was previously wasting time, started to work 2 times faster before he opened a portal in the reality marble. I don't think we can interfere in the battle inside. Merlin tried to slip away. If this magician is going to send him in the middle of Leo and Solomon, then he prefers to leave this place. Archer, Rin, and Ritsuka had roughly the same idea. Archer didn't want to die for no reason, at least not now. Rin wanted to find her sister, but she doesn't think she can interfere in the middle of that battle while Ritsuka knows her strength very well. Shut up and go. Zelrich had enough as he waved with his hand and pushed everyone with space towards the portal. All of them looked helpless as they went inside the portal and disappeared. It's inside the core. This guy even made the interior of the ship in his reality marble. Zelrich shook his head before looking at Nero and said, "Are you still waiting?" However, Nero didn't glance at him because she was talking with Leo, who said, "You want to burn in flames." My praetor still underestimates my capabilities, it seems. Nero Claudius, won't lose to a mere human evil. Nero shook her head with dissatisfaction. You do realize that I'm a human evil, right? Forget it, you'll really burn in flames, literally. If I make you a sub-beast of mine, then you'll have the danger of losing your mind. More dissatisfaction filled Nero's face because her praetor really doesn't think she can handle anything. Wow, I feel like I can see your face from here. Anyway, I'll ask 6 to be nice, just launch the power immediately and don't keep anything in your body. Nero heard Leo was having a battle before she felt something was added inside of her spiritual core. Oh, I forgot, because this titan is annoying. Tell that parallel world vampire to make his damn parallel world already. A loud scream that made Nero's head dizzy before she said to Zelrich, "My praetor want you to make the parallel world already, why don't he make one himself?" Zelrich didn't care about this message, but his hands didn't slow down. Nero took a deep breath before raising the sword in front of her face. Flames ignited on the sword before it spread to her whole body. More and more mana was gathering in her spirit core before she jumped towards the sky. Like turning into a red meteor, Nero rushed towards Fu, who was blocking the light with his body before she said, "Behold, the 7 necks smoldering in the roaring sea." With every word, the flames on Nero's body got stronger. They were at first just a mana release, but now, they started hurting her as she bit her lip. Running on Fu's long tail, Nero's speed increased further before she said, "Earth's amassers of fortune." More and more flames were on her body. Her ribbon was burned as it let the long blonde hair flew behind Nero before she clenched her sword. With those words, several shadows appeared behind Nero before she jumped towards the sky and pointed her sword down towards the cracks of the reality marble. "Pour your desire into the golden goblet. Abaddon Pleonixia." Nero screamed as she felt all her body was cracking before several dragon heads rushed from behind her. 6 directly appeared from behind Nero, but unlike Leo, his flames were much weaker. However, it was enough as he joined around Fu and blocked the light belts. Nero was floating in the air while holding her sword. Clenching her teeth and making sure to keep her mind clear from all the greed of humanity that rushed immediately. Nero has a title called the Whore of Babylon, which in history is called the woman who raided the 7-headed snake. This isn't just a nickname or an insult, because this is real. Especially with Rome getting a clear relation with Beast 6 in its nickname, the Beast of Babylon. She is one of the holders of Beast 6's parts. Beast 6 was separated across the world before it regrouped again by root. His parts were in the hands of different people, but the most important were 3 parts, which represent his 3 noble phantasm, except the first one. Although the part holders can't use Leo's power effectively, it isn't something to joke about. Nero is the holder of the 3rd part, which gave her the skill of the 7 crowns and the chance to manifest as a human evil. However, after Leo got his parts again, all the chances for those holders to be a human evil is in his hands as sub-beasts. Zelrich glanced at the sub-beast and Beast 4 blocking Solomon's ritual before he put his book on the ground and said, "The parallel source is available. Formation is perfect. Parallel world creation." With his words, another wave of mana rushed towards the surrounding as it made the 2D painting world more real and stronger. This place officially became a parallel world attached to the real one. When that happens, another wave of energy rushes towards the world. Although it wasn't huge and large like Zelrich's almost infinite amount of ether, it was strong and very terrifying as the parallel world was shaking. Meanwhile, inside the reality marble, Leo was swinging his wing against Altera before she attacked him with her sword. After Leo finished his talk with Nero, he transferred 6 to her and was tangled by this titan. Honestly, if he could, he would have finished this fight already, but everything is increasing in strength beyond the limits. Do you think it's easy to win this battle? Even if going at full force, Leo will still have problems against these guys. Nothing easy comes from playing with concepts and meanings. In addition to having this solidification flow on his body, Leo was having problems with Solomon's launching his ritual. Just putting him near the ritual makes his power slow because that ritual can be counted as anti-original sin noble phantasm. Honestly, this is gathering and battle royal of overpowered guys that would probably end with world destruction. Altera is pushing everything in this fight. She is sacrificing her spirit core just to match Leo's power in an attempt to fight equality and kill him. Boom. Altera struck again with her sword before Leo blocked it with his lance. However, he didn't wait for long. Letting go of his lance and moving quickly, Leo gave Altera an uppercut directly. Bam! Like two solid objects colliding, Leo's fist made Altera head rise from the impact, but she quickly kicked with her leg towards his side. She couldn't attack with her sword because the lance was attacking her on its own. Leo already let go of his lance, so he blocked the attack with the other hand while doing a half spin to avoid Altera's sword and kicking her to the side. Each attack was calculated to block all her escape routes, but she didn't care. Altera twisted her body before letting go of her sword. The lance tried to attack her, but she was already out of its range as she punched Leo to the face. Leo didn't bother to block her attack because it was faint from the start as he gathered the mana on his fist and blocked the true attack, a fist coming to his neck. However, Altera also kicked him to the side directly. Bam! Bam! The two of them were entangled in close combat as punches and kicks were creating shock waves all around. Suddenly, Leo flapped his wings, which pushed Altera away a little before he raised his right arm. Altera did the same as their weapons appeared. A clear image, available. Data. Sufficiency, conditions are clear. Applying the flaw, Leo clenched his lance before several values and data were revolving in his mind. An image from his last fight with an archer back at the city was completely clear in his eyes before he released a breath. Altera didn't wait as her tricolor sword did an arc in the air while going directly towards Leo's eyes. At this moment, like he was possessed, Leo's lance-holding form changed completely. He seemed like something that held weapons for a long time before he said, "Wrong, oh myniad, 9 lives." The lance turned into 9 flashes that became meteors towards Altera. The first 2 deflected her sword, which made her retreat and block 2 more with it. However, the other 5 stabs reached her immediately. Twisting her body, Altera dodged the first 3, but she wasn't lucky with the other 2. One scratched her face and one pierced her shoulder directly, almost blowing her arm off. Blood flew in the air as Leo frowned because his speed was very slow. Applying a flaw on his mind and body based on the previous battle with Alcides, he was able to replicate his technique, 9 lives. However, compared to Alcides, his technique was very slow as it allowed Altera to escape most of the hits. Without glancing at her shoulder, the energy was recovering Altera's body before she clenched her sword and rushed forward. Her sword grew larger as the energy was beyond its limits before Altera swung her sword. Several phantoms flashed in the air before they turned into several swords slashed of energy covered Leo's vision. The sword slashes became waves of energy that drowned his body immediately before Altera rushed to complete her attack. However, at this moment, a wave of space and time's power rushed, which made the reality marble contained in a whole new world. Solomon frowned as he looked at his beam getting blocked by something from the outside while Shinji was rushing towards him. Gugalana suddenly stopped attacking him as it looked at the sky. Shinji didn't care because Solomon is more important, but then, a wave of energy appeared in his reality marble. Altera, who was the closest, sensed the danger as she wanted to retreat, but she was late. A hand broke out from the waves of energy and grabbed her face. Her eyes showed a slight panic for the first time during this battle or even her life as she gathered her energy and made it explode in front of her. This pushed her away, but before she reacted, her position changed as Leo stabbed her core with his lance. Asterisk crack. Asterisk with a loud cracking sound, Altera body lost its strength like a puppet that lost its strings. Her body started to become light particles as she didn't have the strength to hold her sword. It seems there are still things that I can't destroy. Even if it's you Entity 19, Altera said with her cold voice, which was weaker now. I really want to forget about that code name, forget it, I hope you'll have more beautiful dreams in the future. With those light words, Leo looked at Altera vanishing into light particles. Altera attack of tricolor beams vanished as Leo appeared. He grabbed his neck while opening his wings widely and stretching them. It looked like something that didn't move for a long time was relaxing his body. I missed this feeling of lightness. Leo cracked his neck while looking at Shinji and Solomon in the sky. His body felt much lighter now, like he was liberated, but strangely, the effect of solidification was still on his body. His flow or this world is more stronger than I thought. Leo shook his head before his wings glowed with an intense light. His aim field is spreading with his divinity towards the sky. Well, if it seems we're playing a game of outsmarting each other, hey! Leo said as he raised his hand in the air before the mana glowed on his body. Then you may have outsmarted me, but I outsmarted your outsmarting with my outsmarting. With his words, a wave of energy that made Gugalana glowing rushed from Leo. What was it? Ah, yes. Gate open. Leo twisted his palm before the sky was split in two. The clear blue sky was separated by a golden light from the farthest ends, like the whole world was cut in two. After a moment, the sky opened up. Like a dome opening it covers, the blue separated itself into two sides before showing a whole different sky. A universe and cosmos greeted the world as the stars were shining. Several galaxies and different planets were flying there before it landed. With a golden glow that increased the surrounding heat, Venus descended on this world as the whole reality was forcibly changing by a strong authority. Now, let's start the second round under the light of Venus, Leo said as his expression finally became serious. The flow, world's authority, human order correction ritual, and Venus's authority were clashing just by existing here. This will be a tough battle for everyone. Chapter 112, Clash. Silence, only the silence filled the place as miracles that were beyond this era were unfolding. What was going on here is something that cannot be described by lower dimensions and realities. Human order ritual, which is the ring of light, is digging through the ceiling of the reality marble, leaving light particles everywhere. However, the reality marble is reinforced by the origin and concept of the flow while using the boost from the world's authority, so it might take a while to breach it completely. Venus, the phantasm replica of the real planet, was glowing at the highest point of this world while showing the universe behind it. Just by manifesting here, the planet was trying to spread its authority and textures on this land, which made the ring of light clash with it, especially with the stars' constellations and the world's authority. Authorities and concepts were fighting and trying to tear each other apart at each moment. Each texture and reality was trying to force itself on the world and come as the dominated existence. This reflected in the disordered space and sparks of lightning flashing here and there, like a circuit getting overloaded and almost burning. This type of clash was rarely seen, even in the Age of Gods. Some gods saw these types of fights, but they could be counted on fingers because Gaia and Alea won't allow these history-breaking events to happen. The silence lasted for short moments before it was broken by a thunderous roar that shakes the land. Gugalana raised its head and roared. Its cries shocked the earth and sky as his body was glowing with a golden color. The lightning was flying around it like a storm and much stronger than before. From the hoofs, the blinding blue lightning started changing into purple, even Gugalana's eyes turned purple while looking at Shinji in the sky. After receiving a buff from Venus textures, Gugalana's foothold and foundation in this world and era became stronger, which allowed it to use more of its power, even stronger with the help of Venus light. Shinji didn't like it when Bull of Heaven stared at him with those purple eyes. Like he thought before, Beast 6 is really like a virus to his world. Venus in the sky is spreading its textures and infecting the area where Shinji's flow and reality can move freely. No to mention the current buff it gave to the Bull of Heaven. Seeing the Bull of Heaven receiving a buff, Leo was surprised for a moment. Venus textures and authority gave this bull more power, like standing in a buff area. Even Gugalana's lightning carried the heat from the planet on it. Taking a quick glance at the surroundings, Leo made his plan immediately. The anti-original sin ritual is the biggest problem. Taking it down won't be easy. The whole ritual of Solomon aims at clearing the original sin from humanity and starting a new era, which means a lot of attribute advantage for Solomon against Leo. Leo always used attribute advantage against his opponents, so he clearly knew how nasty to get attacked by a counter element. Of course, it won't be easy if I didn't want to get an injury. Leo glanced at the light particles from Solomon's ring of light before his wings opened wide. Although it'll be hard, this ritual isn't Solomon, so this gives him more maneuvers around it. However, at this moment, he saw Shinji gathering the flow around him. Back when Shinji had the host advantage, Leo couldn't see it, but now, he sensed it. Although it's faint, this Wakame is carrying some foundation from the Sephiroth. Would you look at that? This might end better than I thought. Leo's eyes flashed before his spirit core moved and activated his self-modification skill, which awakened his origin. Leo slowly lowered his hand as the whole world was shaking again. Everyone raised their heads to see Venus has changed. The planet that was floating in the sky gradually became bigger and bigger. The planet was falling down. You madman! Shinji screamed while looking at the gigantic planet dropping towards the ground. The golden light particles are flying in the air as mana was going out of control. Solomon, who was under the waterfall of light, looked at the planet advancing in his way. If it was just a rock dropping, it'll be fine, but this is a whole pack of concepts and textures. The moment it hits the ground, which is filled with Avalon's textures, it'll explode and release mystery and mana like thousands of nukes on their heads. It'll even affect the real world and cause a disaster. Solomon raised his arms as his temple moved. All the demon gods gathered around the ring of light and connected their rituals to it. Click, click, click. Numerous clicking sounds were heard from the ring of light before several light belts separated from it. Moving like snakes, the light belts did a circle around the temple before they rushed towards the planet. Leaving a shrieking sound in the air, the light belts reached the planet in a blink of an eye before clashing with it. Boom! More sparks and lightning appeared in the surrounding after the ritual clashed with Venus. Their clash made the world shake again, even the outside parallel world felt the impact. However, those light belts didn't stop Venus as it kept descending towards the ground with the same crushing momentum. Shinji also joined this clash as he pushed his ritual and origin, which changed all the world's flow. Waves and waves of energy moved in the air like a raging sea towards Venus in the sky. The energy dragged everything with it: wind, space, time, even a little of Solomon's light belts were dragged against Venus in the sky, which finally did something and helped Solomon to slow down the planet drop. Venus kept releasing its golden scorching light, but against two conceptual hexes, it couldn't advance with the same speed. Shinji wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but then, a deep purple lightning beam appeared in the corner of his eye. After looking at what was happening to Venus, Gugalana charged his mana and divinity in its mouth before shooting a beam towards Shinji. The scorching purple lightning carried Venus's power while flying towards Shinji like a rocket, which made him unable to fully control it. He didn't have much power to spare now. Most of Shinji's focus was on the planet that wanted to blow up everything, so all he could do was use his flow and retreat from that position. The purple lightning passed him from the side as he could feel the different flows around him, but he didn't have much strength to control them. Raising his hand, Shinji waved as a blade of space and time flow rushed towards Gugalana directly. Gugalana stomped the ground as his huge size made the whole land shake and lightning flew all over the place, but the scorching lightning wasn't able to stop the blade completely as it rushed towards it. However, at that moment, a pink wave of space rushed like a blade and collided with Shinji's attack. The two attacks clashed in midair as they turned into a turbulence in space and time before disappearing. Palkia appeared around Gugalana as the Bull of Heaven looked at him, but it didn't care about him a lot. For Gugalana, dragons were like all other creatures that it used to stomp with hoofs. Although this one had the Venus blessing on it. The dragon of space felt the Bull of Heaven's eyes before he narrowed its eyes and roared at him. Gugalana also roared at Palkia, which started a conflict between two hot-blooded divine beasts. I can't go like this. Without a care about his attack result, Shinji frowned as he started looking around. Although Venus' speed slowed down, it didn't stop. He is just spending energy for nothing meaningful. Rather than stopping the process, he should look for the source, which is Beast 6. After a moment, he saw Beast 6 floating at a distance. His wings and body were glowing with a dreadful form of mana that he never saw before, while his eyes gave him chills. He didn't know why, but he had a weird feeling that if Beast 6 stared at him enough, he'd die instantly in the next clash. Solomon frowned as he released more light belts. This might slow down his ritual, but it's better than letting Venus drop on his head. Using all the rituals on the demon gods, he was able to substitute some of his energy and effort to attack Venus. However, the planet will fall eventually and he can't launch the ritual with Venus in his way, so he looked around with his clairvoyance before he spotted Leo staring at his ritual. A hard look appeared on his face when he saw Leo's eyes on his temple. He had the feeling that his ritual was being analyzed, which made him command the Ring of Light immediately. The whole Ring of Light opened even further, blinding the world with a bright light. Tens of light belts separated from the formation and rushed like homing missiles as arcs filled the sky like a rain of arrows. Leo looked at Solomon and Shinji trying to stop Venus with satisfaction. He didn't even care about the rains of attacks rushing towards him as his body glowed with a golden glow. Finally, everything returned to its rightful place and the balance was restored. From the start of time, beasts should be the ones destroying the world and humans trying to stop them. Not the other way around. He failed terribly as a beast and Satan. The shame and headache Leo got from trying to save the world are immeasurable. He understood the pain and started to feel sorry for those who try to save the world while destroying it is much easier. He might even start praying just to not get in another mission like this. Just for even if I have to push this body to the limits, I'll show you that everything you'll do is. Waving the lance slightly, Leo raised his other hand and clenched his fist. The scorching light was just a split second away from him, but he only grinned as his fist glowed with the same light of Venus. Muda. With its battle cry, Gold Experience appeared behind Leo before they both punched the fist light belt. Gold Experience was shining like Venus in the sky, especially in the seed at the middle of his chest. Crack in Solomon's astonished eyes, his light belt, which is a part of the ritual, cracked slightly before bouncing away from Leo and Gold Experience's fist. The fragments from the light belt became particles of light that changed their shape into golden spores. Leo shook his wings before he disappeared from his place, leaving a series of sonic booms and golden spores behind him. The light belts immediately changed their direction, some rushed to block his way and others followed him from behind. Looking at the light belts in front of him, Leo did a large swing to the left with the lance. Rongominiad glowed with a shining light before clashing with 3 light belts. Bam, 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 the light belts were knocked away like they were a solid substance, not just a form of energy before Leo rushed past them. Muda 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 Muda. Gold Experience kept punching all the light belts around Leo, cracking them slightly with its fist and making more and more spores that stuck on other light belts. What was left from the spores fell on the ground as Shinji felt something wrong was happening. Solomon frowned while controlling the light belt. Beast 6's speed was very fast, and that spirit next to him was able to somehow crack his light belts, but what came next was beyond his expectations. The light belts started slowing down. The hottest form of light on the planet was getting weaker as spores on the light belts opened up. In the eyes of Solomon, weird plants in the shape of fungus that came in different colors were growing on his light belt. The plants were burning quickly, but they managed to open up some sort of a mouth filled with sharp teeth and started to bite the light to heal and grow larger in size. On the ground, different plants that resemble trees were growing on the land. They had a pure white color as blue energy lines were pulsing on their surface. With each plus, the trees seemed to suck something from the ground and grow larger. What? Shinji, who was still processing the fact that Beast 6, an entity from this world, has something from a completely different world, looked at the trees pulsing as he felt the textures of Avalon were becoming weaker. He even saw the ground get a slightly golden color around the trees. What is that? I don't know. Nothing at all. If anyone said those words, it'll be okay, but Solomon with his clairvoyance should know almost everything about the world, planet, unless it wasn't something from this world, planet. I told you that everything you'll do is muta. Leo didn't bother with Solomon and Shinji as he flew higher into the sky. Gold Experience followed him with the same speed as his fists were glowing with a golden light, which is Venus textures. His first stand, and probably his first true beast, means a lot and had a very important role in Leo's power. He's probably the first attempt to defy the rules of God with his life creation abilities, but that is not important now. This stand had different forms and abilities, but its creation of life was always the first one. He can create any living creature on Earth, even without Annihilation Maker's power. That power is like GE has all DNA from the creatures on Earth and can be recreated by matter, and it didn't change much now, even after all this time, except its database of DNA increased slightly by another reality, which is Venus. Using the authority of Venus that Leo carries, GE gained access to the whole DNA of alien life forms on Venus. A whole planet filled with parasites and infectious types of plants that can eat away everything depending on its strength. Although this ability is available, it has more relation to the seed in GE's chest, which after guessing a little, Leo can assume it's Yggdrasil's seed. It allowed GE to enter this form that Leo decided to call Gold Experience Venus Wind. With each fist, GE can spread Venus textures on behalf of the planet and create these life forms that will do the same because they are alien creatures that don't follow the natural concepts of Earth. They don't know life and death, getting hurt or injured. There's a lot of things that don't apply to these creatures, so the only way to injure them is a strong concept in a direct attack. If these creatures appeared on Earth in normal circumstances, they'd get spawn killed by Gaia immediately because they are alien creatures from Venus that'll pose a threat to the environment. However, this place is the equivalent of a lost belt without much interference. In the end, this is all thanks to Shinji. He's a very good guy, which makes Leo can't help but give him more gifts as a thanks. What's wrong? Didn't you want textures? Have some more. Leo dodged a few light belts before he fell sharply towards the ground and started to fly at a very low height in a quick speed. While flying at this height, he lowered Rongominiad and started to scratch the ground. The lance and ground made a shrieking sound while tearing open Avalon's textures before GE arrived. MUDA 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 MUDA. Gold Experience rushed behind him and started punching the ground. With each fist, Avalon's textures were replaced with Venus ones and several plants started growing and releasing spores. The light belts in the air moved in a zigzag as they chased Leo. They fell like raindrops around him as he moved left and right to dodge. Wherever he went, the light belts would destroy the ground and leave explosions behind him. Despite that, the energy from the light belts became food for the plants as they grew up faster. Shinji looked at the plants spreading and growing like there's no tomorrow. Spores and veins advanced everywhere and started eating his reality marble. Their infection speed made Shinji helpless. If he were to compare them to a zombie apocalypse, these plants will infect the whole plants in mere hours with their current speed. Moreover, how did Beast 6 get Gold Experience and Pakia? Did he stab himself with an arrow or became the very best? Or did some idiots come to Type Moon and got killed by Beast 6 before their things got stolen? Shinji knew after this time that he isn't alone in this world-traveling madness, which was one of the reasons he chose to stay low while preparing himself, but he doesn't want to imagine that Beast 6 is also a traverse. Although it'll explain why he's in this form, it'll be very bad news for Shinji. Considering whatever to use his third order or not, Shinji felt a burning gaze as he saw Solomon staring at him with cold eyes. It didn't take long for Solomon to figure out the situation and the reason behind it, which was Shinji's fault. Although he had a sense he knew the meaning behind those eyes, Shinji chose to ignore them before several attacks reached his way. Retreating from his place to dodge the raging purple lightning, Shinji wanted to counterattack, but a portal appeared and teleported more lightning around him. The lightning and portals made him feel like he's in the middle of a storm before Shinji waved his hand and made the space move around with the flow. Pakia's portals moved away like leaves in the wind, leaving lightning with Shinji to get deflected with the same wave. Gugalana and Pakia put their conflict aside for a moment because Shinji kept throwing space-time blades at them, which angered them a lot. They even started working together to shoot him down, but Shinji, with the flow of world's authority, isn't an easy target. Boom. Suddenly, Shinji heard an explosion from below. Looking down, he saw a firestorm on the ground that was getting eaten by some sort of carnivorous plants. Solomon summoned more and more light belts as he blocked all Leo's exits before shooting him down. The light flew in the air in a clear trajectory before they filled all the space around Leo. Staring at the light, Leo clenched his lance and Ge clenched his fists. Waving the lance, Leo shot a wave of light at his front, which knocked the first wave of light belts before he did a quick turn to his back. His lance turned into flashes as he stabbed the light belt close to him, even his wings stretched open and slashed down a few of them. Ge was punching all the light belts that Leo couldn't take care of with his fists while spearing the creatures of Venus on them. In less than a few seconds, the plants grew larger and larger as they blocked some light belts, which gave Leo a chance. BAAM. With a flap of his wings, Leo rushed towards the sky as all the light belts fell on the plants in his last position. Boom. A thunderous explosion covered the place in a sea of flames as Leo rushed from the heat and flew in the sky with his fastest speed. His wings and body were slightly burned before it recovered. Damn you, attribute advantage. Feeling the burn pain on his body, Leo shook his head while revising the data and values he got after this clash. Of course, he'll not burn for nothing, even if had to, he'll get some value. Currently, he's analyzing Solomon's ritual to discover its flaws, even if it's very, very complicated. The lines and values that represent the flaws are flickering like crazy on top of Solomon, which makes it hard to find the true flaws from just a temporary illusion and weakness. The feeling of his ritual getting analyzed increased as Solomon had enough and waved his hand. The main light belt that was digging Shinji's reality marble, weakened slightly as countless light belts rushed towards Leo like homing missiles. Even if the countless light belts covered the sky, Leo didn't care as he increased his speed and turned into a flash of light towards someone in the air. However, he didn't forget to give an order to Pakia via telepathy. Shinji felt Solomon's movements as he wanted to use this chance to get an advantage in this battle royal, but then, a light flashed and an angel appeared in front of him. Yo! With a quick greeting, Leo appeared in front of Shinji as he stabbed quickly with his lance. The lance turned into a flash of mana while blinding Shinji with its light. Solomon's attack followed Leo's position as Shinji was in its way, which made him a shield for Leo. All the alarms in Shinji's head went off as cold sweat appeared on his back before he let go of the flow on Venus and protected himself. Rumble. Losing the flow, Venus recovered his speed of falling as the whole reality marble started shaking again. With its size, the planet is almost covering all the sky and blocking the path for Solomon's main light belt, which made him frown and control the ring of light again. Baam. A powerful shockwave filled the air as Rongominiad collided with Shinji's flow. The sparks were flying around the lance tip as it couldn't advance further against the flow. Shinji looked up to see the lance tip a few centimeters away from his forehead as a cold sweat filled his back again while feeling relieved to avoid this attack. Solomon's light belts changed their direction and rushed towards the sky as they tried to push the planet away and clear the path for the main beam. His ritual isn't simple and any mistake can ruin the result, so he needs some time before it stabilizes completely because of Venus authority. Feeling the cold, icy lance almost near his forehead, Shinji controlled the flow to push it away and attack Leo. "Don't celebrate this early, I said it, didn't I? Everything you try now is..." Leo twisted the lance handle as the spinning energy was Shinji's flow rotate slightly against his control before Ge rushed and punched. Muda. With that punch, Shinji's flow got eroded by Venus textures and its energy became spores flying in the air. "So, for this wonderful trip that I had in this world, here is my thanks." Leo looked at Shinji's with eyes blazing with fury before he lifted his lance and Ge clenched his fists. Clang, thud, clang, thud, the lance turned into flashes as Leo stabbed Shinji from all directions with his fastest speed while trying to grasp the flaws in his flow, and Ge launched a barrage of punches with Venus power on his fists. Muda 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 muda. The 7 pages of Muda are starting as Leo's eyes are burning with anger. Shinji almost lost his ability to hear as the sound of the lance colliding with his flow and punches trying to erode his reality. Trying to master some strength from the world's authority, Ge will quickly punch it and remove the flow while Rongominiad with Leo's flaws is cracking his defenses, which should be invincible in his world, within each moment passing by. Solomon, who managed to push Venus a little, not backward, but to the side to allow his main beam to work properly. However, he stumbled at the scene of sparks and shock waves flying everywhere. When he wanted to attack, his temple started shaking slightly as purple lightning was flying around and trying to burn it. A portal appeared near him before GOOOOOSE ran and rammed the Temple of Time again as this attack made the whole place crack slightly. Pakia teleported Bull of Heaven before he made Solomon's space and time defenses useless and allowed GOOOOOSE to land a clear hit. Glancing at his temple, Solomon wanted to attack the two beasts directly, but then his temple started shaking again. Several plants and creatures from Venus started climbing on Solomon's temple and devouring it. Although they kept getting destroyed by the light's heat, they used their numbers to push forward. Shinji, who was blocking the attack in the sky, was in a pinch, but he didn't understand why Beast 6 looked at him like a sworn enemy. He tried to run a couple of times but the rotation power of the lance dragged him back. However, he didn't know that Leo classified him as the main target of his despair these days. The burned brain cells, the edge, the cringe, the nerf, humanity, philosophy, and everything that he had to endure in this world. Shinji and those players were the reasons for this mission, so technically, they are the cause of everything. Carrying those unreasonable feelings, Leo launched all his fury as he finally caught a flaw in Shinji's defense. Crack! Suddenly, Shinji heard a cracking sound as he saw the lance almost crushing all his defenses, which made him widen his eyes. Don't waste your time, it's not like you need a reason to hate someone, but if you want one, then... Leo was able to read Shinji's face before he raised his fist and said your face. Hearing the completely unreasonable reason, Shinji's lips twitched before he saw cracks spread into his flow barrier. Rongominiad was stuck on his barrier as it made the escape nearly impossible. He doesn't have a choice, but to use it. In his soul, the gate of truth opened slightly as the same white energy shone slightly at the cost of more cracks on it. Shinji's face became pale again while raising his hands forward. How many times do I need to repeat it? Without caring about Shinji's actions, Leo's fist was shadowed by Ge before they punched at the same time. Muda. The fist that carried a beast's feelings of pain flew towards Shinji's face as the golden glow on it zoomed until it blinded his eyes. Asterisk bay Asterisk a gigantic shock wave blows away everything around the clash location. However, Leo winded his eyes as he heard his fist cracking and flow was restored with a white clear energy. With a quick reflex, Leo changed the direction of the punch. Avoiding the white light, the punch targeted a weak spot. Boom. The first landed on Shinji's face as his entire facial expression was twisted by the spin before a cracking sound was heard and he was launched like a rocket across the air. I've to say that you're a top-tier parasite. Leo looked at his broken hand before he healed it with GE. To be honest, he never expected to see that energy in the hand of this guy. After all, that's the energy that started all the problems. However, he quickly shook his head and calmed his origin before his wings flapped as he flew after Shinji, only to see a bright light rushing. During his flight, Shinji felt his burning face from pain and his wounded soul, but then, he sensed several energies behind him. It was the light belts that were blocking Venus from falling. Desperately moving his flow, Shinji closed his eyes before several light belts hit him behind. A huge explosion left a sea of flames in the air before smoke covered everything. A huge pillar of light rushed from Solomon's temple and pushed all the creatures away. Even Palkia and Gugalana weren't spared as they backed away because of the impact and heat. Solomon clenched his fist while looking at Leo and Venus in the sky. At this rate, he is bound to fail, unless he ignores all the consequences. He really wanted to witness the new future and ensure the process, but apparently, that's impossible now. Shaking his head, Solomon waved with his hand as all his rings shone before the ring of light behind him opened completely. The main beams vanished as the whole energy of humanity was blowing waves and waves of heat in the surrounding. Nero, Fu, and Six, who were blocking the light outside, were surprised that the light vanished as they didn't know what happened. Leo rushed from the flames and the smoke as he didn't spot Shinji at all. Did he teleport? Having that energy is really cheating, he should be badly injured to use it. However, this is also okay. Shinji can't leave this place or his plan, which Leo can guess a little about, will fail immediately. Without stopping, Leo completed his flight towards Solomon and his temple. His wings were shining brighter than ever as he was going to launch the last charge. The time of birth has come. Solomon said the first chant as the wild light ring glowed brightly while shooting several light belts towards Leo. They were faster and stronger as the light that will clear all the sins covered Leo's vision. Ha! Leave this place, Palkia. You too. Gugalana. Releasing a breath, Leo's eyes became firm before he clenched his lance while informing the two divine beasts that helped him. The Sephiroth in his book of laws shone with a bright light before the fifth position that represented severity glowed with all its four paths. Clang. Waving the lance forward, Leo shot a horizontal wave of light that pushed the light belts away and gave a chance to pass. His wings flapped as he turned into a flash of light and passed most of the light belts, but like they have a mind of their own, they moved in a zigzag way and appeared above him. Muda. Gold Experience punched most of the light belts away before Leo blocked them with the lance. However, the strength of the light made Leo's arm burn while pushing him away, but he did a quick turn in the air as the golden spore landed on the light belts. Although they were burned immediately, the plants made the attacks slow down as Leo shot a beam of light to the sky, crushing most of them. Stabilizing himself in mid-air, Leo landed on top of one of the beams before he covered himself in mana and slid along the whole path. A loud shrieking sound filled the sky as Leo stabbed his lance on top of the light belt and made it unable to move as he continued his sliding towards Solomon. 8, 9, 30, 40, 6, 1. The total is 94. Chet, Tet, Lamed, Mem, Vav, Aleph. Leo's lips moved quickly as he started to chant a spell, which made Solomon confused. With his 10 rings, all magecraft, no matter how strong it is, will lose its effect when they reach him, but then, he remembered Leo's eyes staring at his ritual. He is the one who masters all. Solomon increased his speed, even if he needed some time because he isn't using the noble phantasm as an attack, but as a ritual. The demon god's eyes glowed with an intense light before countless light belts attacked Leo's location immediately. In an instant, Leo found himself in the middle of hundreds of light belts. The amount and strength increased further as Leo covered himself with his wings and rushed. With Rongominiad in the front, Leo turned into a meteor of light as he flew directly towards the attacks. Boom. The thunderous explosion shook the sky as it made Solomon unable to see because of the raging mana. However, the smoke was blown instantly as Leo appeared. His wings and body had serious burns all over them, which made him feel a lot of pain after a long time, but he didn't care as he waved the lance and raised his free hand. He aligned his hand perfectly with the Venus that was falling behind him as it looked for Solomon like he was holding the giant plant at the palm of his hand. Venus glowed with a bright light before it vanished and appeared in a smaller version on Leo's palm, which alarmed Solomon for the next attack. Unwavered, unshaken. Here I carry the words and awe. My wings shall light thy path. My sword will clear thy path. Here is the might of the Lord. Finishing the spell, Leo clenched his palm with Venus in it before he grabbed his lance with two hands. Sparks and deep red color appeared on the lance surface before flames exploded. Boom. Like a volcano, Leo raised the lance to the sky as the flames rushed through it and became a giant sword that reached a few kilometers in length. Using the fifth position of Kabbalah that represents the strength and element of fire, Leo was able to shape a sword that will drop the might of the Lord on whoever is in his way. The red flames were vibrating through the air as they were burning everything, even the reality marble and Solomon's light belts. Glancing at Solomon opening the light ring completely and aiming it in his direction, Leo clenched the lance tightly as the sword started to become smaller in size. The sword that reached several kilometers started to compress its power and flames into a 40 meters sword. Leaving a trail of flames in the air, Leo stabilizes the swords as his side while the golden glow of Venus was mixing with it. With a clicking sound, electricity was flashing on the sword before its color changed from red into purple with lightning around it. The sword of flames with the full power of Venus was already beyond this world as it was leaving black cracks of distraction in its way. Ars al-Madal Salomonis. Solomon, even at the cost of all his mana, launched his noble phantasm with full strength. The whole ring of light, all humanity's mana equivalent, turned into a colossal beam of light that burned all the world in its way. Nothing was safe as the beam left a black deep void around its sides. Is this attack on humanity or on the world? Leo felt it should be both because the beam that was burning space and time like papers, left no place for him to dodge, but he didn't back down as he flew directly with his sword of flames. In less than an instant, Leo waved his flame sword in front of him and met the beam of light as they made an ear-piercing impact that made the people outside the reality marble cover their ears. The purple flame sword and golden beams of light were burning against each other as the sparks were flying, sparks and fragments of space-time fabric. The world lost its shape around the point of clash, leaving a black deep void with only purple and golden lights clashing. Slowly, the purple light started pushing the golden light back. Leo was clenching his teeth as he felt all his body was burning against the beam of light. His skin was burning and recovering immediately as his arms were pushing with all their strength with the sword. However, even in this heat that made his blood boil, Leo didn't close his eyes as he was looking for a flaw. His calculation power was on overdrive and his brain was getting cooked, but his bloodshot eyes didn't blink once as he pushed the light beam back. Didn't you see it? The land of steel. Solomon, who saw Leo pushing back his ritual, became angry as he put his hand on his chest. You saw it and you're still persistent about this ending. Can't you see that this is the best outcome and chance for humanity? Solomon's expression became pale as something was leaking from his chest. The demon gods glowed before they became a form of energy around the ritual. Using his Grand Saint Graph and demon gods as a fuel, 5 magical circles with different colors. Solomon summoned the incomplete true magic as he boosted his ritual with everything he has, even his own life. Boom. Ugh. Leo clenched his lance tightly as the light started pushing him back. He tried to use his wings, which were stronger than his body as they lowered the strain, but even so, they were burning slightly. Light beam became like an unstoppable tsunami, his hands were shaking, but he didn't let go of the lance. He just needs a moment, a chance, and he already can see it. The black line and necessary value for the flaw against Solomon's ritual. Even if it cost me my life. I'll make sure this ritual succeeds. Solomon screamed at Leo before using almost all his core as fuel for the ritual. Boom. More ear-piercing roar echoed in the sky before Leo was pushed back quickly by the beam. His body was burning and his mind was giving up. However, at this moment, he clenched his teeth and activated his last card. Conceptual boost. His necklace glowed with a green color before the energy rushed towards his brain and directly into his calculation powers. In an instant, Leo's calculation powers doubled as his eyes became completely bloodshot. The beam pushed Leo completely as it engulfed all his body and rushed towards the sky. Outside the reality marble, Fu's ears moved before he jumped to the side, but then, the beam of light destroyed the reality marble ceiling directly and hit him. Fu's giant body didn't last long before he was knocked away by the light beam. Nero, who suffered from the backlash of using Leo's power, forced herself as Six tried to stop the beam. The dragons bite the beam from its sides, but they get melted immediately by the anti-original sin attribute before the light completed its journey and reached the formation in the sky. At this moment, all around the world, the star constellation glowed with a bright light and became one giant magic circle covering the planet. Now, with one order, the reality of humanity will be rewritten and a new era shall start. Solomon struggled to keep his balance while looking at his ritual. Finally, it's complete. Now, with just one wave from his hand, his cause, his vision, and wish for humanity, will happen. Boom. Suddenly, and without any warning, the beam of light next to the temple cracked open as a shadow flashed from inside of it and rushed directly in front of Solomon. Thud, the shadow fell down on the temple, in front of Solomon, as he made it shake slightly before a bright light rushed forwards. Puff. Crack. With the sound of flesh getting pierced and glass shattering, a lance pierced Solomon's body and core before bright purple flames exploded from it. The flames turned into a sword that rushed and cut down the ring of light behind Solomon like a hot knife on butter. Crack. Another cracking sound echoed in the surrounding, but this time, it was all around the world as the giant magic circle cracked in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 113, To Hell. Crack. 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 With a faint sound of cracking, small cracks and fractures appeared on the magic circle in the sky. Although the sound was faint, everyone could hear it clearly as the bright light, the blinding light of Beast Eye's ring of light became slightly dim. Cracks. The cracks continued to expand like spider webs across the sky as the magic circle started to drop shards from the sky. More and more fragments of light dropped from the ritual as it made a shower of light particles on all the planet while burning at the ozone layer. It was a magnificent scene for everyone. Awe, fear, surprise, confusion, a lot of emotions filled everyone while looking at the sky. At the Temple of Time, Solomon was stabbed by the lance as blood was following from his body. The lance didn't have any mercy as it shone with a bright light and destroyed his body from the inside, especially his core that was already weak from using it in the previous attack. Can't you just shut up? Hearing an annoyed voice, yet a tired one, Solomon knew its source, but he continued looking at the sky, watching his ritual crumble to pieces. The ring of light behind him lost its foundation and balance as the sword of flames pierced it like nothing. The beam that reached the sky was cracking like the magic circle in the sky and turning into fragments, but Solomon was able to see a tunnel inside of it. The tunnel that Beast 6 used as a weak point and a flaw to crush his ritual. Even so, Solomon just looked at the bright light falling from the sky without a word. Finally awake, Solomon heard the voice again before he looked at his enemy, Beast 6, and said one word. Yes, Leo wasn't in his best shape for the moment. The injuries varieties into two sides, left and right. His left side was filled with burns and his dark blue eye was bleeding, even if the blood was dry from the heat, but the shocking scene was his right side. The right side of his body was completely burned. His right hand was beyond disfigured as it looked like a burned piece of wood, it was almost blown off completely with his right shoulder. Most of his right wing was burned, which left at least 30% of it smoking with heat. The right side of his face was also touched a little as he was closing his right eyes tightly, which was surrounded by burns marks. Although they were healing a little by little, the pain should be enormous. His clothes were glowing with several runes that Solomon recognized as ice-based or heat and fire resistance, which protected him a little in his mad rush. Feeling the pain from every corner of his body, Leo struggled a little before he pulled his lance away. After losing the mana source, the purple flame's sword vanished with the wind as Solomon's body lost its support and he fell to the ground. Leo wiped the blood from his mostly okay left eye while supporting himself with the lance. Not only his body was burned, even his brain was burning from the boost and the rush of calculations powers that flew towards his eyes, which made them bleed. Did he have the red eye disease of Uchiha or what? Maybe this can explain why Altera was always trying to poke his eyes. While Leo was treating his injury while thinking about this very important question, he heard Solomon's voice. You don't hate me now. To Solomon, Beast 6 should hate him a lot for this ritual, which surprised and left him in confusion to see that he doesn't care about him during their second meeting. The ritual, the original sin, all these struggles to change humanity for the better. You don't hate me even after this? Solomon said with a tired voice as light particles started to float around this place. The Temple of Time, which is Solomon's reality marble, was vanishing and turning into light particles slowly. Leo lifted his eyebrow. He thought this guy only woke up from his ridiculous dream of using magic to solve problems in this world, but why does it sound more than that? You're not Solomon. Shaking his head, Leo glanced at Solomon's rings, especially the cracked one on his right-hand middle finger before he said, "You're just an idiot that joined a group of massive idiots." From looking at him once, Leo knew that the person he's facing wasn't Solomon. To be honest, he really doesn't know this person in front of him, he's not even Romani Archaman. The true Solomon won't have emotions, feelings, wishes, dreams, or anything that'll cloud the so-called perfect judgment of the king. The perfect king was great in everything about the kingdom, but he never understood the sorrow and joy of people because as a puppet, he never had emotions. Like following a script in a play, this is how the perfect king works, which is an inhuman thinking that'll reflect its true nature when something beyond expectations of the script will happen. As for the man lying on the ground, he's just an idiot like many more that tried to save the world in their own ways. Clearing the evil, becoming justice partners, or even trying to create paradise on earth, those types of idiots that'll appear once or two in an era. Frankly, if they didn't appear, Leo won't believe this is type moon. I see. After a short silence, Solomon said those words before looking at his magic circle becoming fragments and collapsing completely. In space, the magic circle that was made from countless light belts was broken before the light belts scattered around the place, trying to form the Beast Eye's ring of light, even if they were much, much weaker now. Good deeds might generate evil, yet evil deeds sometimes help and do good. Hehe, I was bound to fail, aren't I? In your words, who did ask me to save them? Solomon smiled, a ridiculing smile at himself and his actions before his body was becoming transparent as he said, the burden of omniscience is really beyond human capabilities. Looking at Solomon smiling, a weird expression appeared on Leo's face, even if that caused him pain. Did this guy achieve some sort of enlightenment or what? Maybe I hit him too hard, but I didn't attack his head, Leo kept thinking while watching Solomon's enlightenment. Is this why you'll become like me when you use most of your powers? Solomon looked at Leo, who was slightly shocked by his words before he continued, the 10 rings impersonate me, and the 10 crowns gave you freedom, staring at 2 different places and ending up in the previous location of each other. Destiny can be very ridiculous, which made Solomon smile again before a golden light particle from his cracked ring floated towards Leo. this. Leo looked at the golden grain of light before his expression became very weird. He had one idea in his head, which is, this was so cliché. According to this era, this should be called cliché, and apparently, you won't like it. Solomon grinned slightly, which made Leo scream "You!" Solomon didn't care about Leo's expression as he looked at the sky outside the reality marble and said, "My name is Jedediah. The son of King David and the wishful boy that prayed to God." Not Solomon or Romani Arch Aman, just Jedediah. His body and core were now broken completely as Jedediah almost vanished, but he kept repeating his name over and over, like he doesn't want to let go of this moment. A moment he's truly free to be himself and not the destined king, a moment without any chains on him, even the spirit core from Holy Grail. I see. Leo stopped as he sighed and looked at Solomon, or should be called Jedediah, disappearing into the air in the form of light particles as the Grand Caster exited the war. With his exit, the Temple of Time turned into particles of light and disappeared into the air, which made Leo lose his footing, but a pink platform of space appeared under his feet. Thank you, Pakia. Leo saw Pakia rushing from a distance while Gugalana walked slowly before he sighed. Shaking his head to clear the somehow heavy mood, Leo looked at the golden grain in his hand as he felt that destiny is indeed ridiculous before he heard a voice in his head, "Pardon me, my lord. But why didn't you use the 18 runes?" Looking at the damage that his lord took, Venom couldn't help but say that should be able to get more advantage without you receiving these injuries. Even if we just invoked Odin with the 18 runes and threw him at the attack. As much as it's tempting, I still need you and those prepared 18 runes for something very important, Leo said before Venom asked, "What is it?" Looking at the sky, Leo spotted Nero and Fu falling from the sky before a portal appeared as they vanished in it. This made Leo lift his eyebrow because he knew the owner of that portal. Well, if we look at the condition of this reality marble, I'd give it 3 seconds. Leo started moving his right hand that recovered a little, although it's still filled with burns, but not completely charcoal. In the next 3 seconds, a voice echoed all around the reality marble, "My third order. My truth will be this reality and this reality will be my truth." A pillar of light appeared around the reality marble as everything started changing. The giant hole in the reality marble was filled immediately before the reality lost its meaning. The sky, ground, everything vanished as they left a black void filled with white lines drawing around it like a huge map of textures. Pakia made a huge platform of space to support Gugalana. Even if he doesn't like it, he won't just let it fall to death. In Leo's bored eyes, all the values and energies left from the battle were gathering into one point above before Shinji appeared. Shinji was floating there with a huge stone gate behind him. The gate had cracks all over it, but a white energy was flashing on top of it and recovering those cracks slowly. Imaginary numbers space? Couldn't you find something better? Leo blankly looked at Shinji and his reality marble. Looking at his hand and feeling all the information in his head, Shinji smiled as a firm expression appeared on his face. Finally, even if it almost cost him his life, his reality and truth became a world, which gave him the ability to bear this energy and knowledge. From the time he learned the real form of his cheat in FMA, Shinji wanted to achieve this state once again. Yes, this isn't the first time Shinji raised his gate of truth to the rank of God. A cheat is a cheat, even if it isn't practical at first, but after a lot of struggle, Shinji became a strong alchemist. Using his knowledge of the plot, knowledge, cheating, and alchemy, Shinji was able to steal God from Father's gate when he was weak from its burden. However, his goal was to exchange knowledge of God with something even higher. He wanted to destroy his cheat and gain freedom, but his action made him enter a place he shouldn't be in the world. Truth, who shouldn't attack someone or break the rules, actually raised his hand and attacked him. Even in that form, the attack was much stronger than he expected and almost destroyed his gate as it released a white energy before everything vanished, and the last thing he knew, he was in the body of Shinji Matu. In those 10 years, he did everything he could to recover his gate, but it was useless. However, he learned more and more from the energy, even the way to surpass the world and leave it. After the battle with Beast 6 and Solomon, Shinji gathered a lot of rules, laws, and knowledge. Imaginary number element of Sakura, Medea's knowledge in magecraft, Altera existence as an alien giant that crossed the universe, even some of Leo's Venus and Solomon's ritual. Even if their strength and energy are stronger, they can't instantly escape a full order from his world's authority with the special energy, especially when they become very weak now. Their power became his source of strength as Shinji clenched his fist. After all these years, I can leave this world. Shinji felt his current power as he smiled. Although he can't fight or move a lot because the gate is recovering, he can prepare his ship for now, but then, he met Beast 6's bored eyes. Humph! Shinji didn't care as he waved his hand and a black-red hole appeared down at the dark void. Curses and evil were escaping from the hole as Leo raised his eyebrow. That was the gate, which led to the inside of the Holy Grail where all the world's evil is swimming. That gate also leads to another place, which is called the Roots. However, it shouldn't be possible to open it like this unless someone had the Lesser Grail. Even Shinji needs to absorb it into his reality for this to happen. Did you actually steal the lowly killer title from Gilgamesh? Leo said as he looked at Shinji in the sky. The Lesser Grail is also Ilias Veil von Einsburn's heart, so this Shinji had done Gilgamesh's feats and killed a lowly for her heart. I don't need to answer you, Beast 6, or whoever you are, Shinji said with a cold voice as he was controlling the hole to the Holy Grail. For the ship to move, it needs fuel, so Shinji is planning to use the world's evil as his fuel and let his ship leave this world with his sister, Medea, and maybe Medusa if she agree. When his ship starts sailing, he'll be able to regain control and kill Beast 6, who is very weak from the fight with Solomon. I see, although you're so predictable and boring, I'll give you points for using the origin power with your cheat. You're really an outer god wannabe parasite. Leo stretched his hand as his body that was filled with burns is much better now. Despite everything, Leo still feels shocked by Shinji controlling the power of the world's wills and what the outer gods steal and use. Although its usage and quality is much worse than them, Shinji was able to harness it. Leo really wants to see the face of the outer god that messed up this badly and allowed Shinji to steal his system and origin power. Origin power? Is this the name of energy? And outer gods? Shinji was surprised to see someone knowing this formidable energy that he found in his gate. Yeah, but I've to say that's a cool gate of truth you got there. Is that Kabbalah on it? Very cool, Leo said with a grin that gave Shinji some chills even at his current state. It'll be a shame if something were to happen to it. With a grin, Leo raised his head as his halo glowed. Shinji was trying to move, but he couldn't because his gate was getting fixed. Catching the golden grain of light in hand, Leo pushed what was left from his mana before he said 3, 2, 1. The total is 6. Gimel, Beth, Aleph. Thee saw, mist. Thee heard, whisper. Hear for thy, gazing at the unknown, greetings as silent curses. The air vibrated with Leo's voice before Shinji heard his spell. Strangely, he could understand all that Leo was saying, but that was his doom. Suddenly, Shinji's eyes became bloodshot before he held his head and screamed ah. He felt his brain was about to explode. Countless whispers that he couldn't understand were echoing in his head and filling him with a weird and sinister type of knowledge. The gate of truth behind him, in its first 3 positions, a red demonic glow appeared on them as the demon's whispers filled Shinji's brain and reality more and more. It didn't stop there as the red glow was moving towards the rest of the tree, which made Shinji howl in pain while losing control over all his powers. Leo raised his arm as a small flame, which was the core of Lizard's soul, appeared in his palm. Leo pushed the flames towards Pakia and said, spread the coordinates in this core to space. He should be able to get it. Pakia nodded before he put the flames at the orb in his shoulder. Glowing with a pink light, Pakia roared as waves and waves of space spread to the surroundings. Outside the reality marble, Zelrich, who was trying to locate the coordinates using Alex, frowned. This might be harder than he expected, especially with all these world-ending events happening around him. Those old fools of governments must be freaking now and trying to dig their graves with their little toys, nuclear weapons. If they send those bombs, not only they won't affect anything, they'll just kill innocents and pollute the environment, which will anger Gaia. He just sent Nero and Fu to help those guys inside of the reality marble core, even if the ship started to take shape and might start sailing at any moment. However, he suddenly spotted a weird wave in space. The waves were carrying weird coordinates while their energy reminded him of the walking disaster magnet. If you had it, why didn't you use it from the start? Feeling all his efforts were useless, Zelrich sighed before he recorded the coordinates with his jeweled sword. A kaleidoscope bloomed with all colors around Zelrich before he activated the second true magic and connected the whole reality marble of Shinji to the coordinations place. The jeweled sword was releasing ether like no tomorrow as sweat appeared on Zelrich's forehead. Even with his almost infinite amount of mana, he's still having trouble connecting a space to another, which is something he never thought he'll face as the second true magic user. However, after a few seconds, he managed to link it at the cost of a lot of ether. Inside the reality marble, Shinji was feeling like his head was about to explode. This is a completely new source of knowledge, not less than his gate. The whispers were driving him mad, even his body was refusing to listen to his command. If he can describe it, then it'll be like his gate was knowledge from heaven and those whispers were an abyss of knowledge trying to drown him completely. Although you were able to use origin power, that's it. It's like driving, you can drive a car without knowing how to make it, but if you try to use that logic in magic and conceptual battles like these, then... Leo looked at Shinji suffering from his simple spell before he said, "You really have some sort of a death wish?" Yes, what Leo used was just a simple spell from the Tree of Evil, Qlipoth. By calling upon the first three positions and their paths, Leo, as a good angel, opened a path of knowledge for Shinji, like a friendly greeting. Shinji's gate was absorbing all the knowledge and information around him, so it welcomed Leo's path with open arms as the abyss unfolded in Shinji's mind. It even pushed beyond Leo's spells and made Shinji suffer by the greetings of demons. Qlipoth tolerance is much less than Sephiroth as Shinji, who struggled with the Tree of Life, was bombarded by the Tree of Evil. In the middle of the suffering, Shinji clenched his teeth and waved to attack Leo to stop these whispers, even if it meant to break his gate again, but then, several flower petals appeared in this place. His ship, his reality marble was losing control and the source was from the core. This made Shinji scream, "Sakura, Medusa, Medea." In these conditions, he can't feel his connection with them at all, so he assumed the worst. Without caring about his own safety, Shinji tried to rush as the gate behind him was cracking again. Merlin is working fast, I think I should pay him for this. Leo felt that Merlin, even with his annoying habits and questionable gender, is a very, very reliable guy. He should try to be nice to him in the future. However, he also raised his eyebrow at Shinji's words before he said, "Sakura? Medusa? Medea? Did you make a harem? Oh, boy. It seems that the day has come for me to become a harem king slayer." Leo's eyes shone with a bright light. Although he doesn't care if someone made a harem or not, it's a different story if it was an enemy. Leo shall raise his lance and claim this kill for his title of harem king slayer. However, he suddenly stopped. He just remembered that Solomon, even if he was in the emotionless mode, had a massive harem of 700 wives and 300 concubines. In a short silence, Leo figured out that he became a legendary harem king slayer as he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the reality marble started shaking again before the surroundings began to change quickly. After some dizziness, the reality marble seems to be moving. Palkia sensed that the space was stretching to who knew where before it connected to a weird place. In the dark imaginary numbers space of Shinji, a giant tower appears. But maybe calling it colossal is better because this tower is bigger than Venus that Leo made in the battle. It had a black metallic color that reflected some sort of weird light, even in this dark space while several wild lines were drawn on it. To be honest, it looked like some sci-fi tower, which is a high-tech device. So, this is the hook, hey? Hold on, I think I saw this before. Leo frowned as he remembered a picture that he saw in the chat room. His brain was hurting very badly, especially when looking at the hook. However, he found that the hook resembled what Misaka showed him, except it was much, much bigger. I might need to tell them to not mess up their mission as soon as possible, Leo reminded himself before he heard a scream. Even if his mind was almost exploding, Shinji was struggling to control his power back. He pushed the origin power trying to clean his gate from Cleopha's knowledge, but that was very, very hard. Like Leo said, he only used his gate as a tool and never understood how it really works. The gate always absorbed knowledge and he didn't question how it did it, which made Cleopha's demons play him like an idiot. Regaining a silk of control, Shinji wanted to make his ship leave this place and rush to the core. But he felt a strong sucking force trying to drag him back. Like it was a heart, the hook started beating as white origin power was being absorbed from Shinji. The white mist and light was moving with the air and entering the lines on the hook as the absorption speed increased. Pakia, leave this place and take Gugalana with you. Leo looked at the two divine beasts as he was still slightly surprised by Gugalana, who was listening to all his orders. Pakia looked at Leo for a second before he opened a portal big enough for Gugalana before they left the ship. Leo took a deep breath as he felt his current condition. His body recovered and he was able to open his right eye. All that was left was small burns on it, which will heal quickly by his high endurance. However, his right wing was taking a lot of time and might need a lot of energy to recover. His brain was almost burning up and he probably lost some brain cells, which will grow up again later, so it means that his duration for keeping the angel mode is almost reaching its end. Even so, his mana is very little. Calculation power, very low. This is not even enough to drop a star heat nuke. Much less if he wants to perform the biggest finale of Type Moon's special. It seems that I need to maneuver around it a little. Leo glanced at the whole of the world's evil before he let go of himself. Yo, Wakame, take care of the hook for me, I just need to go to hell to get something. Leo in his free fall said to Shinji while going towards the Holy Grail hole. Wrath and anger filled Shinji's mind, especially when he saw Leo giving him a friendly smile while falling down the hole, but he couldn't do anything against this giant tower. I'll be back. Leaving those words, Leo vanished inside the hole before he appeared in a dark red space. The hole he fell from became an eclipse in the sky as Leo stabilized himself before he landed in the middle of a sea of black mud. Curses and more curses. 6 billion curses of humans gathered here as the black mud eroded everything, even the Holy Grail system. This place is no less than hell. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk suddenly, the black mud started shaking before a shadow flashed and appeared behind Leo. A creature with the shape of a completely black werewolf waved its claws at Leo's defenseless back. His eyes were shining a sinister red light as they carried a huge hatred while waving his claws against the angel. But suddenly, Leo turned quickly as something flashed in his hand. Asterisk Bayam. Asterisk the werewolf only saw a bright light before a thick book hit him to the head as he felt his skull cracking. He was sent rolling as the impact made him dizzy. Lowering his strongest weapon, which is the Book of the Law, Leo looked at the werewolf and said, "Well, Angra, want another hit?" The werewolf, which was Angra Mainyu, glared at Leo with hatred while standing up from the mud. Two evil of humanity met face to face as one was just tapping a book on his hand and the other one was staring with hatred while being wary of the book.